We are looking for teachers that are enthusiastic, that understand that we believe all children can be successful. And we want people to come in with the stick-to-itiveness and the grit. And I'm here because I love Dallas ISD kids.
Many will walk away from today's job fair having secured teaching positions following on-site interviews. The goal for Dallas ISD is 0 vacancies by May 31st. We're here with Jasmine. Jasmine, tell us, are you excited to be here today?
I am. I'm excited to be here. I'm excited to get a feel for the schools on a personal level versus, just in a form of a paper.
So what is the thing that you plan to bring to Dallas ISD as a new teacher?
Dedication, hard work, and an innovative classroom.
Wonderful. Well, congratulations and welcome to the district.
Thank you.
I'm Tiffany Blackman-Jones, Dallas ISD News.
That love would never die. I dreamed that God would be forgiving. Then I am young and unafraid, and dreams are made and used and wasted. There was no ransom to be paid, no song unsung, no wine untasted. But the tigers come at night, with their voice soft as thunder, as they tear your hope apart, as they turn your dream to shame. And still I dreamed it would come to me, that we would live the years together. But there are dreams that cannot be, and there are storms we cannot weather. I had a dream my life would be so different from this life I'm living, so different now from what it seemed. Now life has killed the dream I
Research shows that 85% of a child's brain development occurs in their first 5 years of life, which has parents flocking to pre-K. But what happens when the schools have no more room?
This is a reality at many Dallas ISD elementary schools, including David G. Burnett Elementary.
Our pre-K program is fantastic. The only issue is we've got a lot of students that don't get to come because we don't have room.
which is why Burnett is one of the schools on the district's Bridge Plan, the plan that will relieve overcrowding in schools. For Burnett, this means a new wing for 4 additional pre-K classes.
I think it's great because we'll be serving more children. There's always so many, the line is so long at registration, and some of them are here so early, and then they're so disappointed when their children don't get in.
Alan Cohen, Executive Director of Dallas ISD's Early Childhood Education Program, says the Bridge Plan will give children inside a pre-K classroom an advantage over those who are not enrolled.
And if we don't reach children during that time where they're learning at a rate that they're never going to be able to learn at again, all educational interventions we provide for kids from that point on are going to be more difficult, more expensive, and less effective from that point forward. So we've got to reach these kids early.
The interim bridge plan, including the new addition at Burnett, is up for discussion by the Dallas ISD trustees at the March board briefing. For The Hub, I'm Karia Bounza, Dallas ISD News.
Perfectly, all that you need. Next year, 1,100 students at March Preparatory Academy will enter a new learning environment. It's one of 5 district schools set to launch a personalized learning model in the 2015 school year. Principal Nikki Nowinski and her teachers predict that the new model will transform students into self-directed learners.
So one of the great things about personalized learning is it focuses on student mastery of a concept rather than complying to turning things in on time and those types of traditional things that you see in a classroom. And although those are important, our students learn and demonstrate their learning in a variety of different ways. And so personalized learning will give students a chance to choose how they demonstrate their mastery to our learning advisors.
With various learning tools at their fingertips, students will reap the benefits of innovative resources.
Technology will be used as a tool of implementation by providing immediate feedback for the students. And there's the different softwares that they'll be able to access will provide us immediate data that they can access also, so they can see their progress while we see their progress.
Allowing students to choose their educational experience helps them to learn through methods that are just as unique as they are. For The Hub, I'm Daryl Pryor, Dallas ISD News. Students across the district get a kick out of reading as they celebrate Dr. Seuss's birthday. Local television personalities, district leaders, and community volunteers cozy up with students to read wacky Dr. Seuss classics.
The most exciting thing about Dr. Seuss Day here at Zaragoza is it's the opportunity for the community to come in. Many of our students are low income. We have a large homeless population, and by having community members come in and people that they see possibly on TV, on the news, or area government people, they're able to share their stories, and it's just an opportunity for our kids to see that people who live right around us do care about them. And so for me, it's all about the community of Dr. Seuss Day.
For generations, Dr. Seuss's work has captured the imaginations of students by transforming the reading experience into a colorful adventure.
Dr. Seuss's work has had a great impact on education. If you just read his quotes and his slogans, the places you would go, just the idea of him thinking outside the box allows teachers to approach education the same way by allowing students to be creative and think outside the box.
With a variety of fun-filled stories to motivate their interest, Dallas ISD students take the lead when it's time to read. For The Hub, with Green Eggs and Ham, I am Daryl Pryor, Dallas ISD News.
Uno de los consejos que yo les daría a las maestras bilingües que están comenzando es definitivamente usar aquellas estrategias para interactuar con los estudiantes, todas estas que les llaman multiple response strategies. Quiere decir que vas a hacer que los alumnos, por ejemplo, utilicen los pequeños pizarrones blancos, y mientras tú estás dando la clase, ellos están escribiendo en los pizarrones, y esos ayudan con todos los estilos de aprendizaje, con el visual, con el auditorio y también con el kinestético. También otro de los consejos que yo les daría es incorporar la escritura en todas las lecciones, sin importar el contenido. Definitivamente incorporar la escritura, aunque sea una palabra o una pequeña oración, siempre integrar la escritura en las lecciones. Otra cosa que yo les aconsejo es muchos visuales, muchas imágenes. Tu salón debe estar lleno de imágenes, y tus lecciones puede ser tan simple como una sola imagen o una serie de imágenes en PowerPoint que no lleva mucho tiempo.
We're here at Emmett J. Conrad High School for Dallas Independent School District's first job fair of the hiring season for the upcoming school year. More than 2,000 registrants are here with hopes to become the newest class of Dallas ISD educators, furthering the goal of having an effective teacher at the head of every classroom, beginning with the first day of instruction in the upcoming school year.
For job fairs like today, we are looking for teachers that are enthusiastic, that understand that we believe all children can be successful. And we want people to come in with the stick-to-itiveness and the grit. And I'm here because I love Dallas ISD kids.
Many will walk away from today's job fair having secured teaching positions following on-site interviews. The goal for Dallas ISD is 0 vacancies by May 31st. We're here with Jasmine. Jasmine, tell us, are you excited to be here today?
I am. I'm excited to be here. I'm excited to get a feel for the schools on a personal level versus, just in a form of a paper.
So what is the thing that you plan to bring to Dallas ISD as a new teacher?
Dedication, hard work, and an innovative classroom.
Wonderful. Well, congratulations and welcome to the district.
Thank you.
I'm Tiffany Blackman-Jones, Dallas ISD News.
Tigers come at night with their voice soft as thunder as they tear your home apart, as they turn your dream to shame. Still I dreamed it would come to me, that we would live the years together. But there are dreams that cannot be, and there are storms we cannot weather. I had a dream my life would be so different from this life I'm living, so different now from what it seemed. Now life has killed the dream.
Research shows that 85% of a child's brain development occurs in their first 5 years of life, which has parents flocking to pre-K. But what happens when the schools have no more room?
This is a reality at many Dallas ISD elementary schools, including David G. Burnett Elementary.
Our pre-K program is fantastic. The only issue is we've got a lot of students that don't get to come because we don't have room.
Which is why Burnett is one of the schools on the district's Bridge Plan, the plan that will relieve overcrowding in schools. For Burnett, this means a new wing for 4 additional pre-K classes.
I think it's great because we'll be serving more children. There's always so many, the line is so long at registration, and some of them are here so early, and then they're so disappointed when their children don't get in.
Alan Cohen, Executive Director of Dallas ISD's Early Childhood Education Program, says the Bridge Plan will give children inside a pre-K classroom an advantage over those who are not enrolled.
And if we don't reach children during that time, where they're learning at a rate that they're never going to be able to learn at again, all educational interventions we provide for kids from that point on are going to be more difficult, more expensive, and less effective from that point forward. So we've got to reach these kids early.
The interim bridge plan, including the new addition at Burnett, is up for discussion by the Dallas ISD trustees at the March board briefing. For The Hub, I'm Katia Bounza, Dallas ISD News.
Yeah, Mike. The time now is 6:14 p.m. We have a quorum and the meeting has been duly posted in accordance with Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code. Good evening and welcome to the regular board meeting of the Dallas Independent School District Board of Trustees. I want to thank everyone for coming this evening, and I'm going to ask that you join us in standing for a moment of silence and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance and a salute to the Texas flag. Good on that audio? It's playing back. Board members present, starting on your left and my right, are Trustee Joyce Foreman, Secretary Dan Mitchkay, Second Vice President Elizabeth Jones, First Vice President Lou Blackburn, Trustee Nancy Bingham, Trustee Bernadette Nuttall, Trustee Eric Cowan. I believe Trustee Morath will be joining us in just a few moments. Our Superintendent of Schools, Mike Miles, joins us, and I'm Miguel Solis, Board President. Si alguien necesita los servicios de un intérprete para escuchar la Junta en español, por favor, levanta la mano. Okay, if we do need interpreters, we do have interpreters. Our interpreter, please raise your hand. Thank you. Thank you for being here tonight. And if there are any elected officials in the audience, I know we tried to get, and Dr. Blackburn was helping me try to identify as many former or current elected officials in the audience. I know we do have Dr. Rosie Sorrells is here. Dr. Sorrells, thank you for being here, Dr. Sorrells. I'll get there. Now, Mr. Robert Price is here as well. Mr. Price. I know Miss Gwen Tyler is here as well, former DISD trustee. And this is where it gets difficult. We tried as best as we could, so if we've missed you, any former or current elected official, if you'll please stand and be recognized by the crowd. All right. Good job, Dr. Blackburn. Now let's take a look at our district accolades. A Lassiter student honored by President Barack Obama for community service. Jeremy Broadnax, a senior at Lassiter Early College, received the Prudential Spirit of Community Award, which recognizes Americans who volunteer a significant amount of time serving their communities and their country. The award was presented by the Prudential Program on behalf of President Barack Obama. Jeremy received a certificate along with a letter from the White House. A North Dallas student makes history. Kimberlyn Jackson won the UIL 5A Girls Wrestling Championship title, making her the first in Dallas ISD to earn that state honor. Kimberlyn, who began wrestling competitively this year, won every match by pin during the state competition in February. Foster Elementary receives a national award. Stephen Foster Elementary School has been awarded a 2015 Support Music Merit Award by the National Association of Music Merchants Foundation. The award recognizes schools for their outstanding school-based music education programs. A music student performed with top-selling recording artists. 3 district students performed with recording artist Joshua Radin? Y'all know better than I do, Joshua Radin, at the historic Granada Theater earlier this month. The students performed vocals with Radin, the #1 hit music singer-songwriter. The students are Feliciana Long and Michael Richard from Siegelville Middle School and Atorio Fields from Tasby Middle School. The performance was made possible by Little Kids Rock. And finally, bilingual teacher wins a national award. Irma de la Guardia, teacher at Harry C. Withers Elementary, was named the National Association of Bilingual Educators 2015 Teacher of the Year. Ms. de la Guardia is a 3rd grade dual language teacher who won the state honor last fall. So congratulations to all of our accolades. And it's now time in our program where we recognize those students and staff who have made outstanding achievements and/or earned significant honors, and those individuals in the community who have made important contributions to Dallas ISD. Do we have any recognitions? Ms. Proctor.
Yes. Good evening. Trustee Bingham, Superintendent Miles, and Principal Michael Jones, please come forward. Members of the Siegelville High School decathlon team and coaches, please come forward as your name is called. Carol Bustos, Brian Contreras, Delia Espinosa, Miguel Arredondo, Edgar Garcia, Kane Braswell, Cynthia Godonaz, Natalie Panigua, Justin Newman, Coach Mark Harrington, Coach Brenda Tyner. The board is honored to present a certificate of recognition to the Siegelville High School decathlon team. The Siegelville High School decathlon team took first place in the Region 12 Medium School Division Academic Decathlon competition and represented Dallas ISD at the state competition held in San Antonio earlier this year. Congratulations, Siegelville. Trustee Blackburn and Principal Tiffany Hewitt, please come forward. Members of the School of Science and Engineering decathlon team and coaches, please come forward as your name is called. Miguel Del Rio, Morali Sembrarian, Elliot Argenbright, Luis Adame, Dominique Fleming, Alexis Arispe, Jacob Leo, Andres Munoz, Brandon Chicongavan, Jesse Salazar, Jonathan Bishop, Coach Julie Dang, and Coach Marilyn Cadenhead. The board is honored to present a certificate of recognition to the School of Science and Engineering decathlon team. The School of Science and Engineering team took first place in the Region 12 Large School Division Academic Decathlon Competition, and represented Dallas ISD at the state competition held in San Antonio earlier this year. A special recognition to Murali Sombranian for winning second place in the essay competition at state. Congratulations, Science and Engineering. You're good, thank you. You're good, thank you, Dr. Blackburn. Trustee Morath, Principal Ronald Jones, Coach Brittany Shockley, and Rebecca Brandt, please come forward. The board is honored to present a certificate of recognition to Rebecca Brandt. The UIL State Swimming and Diving Championships were held at the Lee and Joe Jamel Texas Swim Center in Austin, Texas. Rebecca Brandt of Hillcrest High School placed first in the 100-yard butterfly with a time of 56.13 seconds and placed third in the 200-yard individual medley with a time of 2 minutes, 6.51 seconds. Congratulations, Rebecca.
My mom used to do that to me all the time. One more.
Principal Dina Escanilla, Coach Courtney Billingsley, Coach Charles Johnson, and Caitlin Contreras, please come forward. The UIL State Wrestling Meet took place February 20th through the 21st at the Garland ISD Event Center. Tonight, we recognize 4 girl wrestlers for their accomplishments. The board is honored to present a certificate of recognition to Caitlin Contreras. Caitlin of North Dallas High School placed 6th at the state meet in the 148 weight classification. Congratulations, Caitlin. Kimberlyn Jackson, please come forward. The board is honored to present a certificate of recognition to Kimberlyn Jackson. District and Regional Champion Kimberlyn Jackson of North Dallas High School placed first at the state meet in the 215 weight classification. Kimberlyn's win is Dallas ISD's first UIL girls wrestling title. Congratulations, Kimberlyn.
Yeah.
Trustee Foreman, Principal Earl Jones, Coach Brenda Torres, Coach Devon Fortson, and Avery Sims, please come forward. The board is honored to present a certificate of recognition to Avery Sims. District and Regional Champion Avery Sims of Kimball High School is the state runner-up in the 148 weight classification. Congratulations, Avery. Trustee Nuttall, Principal Harold Wright, Coach Larry Call, and Maria Vidales, please come forward. The board is honored to present a certificate of recognition to Maria Vidalis. District and Regional Champion Maria Vidalis of Skyline High School placed third at the state meet in the 110 weight classification. Next, the board is honored to present a certificate of recognition to the Skyline Mock Trial Team. Members of the mock trial team and coaches, please come forward as your name is called. Team Captain Taylor Jenkins, Co-Captain Priscilla Cisneros, Jessiana Bonillo, Regina Campbell, Alexis Laura, Victor Huertas, Liliana Mendoza, Evangelina Rivera, Judge Rock, Leslie Guzman, Christopher Rodriguez, Alexis Pineda, Latanya Brown, Coach Dr. Martha Williams, Coach Attorney Joe Wicker, Team Advisor Attorney Andrew Cox. Skyline Mock Trial Team won first place in the 36th Annual Texas High School Mock Trial Competition. Skyline will represent Texas in the 2015 National High School Mock Trial Competition on May 14th through the 16th in Raleigh, North Carolina. Congratulations, Skyline. Next, the board is honored to present a certificate of recognition to Cassandra McCurdy. The Texas Girls Coaches Association named Ms. Cassandra McCurdy of Skyline High School as the 2015 Class 5A-6A Coach of the Year. Coach McCurdy led her team to their first appearance at the UIL State Basketball Tournament earlier this month.
Also, her girls finished second in state this year, and what a great accomplishment, and especially since our head coach is retiring this year. It's worked out. After 28 years of service. Coach of the Year.
Congratulations, Coach McCurdy. Trustee Nuttall, please remain standing. The board is honored to present a certificate of recognition to Booker T. Washington High School for the Visual and Performing Arts. Please come forward as your name is called. Principal Dr. Scott Roods, Lily Wise, Sharon Cornell, Kate Walker, Karen Cogdill, Paige Furr, Larry Sneitner. The Texas Cultural Trust 2015 Texas Medal of Arts Award for Arts Education was awarded to Booker T. Washington High School for the Performing and Visual Arts. Congratulations, Booker T. Washington. Trustee Nuttall, please remain standing. Mr. Jerry Chambers and Mr. Earl Jones, please come forward. The board is honored to present a resolution to the Martin Luther King Jr. Freedom Ride Tour. On September 25, 2014, 10 MLK Freedom Riders traveled to Washington, D.C. to visit the White House, marking the 50th anniversary of President Lyndon B. Johnson signing the Civil Rights Act of 1964. These students were part of the 2014 MLK Freedom Ride Tour, which took place November 23rd through November 26, 2014. 60 students and 30 chaperones traveled across 3 states in an effort to relive history and continue the legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and the Civil Rights Movement.
As you know, we're celebrating 50 years of the Voters' Rights Act, and with the leadership of Principal Earl Jones and Jerry Chambers, we had an opportunity to go to Selma, leave that Friday to connect real education with experience. And Shima is going to say a word, and I want to thank Jerry Chambers for his vision to connect that history. They went to the Rosa Parks Museum. Where else? We went to the Capitol, where Dr. Martin Luther King, Tuskegee, Booker T. Washington House. I had an opportunity to go on the bus and spend 2 nights with this wonderful group of kids. We had a great time, and we crossed the bridge. We were in the front, and we went across the bridge, and it was over 100,000 people.
All right.
First of all, giving honor to all the board of trustees and board members here, including the superintendent. Thank you for the opportunity of allowing us to go and giving your permission. We want to first of all give honor to God, who is the head of our lives. I want to thank my principal for sticking with us and allowing us to go on this trip. I would advise anyone, if you are able to go back and visit history, do it. I mean, it doesn't matter if you're young, if you're old, go back and visualize and see everything that someone else put forward so that you can sit in the seats that you are, so that you can be in the positions that you are. Who would have thought you would have an African-American female in the board? I mean, we're a lot. I'm sorry, but, you know, I'm grateful.
Yeah, thank you, Trustee Nuttall, Superintendent Miles, to the board. Listen, we really appreciated the opportunity because part of our initiative, part of our goal is to educate children, of course. And you have to be able to step out and provide experiences for young people in a very special way. Many of these Freedom Riders have been touring and going on Freedom Rides since 2013. They traveled the South before in 2013 to kind of reenact and go back through and understanding President Kennedy's speech on civil rights back in '63. And then in '64 and 2014, we were able to travel to Washington, D.C. with the Freedom Riders. They were able to go into the White House and look at the very site where President Johnson signed the Civil Rights Act. And then this year, of course, having an opportunity to travel to Selma and reenact that and get involved with that and talk to a lot of historical people. I think one of the biggest experiences that they had as well was their visit to Tuskegee and understanding that history through Booker T. Washington and George Washington Carver and some of those things of that nature. But it was an experience of a lifetime for the young people. As part of the job that we do is try to expose them to various experiences so they can come back and share with peers and also understand their place in this generation, their role in this generation to carry things forward. So we appreciate the opportunity and being a part of the Dallas ISD and being engaged with that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Freedom Riders. Trustee Jones, Irma de la Guardia, and Principal Connie Wallace, please come forward. The board is honored to present a certificate of recognition to Irma de la Guardia. Irma, a third grade dual language teacher at Harry C. Withers Elementary School, has been named the National Association for Bilingual Education Teacher of the Year. This concludes our recognitions.
Congratulations to everybody that was honored. This is what makes Dallas ISD great. We're very excited about all the great things happening in our district. The segment now is for speakers who wish to address agenda items. Speakers are reminded that they are to address the board and not individual trustees. Ms. Gully, will you please call the speakers' names?
Yes, I would like to remind speakers.
Yeah, hold on one second. I apologize. I realize there's a lot of transition going on. Yeah, we'll wait just 1 second. And if there are other individuals lined up to speak that are currently in the reserve room, if we'll send a staff member there to please let them know the time to speak is now.
I think they're listening.
Speakers, I would like to remind you that you have 3 minutes to speak. When you arrive at the microphone, please state your name and address. Our first speaker is Carla Boss, followed by Danae Gutierrez.
Thank you. Is this on? Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much. My name is Carla Boss. I live at 503 North Windermere in Dallas. I first of all was delightfully surprised when I heard that Stephen C. Foster was one of the recipients of an accolade and recognition because, believe it or not, I was in their choir back in 1960. Yes, the school was there then, so I'm thrilled that the music program still carries on that tradition. I was also so happy to see Booker T. Washington and Skyline and the other schools that were represented. The Freedom March, that's a fantastic thing that has happened in our schools this year. There are excellent schools in the district, both magnet and neighborhood. But I do have serious concerns about some of the policies that have been implemented this year. And upon reading the action plan in the superintendent's report, I would just like to make a few comments. The plan includes an outline of the board goals, and as I read them, I agree that they are noble, and I would hope the standard operating procedure for all school districts. As with most goal planning, the devil is in the details. I hope you would all agree that schools are only as effective as the teacher in the classroom, who in turn will be made more effective with engaged principals and counselors who in turn who show interest and compassion for both students and teachers. The board needs to recognize that unfortunately the current common culture as referred to in the action plan is anything but passionate and positive. There continues to be undue stress on principals and teachers, which is leading to which is leading to a hemorrhaging from the DISD. No one will argue that there is a need for evaluation in any profession. However, the heavy-handed and intimidating methods now being employed are unacceptable. The plan indicates that this was a top 10 accomplishment. If so, I would hate to know exactly how the district defines a failure. One of the most embarrassing debacles this year was within the Human Resource Department. With such people in charge, how can the district expect to hire and retain excellent teachers? Also, another concern is the report of the plan said that we began the year with the lowest number of vacancies on record in Dallas. If there was such a low number of vacancies, why was it necessary to hire so many long-term substitutes? Does this create an illusion that the positions are filled when they actually aren't? And this is a major issue, evidently, because it is mentioned 2 times in the action plan.
Thank you, Ms. Boss. Danae Gutierrez, followed by Audra Pinkerton. Danae?
Well, I think what we'll do is those that are not here at the very moment, we'll circle them and then we'll keep moving forward.
Okay. Audrey Pinkerton.
Audrey Pinkerton, 434 West Greenbrier Lane. I'm reading a letter from a teacher who can't speak for himself because he fears intimidation. The same atmosphere of fear and intimidation in human resources extends to the teachers and the classrooms. I am an 8th grade social studies teacher at a DISD school. When I'm asked why I chose teaching as a profession, which is often, my reply is passion. I enjoy teaching young teens and inspiring them to become independent thinkers. I was a teacher for 5 years between 2007 and 2011 and returned to teaching in 2013. During my first stint at teaching, teacher morale was relatively high since teachers had more classroom autonomy. In my recent teaching stint, I see teacher morale much lower with no sign of improvement. A 2012 article called "Some Credibility Issues with Mike Miles and DISD" argued that Miles' rules and regulations place undue pressure on principals and teachers. Miles has put significant pressure on administration to get rid of bad teachers, yet the effect is that administration is forcing out good teachers too. Teachers have been threatened with negative evaluation on TEIs if we do not follow Miles' practices strictly. What is most frustrating, every time so-called visitors come to our schools, our principals interrupt our classes, and while we are teaching, they ask us to correct our LOs and DOLs to conform with Miles' rules. They tell us to stop the flow of our class and do some type of MRS, or turn and talk. We must use very specific strategies repeatedly, as if they are the only ones that will engage our students. Principals are so versed in those specific strategies, they actually fail to see students engaged in the classroom. Teaching how to annotate historical context is not easy for 8th graders with a 4th grade reading level. As teachers, we customize our teaching to each class, and this is called differentiated instruction. We cannot cookie cut every lesson. If Miles thinks there aren't problems with his restrictions, he should look at his own words. Quote, "Teachers are a little sore. My sense is that we have low morale as a whole compared to what might be a normal year in DISD. There's a reason morale is low. Even among the really, really good teachers, Miles should want to retain. They're being treated as if they're expendable and that their experience doesn't mean anything anymore. My suggestion is he should use the experienced teachers to help new teachers, bring back the mentoring program. Let us use our department planning time in a more productive way. Trust our department heads. Give them time to visit new teacher classrooms. The way good teachers are being degraded and minimized is shocking and unfair, and it has created a wall of distrust between administration and their faculty. In summary, teacher morale could be improved by removing strict and flexible rules and through greater respect and recognition for faculty by school administration."
Thank you. Ola Allen, followed by Jose Barrientos. Okay, Jose.
Good evening. I am Ola Allen at 4111 Summit Ridge Drive, Dallas, Texas 75216. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity to share my concerns and requests. I would have loved to have the opportunity to meet one-on-one with Mr. Miles, but he elected not to reply to my emails, as many of the board members. Dan, Lou, Joyce, and Elizabeth, please allow me this time to say thank you for your support. You all have set an example of what we elect you all to do, community and parents, and to oversee the education of our students. Mrs. Nuttall, may the wind always be beneath your wings so you can fly, fly, fly. You guys have left me no choice but to stand before you tonight and ask you for attention. As you know, Hal Wright is leaving us and will not be our principal next year. I understand many has applied for the position. I'm appalled that the parents, teachers, and community of Skyline has not been asked to give the opportunity or share recommendations and qualities of the person we would like to oversee the education of our children. Mr. Hannah-Hoser and other superintendents would always include parents and community in selection principals for the school. Never were the parents excluded because it is the right thing to do. Parents was always included. After all, we live in the community. Remember, Mr. Miles, you will be around for a short time, but we'll be around for a long haul to clean up the problem that you have created for our children. Mr. Superintendent, does SBDM mean anything to you? Please don't allow the process to continue. I was very excited about you coming to Dallas because I thought that you were going to bring good things and better things for our students. We're requesting you to have a conversation with us about quality of principal we would like to have. Let us work together. Let's make a workable, transparent transition for all of our, especially our students. Remember, we are concerned parents. We're the glue that will keep Skyline together. Why not involve us? We had a football coach, a teacher, a mentor, a father figure, a principal, or a father figure only because some great hope at 3700 Ross Avenue said, we don't want you to be a part of Dallas system, of Dallas family. But yet $4,000+ was given to a school athletic budget who does not even have an athletic program. Please remember, we are intelligent and bright parents, and please don't treat us as though we are a group of unlearned, moron parents. Please don't assume what you give to us as you give to other selected schools and parents, give it to us. Maybe a few of us don't look like you, or we're not in the same lane as you are in, but remember, and maybe our students not engaged in the BRIG program. But remember, God sits high and look low. He will allow the chaff and the wheat to go together. And at harvest time, he'll do the separation. Remember, what is wrong is eventually done right. Thank you.
Jose Barrientos, followed by Nethel Jackson.
Good evening. To the Board of Education, General Superintendent Meyer, Nethel B. Jackson, live at 2851 Toluca, Dallas, Texas, 75224. A concerned citizen and a 43-year taxpayer. I would like to speak about the waste of taxpayer money. This board ratify or take action on bills and claims each month. You rubber stamp millions of dollars that have nothing to do with raising the achievement for African American students. This district is operate a dual system when it comes to education of black children. Is this fair? What we need is a board to govern this district. We need 9 people who will do what they was elected to do. 9 people on this board who will say no more. 9 people who will be the trustee they took the oath to be. Where is the 9? 9 people who will said no to a superintendent who violated school district policy or allowed the staff to do so. 9 people who would said no to a superintendent who disrespect board member and command the police to remove a trustee from a Dallas ISD school. 9 people who would said no to a superintendent who allow his staff to give farm to some school but withhold farm from another school. 9 people who would said no to a superintendent that allow or tolerate his staff to give support to some children and ignore the others. Where are the 9 trustees who will do what is right and not what is political to govern DISD? Where are the 9 trustees that parents and the public can trust? Where are the 9? Will somebody help me? The parents, the taxpayer, the teacher, but first of all, the student. Will somebody help this district find 9 board members who will do what's right, 9 who will say no more? Enough is enough.
Abra Garrett, followed by DeMarcus Alford.
Abra Garrett, 6241 Revere Place. Hello. Thank you for your time today, and more specifically, for your dedication to public education and DISD. I'm Abra Garrett, and Stonewall Jackson is my family's school of choice. My son, a 6th grader at JL Long, asked why I care so much about Stonewall, given his sister has only 1 year left. And I said I care because, to quote Whitney Houston, I believe that children are our future. He looked at me and said, "Who's Whitney Houston?" And I thought, wow, I'm old. I've been out of school for a long time, but I remember my grade school experience, and I ask you to remember yours. Do you recall how imperative it was to feel safe and secure in your school environment? I advocate for Stonewall Jackson and all DISD students that will be positively impacted by the interim bridge plan. Beyond the qualitative issues, there are very real quantitative reasons to support this investment in our children. Stonewall was built in 1939 to support a population of 400 students. Today we are 56% over capacity. Overutilization, severe issues with our infrastructure and facilities, along with our inadequate cafeteria, gym, and auditorium, are a liability to DISD as they create violations of fire and safety codes. Lack of gym space means that students are frequently unable to get even the required 30 minutes of physical activity a day. Our cafeteria kitchen cannot even hold enough food to feed our students. Constant HVAC and plumbing problems cause issues that negatively impact classroom environment. Stonewall students and teachers lose 30 minutes of productive time per day standing in line. This lost 30 minutes translates to nearly 14 lost classroom days a year. All DISD schools dealing with these issues are losing valuable class time. Can you imagine how this impacts district-wide test scores? You sit before me today, accomplished and influential adults, empowered with the ability to set up future generations for success. So again, I ask you, please look back at your childhood. Recall how important it was for you to feel safe and secure, and what allowed you to become the person you are today. And please, please vote in favor of the interim bridge plan to allow our children, our future, the greatest opportunity for success available to them. Thank you for your time, your service, and your vote.
DeMarcus Alford, followed by Jay Scroggins.
Is the mic on? Good evening, board members. My name is DeMarcus Alford. I reside at 3714 Hatcher Street, Dallas, Texas, 75210. And the reason I'm here to the board tonight is to talk about the interim bridge plan and why we should support it and why it's good for our community. And I stand firm on my beliefs. I think that our schools in District 9, in particular Fraser, needs to be reopened. I think that it does a service to our community. We talk about putting kids first. We talk about doing what's best for our community. We talk about going after the resources that's available to our community, but yet we do things in spite of political reasons. Tonight, we're going to see who actually are going to put the kids' interests first. And I'm all about putting the kids' interests first tonight. So my thing is to you tonight, to Trustee Foreman, and to Trustee Nuttall, and to the rest of Dallas ISD trustees, is to vote in favor of the interim bridge plans. Put aside your political feelings. Put aside your feelings or however you feel about certain people on the board, but also put the interests of the kids first. Because at the end of the day, the kids are the future. The kids are losing each time we play politics on this board. And it's time out for the games. It's time out for the political games. It's time out for the bickering back and forth. Let's set aside our differences. Let's work together to make sure that all our communities win, to make sure all the students in Dallas ISD win, and we can all come together as one and unite our community, unite this school district, and unite this city. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Jay Scroggins, followed by Randall Murray.
Good evening. I'm here in favor of the bridge program also. Specifically, I want to thank Superintendent Mike Miles for standing strong in the face of all this politics that's going on around you. I want to thank Miguel Solis for being a good president of the board, and I just want everyone to know that the kids in District 9 would love for Fraser to be open again, would love to be able to walk to their school instead of catching a bus across town. So please, everyone on the board, support the bridge program. District 9 needs it. Thank you.
Randall Murray, followed by Zales Vargas.
Good evening. I hope there's not a Randall Murray here. So I'm Randall Mulry, and I live at 3226
Randall Murray.
Dutchess Trail, Dallas, Texas, 75229. I'm here to address the Board of Trustees, and I thank you for this time, and hoping that you would support the interim bridge plan for the renovation and the renovation and upgrade of the Dallas ISD schools that need it the most right now. Just want to say that regardless of how you feel about choice or other issues with the district, these are basically facility issues that are there and will be there regardless of what anything else happens. If we don't address them now, they're just going to get worse. I could take what Abra said about Stonewall Jackson and move it about 10 miles farther north and say the same thing about W.T. White. We have been a chronically overcrowded school for the last 7 years. We have teachers that don't have classrooms. They're on carts. They go to classrooms where teachers are on breaks. We are landlocked. We can't put any more portables. We have like 27 portables there now, and they've been there for as long as my kids have been in that school, which has been 7 years. So please act in the best interest of DISD for all of these programs that are on, all these facilities that are on the bridge program. Provide an adequate environment for the teachers to teach and the students to learn, and a school that is a welcome asset to the community they serve. Thank you very much for this time. Appreciate it.
Danae Gutierrez.
My name is Ellis Vargas, and I live at 3135 Longbow Court. I am a senior at W.T. White High School. I am the editor for our school newspaper. I am a varsity debate captain. I am in student government, and I am manager of the soccer team. I attend dance recitals and theater functions. I buy tickets to our school's football games, and I am in honors classes planning to attend the University of North Texas to study law. I have roots in all areas of my school, and I can speak on its behalf. There are 2,500 students at my school, and 88% of the population at W.T. White High School is economically disadvantaged or low income. That rounds to nearly 2,300 students who struggle every day with money. Our successes are not triumphs, but surprises, a situation in which people make the best out of the hand that they're dealt with. My school is a badly dealt hand. Our choir room is a vacant janitor's closet. Our portables are a home for rats and vermin. The art teachers' rooms are filled with asbestos, and there is mold on our ceilings. One stairwell was completely closed off because of the amount of asbestos there. The windows are rusty and cracked, and the building is a breeding ground for fungus. The temperature in the building is so haywire that the third floor can be exhaustingly scorching while the first floor is so undeniably freezing. The sewage of the school has backed up numerous times, filling the hallway with stench and the bathrooms with filth. 2015 is the 50-year anniversary of WTY, but how are we supposed to celebrate our building when it is so obviously suffering? If you don't believe that I have presented any valid concerns that don't deserve to be addressed, then I ask that you try attending WTY High School and graduating unscathed. Come down for a visit and see yourself. I have a petition of nearly 800 signatures of community members asking that you vote yes for the interim bridge plan, to vote yes for W.T. White. Gandhi said, "Be the change you wish to see in the world." So before you vote, I ask you to ask yourselves, what kind of change do you want to see in the lives of 2,300 students, and do you want to be the reason for it? Thank you.
Second. Danae Gutierrez. My turn? Hello. One moment, please.
I think they're switching it really quickly. Ms. Gutierrez is here, and then we'll go back to you, ma'am.
Okay.
Ms. Wilder.
It's not taking her name. Okay, 1 second.
He's typing it in.
Where is it? It's not coming up. It's not pulling up. Okay. Okay. Danae Gutierrez, followed by Joey Wilder.
Ready? Oh. Good afternoon. How are you? Buenos días, buenas tardes. I hope you're doing well. My name is Danae Gutierrez, and I live at 3445 Linda Drive, Dallas, Texas, 75220. I have a first grader at Cigarro Elementary, and they won their soccer game yesterday, so we're proud of them. I wanted to ask you a question first, that if you knew that Dallas just launched the first electric body-operated streetcar. Dallas is on its way to becoming a global first-rate city, and it is time to let our superintendent take the education in the city of Dallas to a global first-rate education level. You all make it difficult for him to do his job when you're trying to divide our community and the education system in the DISD. No family is perfect, but we are still a family, and we need to support each other and be problem solvers instead of creating problems. If not letting the superintendent finish his job he was hired to do is something you want to do, then I want to hear you propose an alternative plan. I am not interested in you spending the public money to get a search firm to get another superintendent. We need to make sure that we support Destination 2020 and where it's going to lead our students, because they're going to go to greatness. That's what we're trying to do. Schools are not about teachers, they're not about interest groups, they're about students, and that's who we need to start focusing on our students. And Destination 2020, it's the way to go. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to present to the board. My name is Joey Wilder. My address is 6943 Clayton Avenue. I currently have a second grade daughter at Lakewood Elementary, and I am on LEAP's Architecture and Construction Committee. I am here today in regards to the short-term bridge financing plan for Lakewood Elementary and other schools in similar conditions. I understand and have considered that there are many concerns for all of DISD that you all have to take into consideration. However, I believe, as I know many of the parents here today do too, that this is a necessity and not an option to postpone or provide temporary solutions. To ensure the welfare and safety of our children and faculty, the Board of Trustees must act now. As you all are aware, Lakewood Elementary opened its doors in 1951. Portables and modulars that were meant to be temporary solutions are still being utilized 40 years later. Is 40 years considered to be temporary? That is almost a lifetime for me. I don't want to get into my age, but in addition to the condition of these portables, these temporary solutions have caused many other issues with the infrastructure of the main building, such as the cafeteria and the specials place. These infrastructure issues cannot be amended without substantial alterations. The school is located on a small site with limited access and has a large student population. This makes for constrained addition options. The carbon monoxide leak earlier this month that sickened many students and teachers is just one example of the safety issues existing at our aging, overcrowded facility. I am asking that the board consider this. Would you work in a rundown building that had exterior siding that was rusted through, flickering fluorescent lighting with little or no daylight, HVAC issues, smells that makes you nauseous, where you are exposed to external and internal dangers, where you never know if you will encounter another rat that has entered the portable openings, where there are sanitary issues due to the lack of restroom facilities, for which you have to exit one building and then travel to another just to use it. Yet, we are expecting our children to learn, excel, and spend majority of their day in these conditions. The $12.6 million allocated to Lakewood, along with the funds that have been raised by the local community, will go a long way to meeting our basic needs. LEAF recognizes that these funds will not be sufficient to meet the school's needs, but we are thrilled to make large strides towards this end. Lakewood's bridge plan allocation is by far the lowest funding per square foot of all the projects on the list. District staff and our community are asking for your support for basic needs. Just a facility that can house the kids, a facility that is safe, based on minimum building standards. We have maxed out on the number of portables we can have on the site, and the students and teachers cannot function in the 40-year-old portables. The Lakewood community greatly appreciates your support. We look forward to your vote and moving forward to provide a sufficient and safe facility for Lakewood Elementary and all the other schools in the similar situation included on the bridge plan. Thank you.
Joyce DeHaven, followed by Benjamin Roberts.
Yes, Superintendent Miles and trustees, I thank you for the opportunity to speak concerning the interim bridge plan. Okay, how about that? Is that better? Is that better? Is that better? Is that better? Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to speak concerning the interim bridge plan. My name is Joyce DeHaven. I reside at 3222 Dutchess Trail, Dallas, Texas, 75229. I've raised 4 children in the DISD system. It's a public system that I've been devoted to for the last 45 years. In addition, I now have grandchildren attending W.T. White High School. This issue is a maintenance issue, and hopefully it will not turn into yet another DISD political issue, which would be at the expense of our kids. I am here to present a petition with approximately 200 signatures urging our representative from District 1, Mrs. Jones, to vote for our kids' safety. With a yes vote, you can clear the way for maintenance departments to repair windows that will not open, leaking problems, peeling paint, broken doors, update electrical systems to support technology that's needed in every classroom. In addition, it will give students the opportunity to learn in real classrooms, moving them out of the hallways or the janitor's closet, which is now utilized as classrooms. This is an overcrowded school suffering from neglect, and years of quick fixes, which has left it in very sad shape. However, I'm convinced that as our representatives, you have all witnessed this erosion for yourself. W.T. White has been a neglected school as magnet schools and other sectors get updated classrooms and new athletic facilities. Yet W.T. White is one of the traditional DISD high schools ranked top in the nation by U.S. News and World Report. This was in 2009. Their AP programs and college readiness are higher than most comparable schools in the area. But not anymore if this continues. The absence of national ranking and recognition of a school like W.T. White is devastating to the entire DISD, no matter where you live, and should be to everyone sitting on the board. I'm sure all the trustees, especially Mrs. Jones, have witnessed firsthand this erosion when you visit W.T. White. Let me give you the definition of anything political. It's pertaining to theory or management of government. Let me give you the definition of maintenance: protection, support, upkeep, act of carrying on, and keeping us. Let's go with maintenance. It defines W.T. White school needs. Thank you.
Benjamin Robertson, followed by Addison Nelson.
Good evening. My name is Benjamin Roberts, and I am the Student Council 4th grade Vice President for Nathan Adams Elementary School. I live at 3562 Cloverdale Lane. I'm here to support the bridge plan because our schools are very old and in need of improvements. The schools on the list for the bridge plan were built for education 30 to 40 years ago, and it is time to upgrade our schools for the age of information 21st century education of today. With the school board's yes vote at Nathan Adams, we will be able to eliminate 12 portables and add a new building. Additionally, our classrooms will be improved and in better shape to educate the kids in Dallas. Finally, your vote is your commitment to us, the students, receiving a public education in a public school education in your city. Please show your commitment to your city, to your students' education, and to your future. Thank you.
Addison Nelson, followed by Carolyn Harrison.
And of course, I would have to go after that. My name's Addison Nelson. Everybody calls me Duke. I am a proud parent of, come on up here, Angelo. Of Angelo, come on. Okay. He goes to Nathan Adams. He's in kindergarten there. I have a middle one who's in pre-K at Nathan Adams. You can hide right here. It's okay. My 4-year-old eats lunch every day at 10:15 in the morning, an hour and a half after he eats breakfast. The cafeteria can't support better timing. My 4-year-old also spends 30 minutes twice a day waiting in line, sometimes outside, because the bathroom for his portable building is outside. So it's clear I am talking about support for this interim bridge program. I also represent our HOA in Schreiber Manor. That it constitutes about 1,700 residents. And the mass majority of us are all in support of this plan. Anything that would support getting rid of our portable buildings, managing some of the maintenance issues. I echo all of the things that we've heard so far from parents and students alike. It doesn't take an FCI report to show that these two campuses, Adams and White, are in desperate need of maintenance. One only has to walk on them and see them. The influx of portables also speaks to the larger issue of overcrowding and the overall footprint of the schools in the community. But by looking at the report, we can see that Adams and White are both categorized as needing urgent action. The proposed interim bridge plan will not solve every issue or concern that we have, but it will alleviate some of the most basic needs And when we can meet basic needs like climate and safety and infrastructure, then we can focus on what's most important, and that's our student success. Our neighbors, like I said, are in support of this. It helps the value of our neighborhood by creating an aesthetically pleasing environment with low negative impact to the area. It enhances DISD as a compelling option when so many neighbors in our area have chosen private over the quality education that we offer in DISD. If our core beliefs at DISD are about improving academic achievement, and if we truly have a commitment to student success, those values begin with a foundation of these basic needs. This is a very simple decision. So many children stand to gain and benefit from this proposal, and it completely aligns to our core values. Thank you, and please vote for the interim bridge.
Carolyn Harrison, followed by Seguin Tyler.
Good evening, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak to the board, Mike Miles, and Mr. Solis. Thank you. My name is Carolyn Harrison. I reside at 1847 Prairie View Drive, Dallas, Texas, Arlington Park Estates. I am here to speak in support of the agenda, the interim bridge plan. I am the old school of Arlington Park Estates. In other words, I was there when the school first opened up. Now I'm here to talk about giving us our school back. When our school was closed, it took the heart out of Arlington Park Estates, and that was not good. We are involved in working with the residents of our community on how to expand educational opportunities through the use of our school facility. I also envision the future partnership with the medical district. In the 1950s, many of our community leaders of our neighborhood fought to have a community school in our area. Yet, we stand here today working toward our challenging task of accomplishing our goal of reopening and revitalizing our school and the community. It is not an easy task for our community icons to have achieved the goal of bringing the neighborhood school to our community. We have always honored, cherished, and believed strongly in our history. When we pass by the school, we think about the struggle and all the hard work of the accomplishing the goal of an educational opportunity for all of our children. How it all seems to have been in vain when the school closed. However, the community of Arlington Park does not give up, and even after the school was closed in Arlington Park, our community got together a committee to rethink ways of resurrecting our school. We're asking the board, please vote to approve the bridge plan for Arlington Park Estates. Thank you for this opportunity.
Seguin Tyler, followed by John Guild.
Good evening. My name is Seguin Tyler, and I reside at 1816 Prairie View Drive in Arlington Park Estates. To Superintendent Mike Miles, Board President, and our school board trustee, Miguel Solis, and the other board members. I am here to speak in favor of agenda item number 20, the interim bridge plan. I am a graduate of Dallas ISD. My 6 siblings and I attended Arlington Park Elementary School. I and many others in the community addressed the school board in 2011 before the closing of Arlington Park Learning Center and the devastating impact it would have on our neighborhood. For years now, we have endured the political ramifications for one's personal agenda. Many of us have resided in Arlington Park for over 50 years, a community developed for Black World War II veterans. Our strength and ambition comes from doing what is right by upholding the history and legacy of the ones who came before us, the late Mr. Walter Brown, Mr. Sam Tasby, and other community leaders, a community that is now very diverse. Therefore, we formed Arlington Park School Committee, which has met since the closure of the school. It is difficult for us to see our babies boarding the bus from our neighborhood and transported to another school just to fill their vacancies. It is time we brought our children back home to their community where we can provide them with a hands-on approach in education. An early childhood center at Arlington Park presents the emergence of a new paradigm in the foundation and delivery of education. Given the history of Arlington Park School in our community, we believe developing a framework of education through strategic partnerships with the medical corridor and others in a powerful step forward. Therefore, we are asking the board to please vote in favor of the interim bridge plan. Thank you, Superintendent Mike Miles, for your vision by working to improve the education for the children in Dallas ISD.
John Gill, followed by Kathy Shockley.
My name is John Guild. I live at 3136 Sperry Street in Lakewood. I'm here to give my support to the interim bridge plan, as I imagine you all anticipated. You've heard from me a couple times on this issue, and I had not planned on coming here today. I actually had other plans. I had Erica Badu tickets, and my community is well represented. And then yesterday I read a news report, and it kicked me in the gut, because the allegation was made that my community was stealing from poor children to fund our school. I took an hour or two just to recover from that, because I supported this bridge plan believing that my school needed repairs. I knew that it involved a sacrifice, taking money away that might go to other programs, that there's a need to prioritize. I believed that the need to prioritize Lakewood was now. I've seen the school, I've seen the facilities, I've heard individuals describe the need for the DISD to only give the middle class kids what is necessary to keep the parents engaged and give the rest. I believe in progressive funding for education. I believe that children who come from disadvantaged circumstances, they need more of our attention, they need more of our money, they need us to lift them up. And we can only do that if we're all in this together. Not just the black community, not just the Hispanic community, not a segregated system, a system where there is a poor public school district and a rich private schools. That is a segregated school system. I know I am privileged. I know my child won the genetic lottery. I can send them to any private school in the city. I chose the DISD. I chose public schools because I believe in public education. And then I read the allegations of reverse Robin Hood. And I investigated. And I provided to you all a handout. It has 4 pages on the front and then all the backup data in the back. It's a lie. The DISD has regularly funded Lakewood Elementary at the lowest level of every elementary school in the district. On average, the DISD receives $1,300 less per student than the average elementary school in the DISD. Now, I think that's perfectly appropriate because I do recognize the need for progressive education. But do not tell me that we steal from poor children, because we don't. And if you look at the spending in the past 2 bond programs.
Thank you, Mr. Guild. Your time has expired. Kathy Shockley, followed by Elizabeth Weller.
Good evening. My name is Kathy Shockley. I attend, I live at 10745 Morning Glory Drive. Might as well attend W.T. White. I have two daughters at W.T. White. We've been a public school family for a number of years, and I would not want any of your jobs for all the money in the world. But tonight, I have to say, I envy you, because tonight, you all have an opportunity. You all have an opportunity to actually really make a true difference in the lives of the students of this district, and for that, I envy you. I was honored in 2008 to be the DISD Elementary School Volunteer of the Year at Withers Elementary School. And I received that award because the faculty and staff of that school felt that my efforts to improve the exterior of the building, the landscaping, had actually increased student and community spirit for the school, and thus had increased student performance. That was just rose bushes and landscaping. There are study after study that show that environment has a direct effect on student performance and teacher job satisfaction. This bridge plan is an absolute no-brainer, people. When my girls go to play softball at surrounding districts and they see the amazing athletic facilities and the fact that they don't have to walk a quarter of a mile to get to a toilet when they're out at their softball field, they look at me and they say, why in the world do they have these facilities and yet we don't? Why did you choose to send us to a DISD school? And I say, because we believe in public education. And I believe in the leadership, and I believe that tonight you all will be leaders and you will do what you've been elected to do, which is make this decision and vote for the interim bridge plan. Thank
you. Elizabeth Wello, followed by Ruth Ortiz.
My name is Elizabeth Weller. I live at 2720 Wimbledon Court in Carrollton, Texas. I'm probably from the furthest north of anybody here. I have been a volunteer in DISD for over 17 years, for a year longer than I had children in the district. My three children have attended Nathan Adams, Withers, Junkins, E.D. Walker, and W.T. White. I have served on the Boundaries Advisory Committee since 2004. I am very familiar with school utilization, capacity, and all the other issues that go into what these schools need. I am here to urge you to vote in favor of the bridge plan. In addition to the 800 signatures on a petition that Zealous got, the 200 signatures that Ms. DeHaven got, I have another 200 signatures of District 1 students, parents, teachers, homeowners, and voters asking you to please adopt the interim bridge plan and allow repairs and improvements to W.T. White, Nathan Adams, Cabell, and Marsh, and to build a pre-K center to serve the area north of LBJ as soon as possible. We want to have as much pride in our school buildings as we do in our debate team, DECA program, fine arts, sports teams, etc. This work needs to begin immediately. When Jerry Junkins Elementary opened, they were not able to have pre-K because it was overcrowded. It's overcrowded again. There's a new apartment complex opening now. We will have 300 apartments. If we get 20 to 30 students from that apartment complex, Junkins won't have pre-K next year. We need that pre-K center north of LBJ. Currently, there's 108 students needing pre-K in that area who are not being served. We're getting more housing built in our area. North Dallas and South Dallas, Seagoville, the edges of Dallas is the projected growth. That's why the bridge plan is so important, because it's putting improvements not just where students are now, but where they're projected to come, so there'll be a long-term benefit. This program is based on sound research. The Parsons report looking at facilities, what is the greatest need, what's utilization, and where projected growth is. The students need this now. Our kids need rooms with constant temperature. They need computer access in their schools. I can't tell you how many times I've heard from teachers and principals, DISD provides some great technology, but we can't use it because the Wi-Fi doesn't work. Yeah, okay. We have the lighting on the campuses is terrible. When you're trying to go to a sporting event at W.T. White at night, there are no lights from the parking lot to the gym. I asked about this. Oh, there's lights, and they have motion detectors. The problem is the motion detectors are above the covered walkway, so they never detect motion, so there are no lights. I'm surprised somebody hasn't tripped, fallen, and been injured. We have had people injured by the broken windows.
Thank you, Ms.
Please
Weller.
pass this
Your
now.
time has expired. Ruth Ortiz, followed by Mike Parker.
Good evening. My name is Ruth Ortiz. I reside on 5623 Arlington Park Drive, and I'm here to address Agenda Item 8A10 Interim Bridge Plan. I attended Dallas ISD since I was in first grade, and I'm a proud graduate of Skyline High School. I'm currently a teacher for Dallas ISD and an active member of Arlington Park Estates Community and chair of Arlington Park Estates School Committee. Arlington Park is a tight-knit community in the heart of Dallas Medical District. As a member of the community, I was deeply saddened at Arlington Park's Learning Center closure. As an educator, I could not help but feel a sense of injustice at the school's closure, injustice for the children and families of the community. The feeling of injustice prompted a need for action, as action generates hope, which helps relieve sadness. Being involved with Arlington Park community has provided that hope. I've witnessed numerous people unite and fight for the future of our community. The interim bridge plan will give that hope fruition and make it a reality. With the interim bridge plan, Arlington Park Learning Centers has the opportunity to be a model school for early childhood education. The community of Arlington Park and the students of Dallas ISD deserve a world-class facility they can attend. Arlington Park is not only the best place, but the perfect place for this to happen. It counts with a centralized location surrounded by a wealth of resources and people eager to uplift the children of Arlington Park and Dallas ISD. I urge the Board of Trustees to vote in favor of the interim bridge plan. Thank you for your dedication and commitment to all children.
Mike Parker, followed by Vincent Parker.
Good evening, Mr. Miles. My name is Mike Parker. I am a retired and rested 41-year-old. I'm gonna let you believe that. 41-year retired music teacher. 37 of those years were in Dallas ISD. When I came to DISD in 1975, I started my career at Peeler Elementary, where the kids needed me, but they didn't know how much I needed them. And that continued at J.L. Long, E.H. Carey, in the last 14 years of my career at W.T. White. Our choir program flourished in all of those schools, but I would like to talk a little bit about the last school, W.T. White. During my tenure, our choirs won numerous awards, including singing for the State Board of Education, singing National Anthem at Rangers Ballpark, 2 performances at the Myerson Symphony Center. The choir has won many First Division ratings and sweepstakes trophies. In fact, I just came from Duncanville High School, where the choir is bringing home sweepstakes trophies tonight. Now, the reason I wanted to address you is simply new choral facilities are badly needed. Many times after attending events at other DISD and other school districts, comments from schools from the students were, I wish we had a choir room like that. The original blueprint for W.T. White had the present choir room listed as the custodial offices, and it is still to that day the custodial offices and the choir room. One year I had 90 students in varsity choir in that small room, and doing choreography, trying to listen to evaluate in the acoustics of that room were very difficult to do. The music library is in the hallway. There are no practice rooms, no storage for sound equipment, shared uniform rooms with band and dance programs, no office for directors, and still W.T. White Choir succeeds in being one of the best in the district as well as the region. Please consider the needs of future choir students so the music can hold a standard of excellence that is already in place. Thank you.
Vincent Parker, followed by Willie Mae Coleman.
My name is Vincent Parker, and I serve as pastor at the Golden Gate Baptist Church in a little neighborhood called the Bottom in Dallas. I guess I want to stand here first to do something I don't get often an opportunity to do, is I guess to congratulate you on the DISD staff and this board for this bridge program that you have put forward. You've seen me stand here a few times before to argue for a little neighborhood called the Bottom, for a school called Harley, And I guess I want to appreciate the work that you've done, because when I stood here last year, you didn't vote to open the school. And so, of course, I was tremendously disappointed, and I felt like what you had recommended was going to end up in a political and bureaucratic black hole. But I guess I can see today that I was wrong, and I'm glad about it. And so for a community like the Bottom, I asked you last year to consider a full grid for your decision making in this process. To consider a neighborhood like ours, certain neighborhoods have resources, economically and socially, and so the school reflects that. But a school like Harlee and the neighborhood like it, where the challenges and economic and social challenges are great, a decision to open up a school like Harlee is an investment in that neighborhood. It's a statement that you can do, and this neighborhood can grow, and it's prepared to grow. And so a decision to vote yes for this particular bridge program, and specifically as it relates to the Harlee school, I just wanted to come here and say I'm in full support of it. This community has been serious about its development. They have been determined. They have been persistent. And a vote yes today would affirm their work and encourage the continued work. So I want to thank you for what you have done, especially Dr. Blackburn. I'm not sure if some of the people that are here who have served on our Harlee Reborn team are here. Dr. Sorrells, they're sitting here, Sister Knight, Mavis Knight, some others. We're glad to have each one of them here to support Dr. David Brown. And so, yeah, they're sitting over there. Go ahead and stand up. I realize no plan is perfect. The resources are stretched thin. I guess if I was in another neighborhood where a school was opening up or it closed, I'd be standing for them. But I stand for Harlee today. And I look forward to seeing what this thing is going to do, this school is going to do, and how lives are going to be helped, changed, and transformed, and a neighborhood is spoken. Your flagship school is right across the street, called Townview. So I look forward to the investment that you're making today to add on to what is already there. God bless you.
Our last speaker is Willie Mae Coleman.
Thank you. My name is Willie Mae Coleman, and I live at 3802 York Street. And tonight, this brought back memories. 1940, my first year in elementary school. And I think back how you're saying and screaming now, and look at our children now, what they're going through. It's awful. I'm here on behalf of Frazier. We need that school, 900 apartments, townhomes right there at the door. Babies are born there, 2 or 3 dozens a day. And we need that school open and back running, so that for the reason of having these children back in school, they need to go to school. They're so young. And I wish and hope that everyone will vote and give Frazier the money they need to open, and everybody, and thank you for the bridge.
This concludes our speakers.
Please state your point of order.
Excuse me, I'd like to move that we move up the speakers to the non-agenda items at this time.
Okay. Well, that's not a point of order, but we will entertain the request. We have a lot of information to discuss. At this point, I believe we need to move forward with our agenda. So, do you have a second?
You're supposed to ask if there's an objection.
Yes. Well, I'm going to tell you right now, that wasn't a point of order. We heard a suggestion. Okay. Is there an objection? There is an objection. If you just wait for just 1 second, please.
Can we take a vote, please?
There has been an objection. In order to overrule the objection, we will take a vote. A majority vote will win, and we'll move the other 11 speakers up. All those in favor of moving the non-agenda item speakers up, please raise your hands. And all those opposed.
The motion passes 6 voting yes and 3 voting no.
We will now move the non-agenda item speakers up. And Ms. Gull, if you'll please call the names.
Okay, Mr. Robert Ceccarelli, followed by Max Smith.
Good evening, Board. I'm going to be talking about tonight about several things. Has to do with what's going on in Dallas right now. First, I want to talk about Miguel. I saw you a week ago Sunday on Channel 5. I'm very puzzled, but I'm not too surprised that when you mentioned pre-K education is the only thing Mike Miles was noted during your speech there, and also I believe school choice. Sir, Mike Miles was not hired for pre-K education. The first year and a half of his administration, he never brought it up, never. Also, he never brought up about school choice. I went to every open mic meeting. He never brought it up. Mike Miles fell in the lap of pre-K education. It's going across the country. Why are you giving him credit for that? I don't have the faintest idea. But you're recognizing that the test scores are not going up at all. You're recognizing that the achievement gap between the blacks and whites have not lessened. Because you don't say that, you recognize Mike Miles is not doing the job he's supposed to do. Also, you have mentioned about the ACT and SAT scores. You didn't mention anything about that at all. So he's not being hired what he was supposed to do. What I say this is take advantage of this, Ms. Nuttall, Ms. Foreman, about what Miles is here to do. Miguel Solis is right hand.
Mr. Ceccarelli, I appreciate you addressing individual trustees, but you were it's stated at the beginning, please address the board at large.
Just you, sir.
Thank you.
All right. So I just want to let you know that, sir, you just recognize that Mike Miles is not doing his job. Please, please, make sure that he does his job and try not to defend him for pre-K because it's going to cost the country and he just fell in his lap. He's not doing anything special. If Mike Miles went away tomorrow, pre-K would still be here because of Austin and DC with their funding. Please don't forget that. Also, I'm still asking, Mike Miles is always having excuses. Give him a few more years here in DISD. What I'm asking again is what are the SAT and ACT results in Colorado? Last year at Addison High School when I saw you, Miguel, he did not bring it up when he had that rah-rah speech at Addison High School. That would have been the time for him to bring it up. He never did. And also I'd ask you, Miguel.
Mr. Ceccarelli, please, the board at large, please.
Okay. I asked somebody there about student discipline, and sir, I'm just saying that was a good question that you wanted me to ask Miles, and you wanted to ask Miles himself, but we don't know what you asked him. You thought it was a very good idea about what I told you about student discipline, and Miles never brings up. Also, what we need to do is to make sure that when the speakers come here.
Thank you, Mr. Ceccarelli. Your time has expired. Max Smith, followed by Rosario Hernandez.
Thank you for moving us up. I go to bed at 9 o'clock and I wasn't looking forward to staying here till the bitter end. I note that next week that you are going to be meeting with the superintendent and evaluating his performance, and I came to offer my views. I've been hearing and reading a lot of disturbing things about our superintendent. There are things that he does that I may not like, but there's the way he manages. Things that he does can be fixed. The way he manages is not likely to change. I hear that he is a bully, that he manages by fear and intimidation, that he retaliates against people who disagree with him. Parents and teachers are upset by what he does and how he does it. The teacher turnover rates tell you that something is wrong. Teachers are not happy and they're voting with their feet. And Mr. Miles would not have to make such heroic efforts to fill his teacher positions if he retained more of the ones he has. Do you think that he's getting rid of bad teachers and getting better ones? If you think he has a talent for that, you need to consider his record for hiring his top staff. Now, all this angst might be worth it if he were improving the district, but on his watch, the number of non-performing schools has risen from 40 to 73, and test scores are declining. It might be worth it if he were cutting expenses, but on his watch, administrative costs have risen by 40%, money that could have been spent to maintain schools that are in the bridge program or in the classroom. You have personal experience with his tactics of retaliation and intimidation. There's the letter that he trumped up against Ms. Jones, the incident when he had Mrs. Nuttall dragged out of a school, and then the investigation of Ms. Nuttall by Paul Coggins that he ordered and paid for at taxpayer expense. Those were attacks on you, and I am astounded that he still works here after he did those things. What do you think would happen to one of his subordinates if they did that to him? I hope that when you meet with the superintendent next week, you will not be intimidated, but resolve to end this reign of terror and intimidation. And you need to begin to dismantle the bloated administrative staff and start with this Gestapo that he has recruited and calls classroom evaluators. At a minimum, this man who operates on the premise that it's his way or the highway should leave your meeting understanding that he works for you and that the highway runs both ways.
Rosario Hernandez, followed by Laura Andre. Laura Andre, followed by Georgia Andre.
I appreciate you moving our time up. I have 4 tests to study for. Hello, everyone. My name is Laura Andre, and I attend Irma Rangel Young Women's Leadership School. Irma Rangel is a magnet school in District 9. A few months ago, I began a petition to increase the ISD teachers' pay and to set less stringent rules and regulations for how they plan lessons. At this time, my petition has over 1,700 signatures. For the last few months, I've had to take a break from this uphill battle. I began feeling extremely discouraged about the state of the district when I learned that teachers were having to apply for the DTR, or Distinguished Teacher Review. Why is it that my veteran teachers are having to apply for a program that gives them the payment they've been working for years to acquire, when they should have already achieved this level of pay? I was also becoming discouraged from the lack of acknowledgement from our superintendent when he chose to dismiss me because of my level of education. However, I realized one night as I was falling asleep that my teachers don't have the same luxury. While I'm avoiding my problems, they're slaving over the requirements placed on them by the district, preparing for the meetings that will take up their already precious time, and getting ready for the next day of intrusive evaluations. And this is all so they can meet the almost impossible requirements our superintendent has chained to their salaries. My principal announced on Wednesday that she will be leaving her school of 10 years, having served this district for more than 30 years. After my initial sadness, I realized I'm angry. I'm angry about the horribly thought out programs that have been weighing down my teachers. I'm angry my school officials and board members seem not to care about the well-being of us students, with the exceptions of Trustees Foreman and Nuttall. I'm angry that more than half of my teachers have mentioned leaving at the end of this school year. But mostly I'm angry at Mr. Miles for enacting reforms that have poisoned our district. We students will no longer allow our voices to be stifled or categorized as unimportant. We're aware of the problems of our district, and we refuse to be silenced. Our teachers with multiple preps are overloaded. At my campus, the average teacher has 3 to 4 preps with only 1 planning period every other day. I invite those of you who sit in those 9 seats to reconsider if you would be deemed effective in that situation. I have a teacher that's doing the work of 4 people, and despite countless speakers standing in this exact spot saying these exact words, you have done absolutely nothing about it. What will it take for the 9 of you to realize the gravity of this problem? A teacher doing the work of 4 teachers being paid the salary of 1. The district is a sinking ship, and if you don't do something about it immediately, more of our effective and passionate teachers will jump ship. And these good teachers will join the districts that have less requirements and still master the classroom. Thank you for your time.
Georgia Andre, followed by Vinod Pillai.
Good evening. My name is Georgia Andre, and I'm the proud mother of Irma Rangel student Lara Andre. For months now, I have sat in silence watching my daughter, her peers, teachers, and union members plead their case against Superintendent Miles and some of the ridiculous changes that have been implemented in the DISD school district. Although I have heard that statistics and parental solidarity are the way to get the council's attention, by observing the body language and lack of interest shown by Mr. Miles and some of the other board members to these heartfelt speeches over the months, validated for me that yet another emotion-filled speech would be a complete waste of my time and yours. So instead tonight, I am choosing to engage you in a discussion around your ability to affect change. I have been in senior IT positions for IT companies for over a decade and have seen the culture in what used to be acceptable practices make drastic transformations, including public acknowledgement of company and personal mistakes. So often in business, I have dealt with people who believe that admitting they were wrong showed weakness or ineptness. The danger of this belief, especially when it is held by someone in a position of power or authority, is that it backs them into defending their poor choices, even when they themselves have come to recognize their initial decision was wrong. People around them not only recognize when mistakes have been made, they also recognize when someone is covering up their own tracks. They ultimately lose the respect, trust, and confidence of their coworkers, and more often than not, employees will jump ship at the first opportunity that comes along to work in a better environment. This scenario has to sound familiar to you all. It takes great courage personally, let alone professionally, to utter the words, "I was wrong, and I'm sorry." However, did you know that if you Google Dallas Independent School District, the first pages of results are various apologies from Superintendent Miles and Mr. Solis regarding various mistakes they have made? Gentlemen, one can only utter the phrase, "I am sorry," so many times before the apology, sincerity is no longer believed. Over the years, I have learned that if we want to be genuinely successful in both business and life, we have to be willing to set aside our pride, our fears, and insecurities, and come to recognize that to be a true leader that is deserving of a position of authority, we must earn the respect of our coworkers. Today is a new beginning, a chance to turn your failures into achievements and start rebuilding DISD into the educational force it once was on track to be. On behalf of the teachers, students, and parents of DISD who have been suffering through all of the apologies and ineptness, we are done listening to all of the words and expect you, beg you to be brave and find the courage to stand up and act. Thank you.
Vinod Pala, followed by Melissa Higginbotham.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Vinod Pillai, and I am speaking today on behalf of Dallas Kids First. I reside within District 8 at 3711 Cole Avenue, Dallas, Texas 75204. Recently, the board called a meeting to review and discuss the contract of the current superintendent. This meeting could result in major changes to the district's leadership structure, creating a ripple effect throughout our schools and possibly derailing the long-term focus of the district. That's why such discussions should only be held in the best interest of our students. They should be based on data, such as STAR results that will be out this summer, and a complete performance review. Importantly, these decisions should not be influenced by politics. The timing of this meeting, however, threatens its focus. With 3 board seats up for election on May 9th, there is strong potential for this discussion to become politicized and election concerns to take precedence over the success of students. A meeting to review and potentially make changes to the superintendent's contract should not be held under this cloud of politics, and I urge the trustees who requested this meeting to consider postponing until a new board is in place after the upcoming election. Thank you.
Melissa Higginbotham, followed by Renee Honey.
Good evening, and thank you to the board for all that you do. I do know that each of you care so deeply about the success of the district. But saying that, today I am here to question the wisdom of the timing of 3 trustees calling a meeting to discuss the future leadership in our district. This is coming at a time when 3 trustees are at the end of their current term, 1 not returning and the other 2 facing re-election. Having this meeting so close to elections only makes sense if you're prioritizing politics over kids. 160,000 of our kids depend on all 9 of you to guide this district thoughtfully. I ask the board to adjust the timing of this meeting to follow the elections, not precede them, to allow for this critical decision to have fewer political implications and focus on a functioning system of schools and successful kids. Thank you.
Renee Honey, followed by George Rangel.
President Solis, Trustees, and Superintendent Miles, I'm Rena Honey, and I work at 334 Center Street in Dallas in District 7. I serve as the co-chair of a Young Dallas coalition called Our Community, Our Schools, which I'll refer to the rest of this time as OCOS. I'm also president of Alliance AFT. I'm joined by coalition partners Angela Davis, president of NEA Dallas, and George Rangel, and we have some other OCOS members that if you would stand to be a part of this presentation as well. In response to the Home Rule Charter Schools District effort that was launched in March 2014, the Our Community, Our Schools Coalition formed a grassroots partnership that brought together those in our community who are invested in the preservation and improvement of public education in our city. We believe that our neighborhood public schools are more than just buildings. They're the heart of our communities. It's time to recognize our schools as pivotal to the economic and social well-being of our community, city, and our state. OCOS launched a series of community conversations to discuss our shared vision for great schools in Dallas ISD. Parents, community leaders and members, faith-based organizations, civic and business groups, students and educators from every quadrant of Dallas ISD were invited to participate. Our goal was to provide authentic opportunities to engage our communities in the process to develop a real plan to improve Dallas ISD neighborhood public schools and to hear from those who would be most affected both directly and indirectly by school reform. Several overarching themes were discovered in these conversations and put in a written report that you're receiving tonight, and one theme stood out. You have that report in front of you. Participants voiced overwhelming support for community schools, particularly in our highest needs neighborhoods. Community schools would provide students and their families with the supports and services that could make a powerful difference. These wraparound services are not meant to replace staff or programs in schools that are currently doing this work, but to expand and amplify their efforts. A community school is not a program, but a collaborative approach to providing supports that translate into student success. Community school partners often achieve more effective outcomes and fiscal efficiencies by eliminating duplicative efforts. We strongly urge you to read the reports. Citizens in the Dallas ISD boundaries believe that these ideas will help reclaim the promise of a stellar education for every student in our neighborhoods. You have the roadmap of a true collaborative effort. Thank you, Ms. Honey.
Your time has expired.
Thank you for your time, your service, and for your appreciation tonight that we give
George
to you.
Rangel, followed by Arthur Fleming.
Good evening, President Solis, Trustees, Superintendent Miles. My name is George Rangel. I'm an Executive Vice President of Alliance AFT. Our office is at 334 Center Street, Dallas, Texas, 75208. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you tonight. I'm here tonight to discuss the workplace bullying. Last month, a number of parents made presentations on behalf of teachers that were afraid to speak to you in person. A culture of retaliation and intimidation is destroying the already low morale in Dallas ISD campuses and work sites. When you realize that a toxic culture is forced, compliance is, when will you realize that a toxic culture of forced compliance is counterproductive and harmful to the students? As our elected school board members, I ask that you look at the employee turnover on your campuses and your districts. Look at the number of highly effective teachers, experienced employees the district has lost and continues to lose to Mesquite, Garland, Irving, and the surrounding districts. Who will mentor our novice teachers and new employees? Alliance AFT Teachers and Support asks that you revise the current bullying policy. While lengthy, the current policy contains vague enforcement language and lacks clear consequences for employees that engage in bullying. If it is not enforced, a policy isn't worth the paper it's written on. Too many district employees are frustrated and fed up. Many leave in tears at the end of the day. This has gone on too long. It's time for action. Dallas ISD cannot do their best work for students when they are regularly bullied, harassed, and intimidated. HCM works hard to hire excellent employees. Instead of threatening them and tearing them down, let's support them and build them up. I provided each of you a packet containing comments we've received from DISD employees. Please read them. Recently, several Texas ISD or Texas schools districts have, including Houston, El Paso, have adopted policies against workplace bullying. We've included a copy of the Houston policy for your review. Our students and our schools will not reach their full potential as long as our campuses and work sites are places of fear instead of collaboration and creativity. It's time to fix this. Do the right thing for the staff, the students, revise and strengthen the anti-bullying policy for DISD. Send a clear message that whether the victims or adults and students, there is no place for bullying in Dallas ISD. Show the employees that you respect them, value them, and please listen to the parents that come up here and tell you about the problems that the teachers are having in the classrooms. Or now, the parents are coming in to tell you of the problems that teachers are facing in the classroom. Please stop the retaliation in the classroom. Thank you.
Arthur Flibbin, followed by Judith Hernandez.
Good evening. My name is Arthur Fleming. I live at 822 Westover Drive, Lancaster, Texas. I came to meet the board, so I can let you know that I'm the new elected president of Dallas Branch NAACP. Before I speak to the issue, I want you to know that this is Chris Lasson, my communication chair, and he'll be coming up here from time to time to speak to you guys. I just want to say, if the news reports are correct about the two-tier educational system, it's unacceptable. So tonight, in the interest of truth and transparency, the Dallas Branch NAACP requests that this board conduct an internal audit into this matter so that we can be sure that it's not Robin Hood in reverse. If the accusations are correct, it's beyond unfair. It's literally picking winners and losers. Again, let's get the facts out so that we can focus on the children. The Dallas Branch NAACP look forward to working with this board, and we look forward to meeting with Superintendent Miles. Thank you very much.
Judith Hernandez, followed by Martha Laura. Judith Hernandez.
Okay, mi nombre es Judith Hernández, 2214 Wilbur Street, Dallas, Texas, 75244. Buenas noches, miembros de la mesa directiva y a todos los presentes. Muchas gracias por tomarse el tiempo de escucharme. Soy madre de 2 hijos, uno de ellos está en María Moreno Elementary School. La razón por la cual estoy aquí es porque vengo a levantar una queja. El maltrato que estamos recibiendo los padres y los voluntarios en nuestra escuela. No nos dan el derecho a llevarles almuerzo a nuestros hijos. Nada más que una sola vez por mes, el último viernes de cada mes. Como madre esto se me hace injusto, yo debería de tener derecho de llevarle el almuerzo las veces que yo quisiera. Otra, cuando toca llevar el lonche a mi nena el último viernes de este mes, en la oficina de la escuela siempre se encuentra una sola persona para darnos el pase. La verdad se tarda demasiado. La hora del almuerzo es a las 11. Mis hijos tienen media hora para tomar el lonche. Llegando hay bastantes madres de familia llenando a veces la solicitud en la oficina. Entonces eso se tarda como 10 a 15 minutos en lo que están llenando y dándonos los pases y perdemos 10 a 15 para estar con nuestros hijos. Deben ser más competentes para atendernos. Tienen que organizarse mejor porque es un desastre total. Aparte de mi experiencia, María Moreno es una escuela IR de bajo rendimiento académico y el comportamiento de la administración hacia mí y a mi hija no ha sido correcto. La directora no nos ha informado de qué está haciendo para cambiar estas condiciones. No nos informa de qué piensa arreglar, resolver el currículo para que los estudiantes superen los niveles bajos que han recibido en años anteriores. Mi hija acaba de comenzar la escuela y se merece educación de calidad con personal capacitado y competente tanto en lo académico como en lo personal. Por eso, hoy vengo ante ustedes para pedirles de favor que nos ayuden a resolver los problemas de nuestra escuela. Muchas gracias por escucharme. Es todo de mi parte. Gracias.
Martha Laura, followed by Virginia Baltazar.
Señor Maymar, señor Miguel Solís.
Señora, can you...
Aquí tengo esta carta. Buenas noches. Yo quisiera que ustedes se quedaran con esta carta. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, señora.
¿A quién se la entrego, señor Solís?
Can you get this from her really quickly? Sí, gracias, señora.
Muchas gracias.
Sí. No, she just wants to hand them.
Muy buenas noches. Voy a tomar el micrófono porque la persona que sigue no está presente. Yo soy la señora Rosa Longoria. Vengo de la escuela, soy abuela voluntaria y estoy involucrada en la escuela de L. O'Donnell Elementary School desde 1995. Yo entré por el coraje, por mirar que les vendían el agua a los niños, que los sentaban en el sol arriba de 100 grados de temperatura, por muchas razones. Pero el hecho está de que todavía estoy con mis nietos ahí y sigo siendo voluntaria en esa escuela. Primeramente voy a darle las gracias, ¿verdad?, por darme esta oportunidad de estar aquí con ustedes, a usted, Miguel Solís, al superintendente Mike Miles, a nuestro representante Eric, que por cierto él estuvo visitando nuestra escuela en septiembre. Voy a lo que yo vengo. Yo vengo aquí a representar a los voluntarios porque yo he sido voluntaria por muchos años. Y el PTA ha sido fuerte y fue registrado desde 1996. Pero, fíjense bien, por ser voluntaria de esa escuela, yo este año comencé a ayudar de 3 a 5 de la tarde para apoyar los programas de enriquecimiento después de clases. Porque nuestra directora es una directora nueva, Susana Hernández, no tenía tantos programas. Le dije, yo me comprometo con más de 40 estudiantes, yo hago los vestuarios, yo les proveo todo a los estudiantes para que ellos salgan adelante y se recreen físico y mentalmente. Pero también soy presidente del PTA y por eso estoy aquí esta noche, por voluntaria y por ser presidenta del PTA. Porque nos salió nuestra directora, que es nueva en esa escuela, que su jefa, la señora Tracy Brown, no quiere los PTAs en sus escuelas, que su jefa le está sugiriendo que elimine el PTA, que su jefa le está diciendo ya, la última junta que ella estuvo presente en octubre 17 con la mesa directiva del PTA, nos dijo ya, nunca hemos tenido ni un problema con padres, con maestros o algo así en los PTAs, ni nada de eso. Porque nosotros, como es un PTA fuerte, estamos acostumbrados a llevar recursos para los padres, talleres, hacer la colecta de fondos para todo lo que se necesitan, el de música, y le voy a entregar el reporte a usted.
Gracias, señora.
Virginia Baltazar, followed by Rosa Longoria.
No, she just spoke for her.
Yo soy la señora Longoria, perdón, porque la otra persona que llamaron no está presente.
Our last speaker is Rosa Longoria.
No, she just spoke for.
This
It's
is Rosa
okay.
Longoria because the
Gracias, señora.
person who
So this concludes our
speaks
speakers?
before is not present.
Entiendo. We're all practicing our Spanish still. We're working
This
on it.
concludes our speakers.
Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we will begin this evening with the Superintendent of Schools report. Mr. Miles, please begin your report.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the board. Tonight, I will discuss the 2015-2016 action plan. You will recall that this was supposed to be part of the briefing, but in the interest of time on that snow day, we decided to do it tonight. So I will talk about the 15-16 district action plan. I always like to start with the sense of urgency. This is the most important work of our time, and our kids don't have a lot of time. And so the changes on the margins are not what we've been about over the last 3 years. We're looking to close the achievement gap and really have college and career readiness for our kids. Of course, the 15-16 action plan follows the Destination 2020 plan, and also, in broad view, the board goals. There are 9 or 10 board goals. You see them on this slide, well known to this board, of course, and the next 5. These are our board goals. Our focus, of course, has been graduating college and career-ready students by the year 2020. More specifically, we want to have the highest college and career-ready rate or percentage of graduates of any large urban district in the nation. Those are broad terms still, and so more specifically than that, 90% of our students graduating on time, 40% of our students attaining a 21 or higher composite ACT or SAT of 990 on reading and math, 80% of our students to enter college, the military, or career-ready jobs straight from high school, and 75% of our students to be proficient on the year 2020 Workplace Readiness Assessment. And in the short term, the proxy for that is our industry-approved certifications. These are the goals of Destination 2020, so any action plan, the 15-16 action plan, should also have these as the long-term goals. In your plan, you'll see a lot of very specific targets for the 15-16 school year, all the way to the year 2020. To bring it just the 20,000-foot view, the theory of action in Dallas ISD over the last 3 years has been 3 broad objectives, 3 broad variables to turn around a school. And we spend a lot of time, energy, and effort on these 3 things, and you'll see them over and over again in Destination 2020, but also the 15-16 action plan. Number 1, an effective teacher in every classroom. Number 2, effective leadership team in every school. And number 3, high expectations among staff, parents, and community. Give me a school with 50 out of 60 effective teachers, that same school with a strong leadership team, and number 3, high expectations among staff and parents and kids. And there's nothing that will stop that school. That school will turn around. That is not to say that there aren't other things that aren't important. That's not to say that we can't use more technology, adult mentors, after-school activities, breakfast in the classroom, extracurricular materials, professional development. All those things are important. But none of those things will be maximally effective if we don't have an effective teacher in front of the child, effective school leadership, and higher expectations. So you see in this plan, we follow that theory of action, just as we have done the last 3 years. A transformation is needed, and we will stay the course, which means we'll continue on this journey of transformation. One might ask, why stay the course? What is the evidence that the journey is headed in the direction we think it will head? And board members, you have seen before the academic achievement data from the ACPs. You know about the AP scores. You may not know, though, the ERG results. That's a company that does its own independent analysis of the academic achievement of Dallas compared to the 200 other largest districts in the state who also have a significant number of free and reduced lunch students. We will provide that information for you in a full report, but just let me give you the preview. Last year, the ERG said we outpaced almost every single other district in the growth of our achievement. They called it the Dallas Miracle. That was the results from the 12-13 school year. The results of the 13-14 school year show almost the same, slightly lower, but really outpacing where this district has been in the past. But without regard to the academic achievement, there's been other accomplishments. Let me name them. And yes, number one is the implementation of the Teacher Excellence Initiative, which is going to go a long way to having an effective teacher in front of every kid. Without reform of the evaluation system, we will not know who's effective and who is. We have defined effectiveness through this program. We have supported effectiveness through this program, and we will reward effectiveness through this program. It has been a heavy lift of staff, and I'm happy to say that, yes, there are 1,402 distinguished eligible teachers who have gone through the process this year. The staff help with that. Our principals help with that. The schools help. In the end of the day, it's the teacher stepping up, having the courage. Those 1,400 teachers are remarkable and right now going through a distinguished review process, and we will determine at the end of that process whether they are indeed distinguished, which means proficient 2, proficient 3, or exemplary, or proficient. We've also developed an ACE pilot program, an ACE program to begin incentivizing the movement of the district's most effective teachers to work with our most struggling schools. I will talk about that in just a minute. But that's a couple of the speakers addressed this notion of inequity, which if you saw my press conference yesterday, you know set many of us off. I'll use that phrase. Because, just like the gentleman at the podium, or at the mic, we spend a lot of time and effort in this district actually attending to the needs of our children. And yes, we have to prioritize, and this district has been spending a lot of effort in that area. You may recall Destination, or Imagine 2020. We had to fight here at the board table to say we need to spend $8.4 million on 3 feeder patterns: Pinkston, Lincoln, Madison. And then last year we added, or for this year, we added South Oak Cliff. That's additional money going to our neediest kids. We don't have enough money to give everybody, that's true. So we have to prioritize. You may know that the IR campuses, improvement required campuses, those are the ones, the struggling campuses, improvement required. At the beginning of this year, at the beginning of last year, we sat down with each campus and said, okay, what do you need? What support? Over and above what we're already providing. And we spend over $2 million each year on just those campuses. I don't see that going to our less needy kids. I see that going to our most needy kids. The ACE program is similarly designed. 6 schools that are our most struggling schools will receive, the teachers will receive an incentive, our distinguished teachers, to go and teach at those schools. That's more money. That will be $3 million we're bringing to the board in the budget this year to support our most needy kids. So the authors of those reports really don't know what they're talking about, and this 15-16 action plan will indeed continue that effort. Number 2 is continued implementation of the principal evaluation system. And yes, we open the school with the lowest number of teacher vacancies on record. To put that in some perspective, to show that that's an accomplishment that we need to continue to to hone is that in 2011-2012 school year, there were 880 teacher vacancies at the start of the school year. I hope there was an outcry at that time so that the processes we put in place to get to 16 was a tremendous lift, and the 15-16 action plan is going to continue those processes. We developed a plan to open 35 choice schools by the year 2020. That's moving forward. That was quite a lift, and thanks to the Innovation and Transformation Office led by Mike Kaprowski, that's moving forward well. We developed an ambitious plan to focus on our investment in early childhood. Alan Cohen and his team really moving forward on that. We developed a comprehensive facilities plan. No, it has not been passed right now. It's being vetted by the Future Facilities Task Force, but just the development of it and the thought and the methodology that went into it is going to supplement the bridge plan should that plan be passed tonight. The seventh accomplishment is the continued strengthening the district's financial position. We are in the best financial position we have ever been in. We have a fund balance of $342 million that will probably grow by the end of this year. We have increased our bond rating, and we've been able to do all of this while still providing higher salaries. We gave it 3% last year, at 2% the year before. My first year, when the salary was already determined, we gave a stipend of $750 to all teachers. That was quickly forgotten. But we were able to put more money into salaries. We increased the number of teachers. We increased the number of APs. We increased the number of counselors. We increased the number of instructional coaches. That's the sort of plan that we have put in place because we need effective teachers. And the 15-16 action plan, you'll see, continues that effort. Number 9, we began the district's online newsroom, the Hub. If you've not been to the Hub online, that is the district's online newsroom, you'll get the accurate information. You don't have to guess at it. You don't have to read the Dallas Morning News. You should read the Hub, and you'll find a lot more about the district than anywhere else. And then finally, number 10, while this may go unnoticed to a lot of people, this team, this district, this administration, with the help of the board, manages crises pretty well. Not manufactured crises, real one, like the Ebola crisis back in October. I only tell you this, board, or review this quickly because we need to stay the course. The action plan that you'll see tonight keeps the district on that track. The district processes and systems are improving. Our achievement is moving in the right direction, and the actions that we have taken will bear fruit for kids related to effective teachers, effective school leaderships, and higher expectations down the road. So Destination 2020 is still our goalpost in those 4 areas. So the 15-16 action plan continues TEI and adds, because we said we would support, grow the support that teachers receive. Summer learning labs and academies, professional development has grown, and we also will tie TEI to compensation at the beginning of next year. We will and reward those teachers who should, as some speakers have said, be paid well. We will expand the leadership academies as far as the 15-16 action plan, strengthen our professional culture by designing a new evaluation system for central office that will replace the 3R system that many of you are familiar with. We will continue to strengthen our evaluation systems, this time with the system principals and counselors starting. This year we started executive director eval system and teachers. Next year, assistant principals and counselors. And then, like I said, incentivize the movement of effective teachers to IR campuses. Let me spend just a moment on that because while we will stay the course, we won't do a lot of new things in Dallas next year, except for this, this ACE program. Across the country, it is true that in urban centers in particular, our lowest performing schools have the least effective teachers. You can look it up Google it, you'll see that there's plenty of research that supports that statement. The question is that true in Dallas? Are our lowest performing schools, do they have our least effective teachers? And that direct answer is, I don't know. We don't have 10,000 evals yet. We will. And I'll be able to tell you definitively at the end of the summer whether or not our lowest performing schools have our least effective teachers or our most effective teachers. But we do have a proxy, at least in the short term. We have some data, and that is the question of where are our distinguished eligible teachers. We had 1,477 teachers identified as the best and brightest by 222 principals. Where are those 1,477 teachers? Well, we asked that question, and these are the results. Of all the teachers teaching in the IR schools, about 2,000 teachers, only 8% of them were identified as distinguished eligible. Of the regular schools that are not IR, nor are they magnet, 15.2% of all the teachers were identified as distinguished eligible. And of the magnet teachers, 27.3% identified as distinguished eligible. So we'll have to wait till the summer, but we can already have an indication by looking at this data that our lowest performing schools probably have our least effective teachers. So we should not wait. We should spend the money and energy and time to do something about that. Our first steps towards that is called ACE, Accelerating Campus Excellence. We will fully reconstitute 4 elementary, 2 middle schools, and we will try to incentivize, not force, this is all voluntary, distinguished eligible or highly effective teachers to go to those campuses and serve. We will pay them additional money. We will extend their contract if they're distinguished. We will also keep their evaluation rating for 2 years so that that doesn't go down. And we also pay a stipend to retain teachers. And that $5,000 may grow if the teacher expert group wants it to grow. It'll be between $5,000 and $10,000. A lot more information is forthcoming on the ACE program. You also have received copies of it, and it is on the hub should you want to find out more about it. Focusing on the classroom continues to be a part of the 15-16 action plan. We will also support our new personalized learning schools. We hope to expand school choice options. That has been a goal of the board and also a request of the board for us to do that. And the survey of our community suggests that the community also wants school choice options for kids. And just a quick reminder, the difference between school choice and magnet is that there will not be an academic entry requirement. We also want to continue the efforts this year on early childhood. We want to expand those efforts this year, or the 15-16 school year. Quickly finishing, we want to accomplish key performance outcomes and progress monitoring metrics. We have very specific ones. You'll note that in the 15-16 plan, it follows the one from this year. There are 13 major goals, and then on top of those 13 major goals, there are another 8 major academic goals, and then there are another 9 progress monitoring academic metrics and 43 progress monitoring performance metrics. You'll find those in the 15-16 action plan, the handout that you received. Now, we also want to significantly reduce the number of long-term subs. Somebody might ask, well, if you had 16 vacancies at the start of the year, why do you have a lot of long-term subs? And the truth of the matter is, from day one, we know that we have people leaving the district for a number of reasons. People get sick on the very first day. People's spouses move. People retire in January. People retire in October. Some people do quit in September. Some people find out on the first week of school we're going to have 5 people probably leave, thinking that they didn't know what teaching was like and then leave. So there are long-term subs in the schools, and we will do a better job of hiring and having 0 vacancies and even some people that can replace the substitutes from the very beginning. We'll continue to build out the project management office. expand volunteer programs, grow our hippie investment, and pilot Imagine 2020 version 2.0, an early childhood component added to the Pinkston feeder pattern. Again, more resources, I know, going to our neediest kids. And then finally, the bridge plan is important. I hope the board will pass it tonight. But we need, as many speakers said, a longer-term solution for more and more of our schools. The bridge plan is just one portion of what our schools really need. And so that should be a major effort of the 15-16 action plan. There's a lot more detail. I know that was very fast, and I apologize for the speed of that, but I know we got a long agenda tonight. There's a lot more detail in the actual paper, the document of the 15-16 action plan, and that's my report, Mr. President.
Thank you, Superintendent Miles. Trustees, any comments? Okay, we're now on question.
Does the action plan include specific goals, metrics, and timetables for the delivery of such?
So the action plan has the targets and goals and deliverables for the 15-16 year, and then there's targets until the year 2020. But what happens in the district now is the action plan that you have, which is a district level action plan, is then each part is taken by the departments, and the departments put their action plans together, and I believe theirs is due at the next week. And those department action plans then have each section with specific actions that sections and departments have to do.
My question was about the board. We're starting our budget workshopping on Monday, and I just wanted to make sure that the board had the requisite blueprint for the plan that we'll be building from to look at our resource needs for next year. So I just wanted to remind on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, trustees, we are now on to individual board trustee district reports. Trustees, are there any reports? We'll start with Trustee Foreman.
No report.
Okay, Trustee Mitchke.
Yes, I'll keep this short, but I wanted to mention a few things. Congratulations to the Bryan Adams Lady Cougars basketball team. They won the UIL Class 5A Regional Championship title to advance to state. This was the first time the team went to state, and it was a fantastic accomplishment for our students and our coaches. Many of us who were not able to go to San Antonio to watch the games, watched them on the internet, and it was quite exciting, and especially towards the end on the second to last game when the feed from Fox Sports stopped with 36 seconds left to go and BA up by 1 point. And so you saw all the Facebook pages light up, people calling and emails going back and forth. BA won that game. We did lose in the close game in the finals, but we're all very, very proud of the Lady Cougars and head coach Darren Eubanks. They did us proud. I also wanted to mention that the Conrad High School Choir participated in the pre-UIL competition and once again walked away with many level 1 performances. We wish them luck as they go on to compete in the state competition at the end of May in Austin. And also I wanted to thank the Conrad Junior ROTC for their efforts in organizing a food drive. Their efforts led to the collection of 765 pounds of non-perishable food that will go towards supporting the Vickery Meadows Food Pantry, a nonprofit community group that feeds more than 6,600 families in the Vickery Meadow community. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Mitchke. Trustee Jones.
Thank you. First, I just want to give a major thank you to all the parents, community members, and the students we heard from tonight, especially Zealous Vargas and Benjamin Roberts, who in their own words reminded us of our needs that are great throughout this district with respect to our facility and to upping the game on our educational programs. Really appreciate hearing in your voice what we need to focus on. I think we're all very aware of the severe deficiencies across the entire district. The Parsons report is filled with a lot of red of schools that are right now severely diminished and do not represent the quality of education environment that we're hoping for. And that, in the face of tight fiscal reins, is going to be our biggest challenge. But I want to thank the parents and the students and the community members for supporting our schools. I also want to thank Pat and Emmett Smith Charities. They are Addison residents. They have been very proactive in ISD with a number of our schools, from Carter to Bush, and I just want to encourage people to thank them, because their charities have done quite a bit that normally within the district we may not have the resources for. I also want to recognize March. I think people forget, and I didn't see much emphasis on this, is National Women's History Month. The Library of Congress, the National Archives, the National Endowment for the Humanities, the National Park Service, the Smithsonian, and most of our major federal agencies do recognize the role of women, not just with respect to the Civil Rights Act and the Voting Rights Act and the equal protection under the law. We've talked a lot tonight about equity, but equity only happens when rights are upheld for those who haven't always had the opportunities. Issues commonly associated with notions of women's rights include, though are not limited to, the right to bodily integrity and autonomy, to vote, that was suffrage, to hold public office, to work, to fair wages or equal pay, to own property, which, by the way, in Texas women couldn't do until fairly recently, to education, perhaps the most important thing, and also to serve in the military or to be conscripted, and to enter into legal contracts, and to have marital or parental rights. I only say this because if we build strong girls, we will build strong women. And I'd like to pay tribute to a pink-collar profession, which is called teaching, that has been in this country one of the most underpaid and respected, I think that's not quite a word, but least respected of all of our professions, and I use that term. We have teachers who are also parents, who try to manage on very little salary and also continue to support their own children's education. We have single-family households. They tend to be the majority of a lot of our households in this district, who struggle to make ends meet. Women are still paid, even in spite of nearly 30 years of pushing for equal pay, 30 cents less than, or 20 to 30 cents, depending on who you look at for your data, than men. And this has got to change. Our young girls are needed in the STEM fields. They are needed in places where they are not currently represented and don't have access to opportunities. So I just wanted to take this moment to celebrate women's rights, to celebrate all the women, which, by the way, teaching is a majority profession of, who every day get up and educate our young girls to become strong and to lead and to have the place in society they rightly deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Jones. Dr. Blackburn?
I don't really have a report right now, but I do want to recognize former state school board member Mavis Knight. Appreciate you being in the audience, wearing your pink, as a matter of fact. I also want to thank in the audience the city administrator for the city of Wilmer, Texas, William McDonald. Appreciate all the work you're doing down there. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Blackburn. Trustee Bingham. Trustee Nuttall. Trustee Cowan.
Former District 7 School Board Trustee, State Representative Rafael Chia filed a very interesting governance bill earlier this month, and he is willing to hear your questions and concerns this Saturday morning at Bolsa Mercado in North Oak Cliff on Davis Street, and I'll see you then. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Cowan. Trustee Morath. Okay. Trustees, we are now on to the minutes submitted for approval. The following minutes are called board meeting February 3rd, 2015, Joint Board of Trustees and City Council Education Task Force meeting February 5th, 2015, Called board meeting February 16th, 2015. Audit committee meeting February 26, 2015, and board meeting February 26, 2015. Oh, that's right, we do. Okay, thank you. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
In a second?
Second.
Trustees, are there any questions? Okay, please cast your votes.
Okay, the motion passes 9-0.
You've just adopted the motion, thereby approving the minutes as submitted. I apologize, Trustee Mitchke. Please move ahead with your audit committee report.
Okay, we've had two audit committee meetings, one on February 26th and another one on March 18th. As you know, the committee consists of myself as chair, Dr. Lou Blackburn, and Nancy Bingham. We also have public advisory members serving on the committee. They are Monica Frazier and Ed Montgomery. We discussed a staffing update with Mr. Singleton and the new organizational chart. We also discussed the audit committee charter. We took no action in the February meeting, and in the March meeting, we decided to refer discussion of the audit committee charter to the full board, and hopefully at the April 9th board briefing. There were several rules that are policies that are affected by that, and they include BDB exhibit, which is the charter, and CFC exhibit, which is the charter of the actual internal audit department. The changes that we discussed were mostly characterized by a theme of involving the full board more in various audit committee activities. And that would include an evaluation of the Chief of Internal Audit, Mr. Singleton. We'd like to get that on the agenda for the full board for the the April 9th board meeting. We also discussed and approved, and we have a recommendation here to hire Weaver and Tidwell as our external auditors, and we have them here today to give us a general presentation. If you can, Mike, if you come up and introduce our representatives from Weaver and Tidwell.
Let me introduce Mr. Jerry Gaither. Mr. Gaither is the partner in charge of the public sector services and will be the engagement partner if their firm is selected. And so at this time, I will turn it to him, or any questions that you may have. Let them tell a little bit about their firm and their audit approaches.
Okay. We're very excited about the opportunity to work for DISD. I've been working with school districts for 37 years, my entire career, and it's been a pleasure to serve school districts. The firm currently serves 2 districts in the top 10 districts in the state, 4 in the top 15, and 8 of the top 50 school districts in the state in terms of size. So we have 18 total districts overall. So we have a large base of clients that we serve throughout the state, which enables us to develop our expertise and strengthen our engagement team. And we think we've pulled together a really strong engagement team for this engagement. Myself, again, I'm the director of our public sector practice. Been working with school districts for 37 years. I'm a member of the GFOA Special Review Committee. I was an ex-member of the Technical Issues Committee of the AICPA, which was a direct license to the Government Accounting Standards Board, and have been extensively involved in school district auditing that entire time. Our director of our Dallas audit practice, or North Texas audit practice, will serve as the concurring partner on the engagement. He has 25 years of experience. We also have a hub, Robert Fernandez, who has 35 years of experience that will be working on the engagement. He works with us on Fort Worth ISD and also the Fort Worth Transit Association. Here, back in the back somewhere, they're here and working, but we have our audit manager, senior manager, who has 12 years of experience, and we have our data analyst who's going to be involved in engagement. So we've really put together what we think is a real good engagement team to serve the district. And I guess most importantly, I would just like to open it up to questions. We've presented a proposal that included, our audit approach and just the strengths and the school districts that we audit and the other governmental entities we audit, and just would be excited to answer any questions you have about the firm, our approach, or anything relating to our proposal.
Okay, trustees, any questions? Trustee Jones.
Thank you. When a new auditor is brought in, there's typically a ramp-up period of time because you're new to a district, you're new to the entity. And what is your general timetable as far as how long it takes to truly understand the systems, the controls, all the related things that have to be there to be effective in doing a thorough and comprehensive audit?
Well, under the new risk-based standards in audit, every engagement, every staff has to obtain an understanding, not only understanding of the internal controls, but determine that those controls are operating as designed. So regardless of whether you have a new firm or an old firm, the old firm has to go in and make sure those controls are still performing as they were designed. The ramp-up time is obviously getting an understanding of what those controls are in place, and that's the initial phase of the engagement is the planning and risk assessment and the internal control evaluation and test work. And during that initial phase of the engagement, we will identify all the significant transaction cycles of the district, obtain an understanding of how those transaction cycles work, the controls in place relating to those. We'll determine that through a walkthrough of transactions if those controls are operating as designed. From that evaluation, we will move on to determine if it warrants testing of transactions to rely on those. If we feel that we want to test those controls, we'll move forward. We will test the controls relating to that. Just from review of your financial statements, review of the budget, the transaction cycles we consider to walk through at this point in time to determine the controls that are in place would be cash disbursements and accounts payable, purchasing in the bid process, payroll, expenditures and accrued payroll, revenue recognition for property taxes, state and federal taxes, food services, capital projects and bidding, cash and investment related activities, inventories, requisition, purchasing and control, capital asset acquisition and construction and the bid process relating to that, long-term debt and debt-related payments, and also the PEMS financial reporting process, because that's a key element in your revenue recognition for state funding. In addition to that, during that interim process, we're required to obtain an understanding of internal control over compliance with the federal financial assistance programs. So that will be a big element of that, obtaining that understanding and walking through those controls. And we're also required to test controls. You cannot just stop at obtaining an understanding for test of internal controls over compliance. So all of your significant compliance requirements, allowability, eligibility, supplement, supplant will be tested for any major federal financial assistance programs. The internal controls over those elements, and after we test the internal controls over those items, then we determine what other procedures we need to do to be able to render opinion, because for each major federal financial assistance program, we have to give, our opinion covers compliance with each major federal program compliance requirements. From looking at your financial statements, again, we'll have to go in and evaluate the federal programs and determine type A, type B. Type A programs would be anything over 3% of federal expenditures, and then you risk base them based upon findings in previous years, the complexity of the program, and other elements. Based upon that, any high-risk type A, you're required to audit. If you have a low-risk A, then you would replace it with a high-risk B program, and that would be the ones under that threshold. We anticipate that we'll be testing compliance for the Title I Part A, Title II Part A, Title III Part A, the special education cluster, the adult basic education cluster, and the child nutrition program. We'll feel we'll be covering those programs during that work. We'll also do, during interim field work, some work on the financial statements, that we can get done early. We would like to. We've got in our plan, we've allocated 6 to 8 weeks for interim work, starting early to mid-May and completing around the end of the fiscal year, and then to come back in late August for another 6 to 8 weeks to do our final field work. During our final field work, we would be testing all significant accounts in your financial statements, but some of the areas of higher risk that we would spend more attention with are obviously payroll expenditures. Payroll expenditures make up 80% or over 80% of your general fund budget. Property tax revenue, which is a significant portion of your revenue for the general and debt service fund. State and federal revenues, and that again will tie into the PEIMS, the test of internal control over the PEIMS data. And then when we look at the state revenue calculation, we make sure that the information within that calculation is reasonable in relationship to the district as a whole, and test that data back. For federal expenditures, obviously the eligibility of the expenditures, most of the federal programs on a cost reimbursement basis, so we will have tested allowability, eligibility, and those type of items in our internal control work. Capital project expenditures, last year there were $80 million, approximately $80 million of capital project expenditures. And obviously bidding, the bid process, and looking at those projects and getting them capitalized. We like to take an approach where we look at projects in their entirety instead of scoping. We'll select a number of projects through bid all the way through completion. If the project is still ongoing, then we pick it up and get it the next year. That way we feel that we not only can test the control process over that, but also the expenditures, the change orders, and that. And we usually select the projects that are a higher risk or get higher attention from the constituents of the district. And the debt and debt-related payments are also, just because of their size and their significance to it, helps us get a lot of coverage. So those are the areas we concentrate on, but we will apply substantive procedures to all the account balance, either through testing significant transactions, sampling of transaction, or applying analytical procedures, or combination of all of those to account balances to get to being able to render our opinion on the financial statements.
That was a very comprehensive answer. Thank you.
I think we're going to get our money's worth in this one.
Obviously, don't charge by the hour.
Okay.
Oh, and they came in recently. Sarah Dempsey is our audit senior manager that will be on the engagement. Jennifer Ripka, audit manager. Marlon Williams is our data analyst. We used ACL, especially like in payroll, for there's so many transactions. We can look at the entire body of transactions for the year, the population, and pull out transactions that have a higher risk of error or regularity, and be able to examine those instead of just looking haphazardly for something that may be
Can you explain ACL in more detail for me?
Audit Command.
I'm kidding.
And we have Cedric Lyerly, our senior on the engagement here. Not present, we have Sean Parker, who would be the concurring partner on the engagement. Again, he's got 25 years of experience. Robert Fernandez with 35 years experience, a partner with Fernandez and Associate, who is one of the hubs on the engagement. And Araceli Rios, another one of our audit senior managers who would also be assigned to the engagement. Did I leave anybody out? I think that's everybody. Okay.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that again? All right, trustees, any other questions?
I concur.
Same here.
All right, Mr. Singleton, anything else to add?
Mr. Mitchkay, let me just give you my personal experience with Weaver. In a previous district, I have worked with them closely. They did our audit for a couple of years in the previous district. Found they did good, solid work, very professional people. In fact, 3 of the people sitting over here on the front row worked on my audit, and they're a good quality firm.
Because of the size of our practice, everybody assigned will have, every one of the people on the engagement team has many years of working with school districts, and as people rotate, because of the size of our practice, you'll always have people with experience and expertise in school districts on your engagement.
Okay, that concludes my report.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Mitchkay. Okay, trustees, before we move to the consent agenda, I've been informed that a serious mistake was made, that the superintendent, and it's all his fault, that the superintendent, and he owns that, forgot to show a video that the Human Capital Management, 45 seconds, the Human Capital Management Department put together because of to promote the teacher job fair.
Yeah, and I apologize. We had some people work really hard at the job fair. When we talked about teacher effectiveness, I was supposed to show just 45 seconds. And so I just wanted to say we have a great team in human capital management is recruiting. Our principals did a great job. We had a big job fair on March 21st, and this is just 45 seconds of what happened that day. Please roll that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, trustees, we're up to item number 6A, minutes submitted for approval.
We've already.
We've done that then. I guess we're up to we've done the consent agenda. Then let's start voting on everything else then.
Thank you, Dr. Blackburn. Okay, this evening we have consent agenda items 7A1 through 7A23 as amended. The following consent agenda items have been pulled for a separate vote. 7A1, 7A2, 7A3, 7A4, 7A5, 6, 11, 12, 15, 20, 21, and 22. And I do know that 23 actually has implications as it relates to the interim bridge plan. So we're going to go ahead and pull that one as well. Do I have a motion on the consent agenda as amended?
So moved.
Okay, it's been moved by Trustee Jones and seconded by Trustee Bingham. Trustees, please cast your votes.
Ms. Bingham, second?
Yes, seconded by Trustee Bingham.
Okay, the motion passes 9-0.
Okay, trustees, you've just adopted the motion, thereby approving the consent agenda as amended. Now we'll move on to the items pulled for a separate vote. But what we're going to do, because they're structured a particular way, and we do have auditors on the clock at the moment, if I'm not mistaken. I think Mr. Singleton just mentioned if we could move these auditors up to this particular vote. What is the agenda item again? 8A. 8A7. So that we can get them off the clock. Are there any objections? Okay. So our first item is 8A7, to authorize, negotiate, and enter into a contract with Weaver and Tidwell LLP for professional auditing services as required by the district, not to exceed $2,700,000 over 3 years from the general operating fund. Consent item 7A11, pulled by trustees Elizabeth Jones and Lou Blackburn. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by trustee Bingham, and a second. Seconded by Dr. Blackburn. Trustees, is there any discussion? Trustee Jones?
Thank you, Mr. President. The reason it was pulled is because this is coming through from the audit committee to the board. It shouldn't have ever been on the consent agenda, but that being said, I think that based on what we've heard here tonight, clearly having an experienced, seasoned, and very focused auditor in the area of the disciplines that we need is critical. We have been, and I wanted to take this moment to thank Deloitte and Touche. We have been extraordinarily well served by a incredibly strong team that over the years has helped this district move forward, that has supported this district in improving its controls and processes, and has helped us continuously improve on that end of it. And I just wanted to thank them for their service and for everything. And with that, I'll turn it back over. But I believe the recommendation coming from the audit committee, as well as from our internal auditor and our CFO team, that speaks volumes. Thank you.
Hey, trustees, any other questions? Hearing none, please cast your votes.
Okay, the motion passes 9-0.
You've just adopted the motion, thereby approving to authorize, negotiate, and enter into a contract with Weaver and Tidwell LLP for professional auditing services as required by the district, not to exceed $2,700,000 over 3 years from the general operating fund. And thank you for being here tonight. Okay, trustees, now we are on to item 8A1.
Mr. President?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to move to amend the agenda to bring 8A10 to the front as if we make amendments to 8A10, it will affect 8A1 or could.
Okay. Are there any objections? Here's what I'm going to do, Trustee Morat, too, since 8A, so 8A10, 8A11, 8A12, 8A1, and then the recent agenda item that we just moved over, 7A23, all are related to the interim bridge plan. So this first vote will have a ripple effect throughout those. So what I'm going to do, provided there's no objection, is we will begin the discussion with 8A10. We will follow with 11 and 12. Then we will move to 8A1 and finish with the budget amendments. Is there any objection?
No objection.
Trustee Keller?
Suggestion, if you'll take it, why don't we?
Please.
Maybe move anything not related to the bridge plan up and get those out of the way first. Because we might think that might not require minimum discussion.
Well, is there any objection there? Any objection?
Okay, I don't want to hold you up. I'm just saying the others may not take as long as we think.
Okay. Let's go ahead. That's a good suggestion. So what we're going to do is we'll move all items not related to the interim bridge plan up. We'll have a conversation on those. We'll cast our votes, and then we'll move forward with the bridge plan. Any objection? Okay. Trustee Nuttall is objecting. Okay. Do you want to vote on it, or do you want to withdraw your motion? Okay. All right. So we're going to start with 8A10. To approve the interim bridge plan, including reopening or repurposing Holsey, Harley, Fraser, Arlington Park, and renovating and/or making additions to address critical needs at Macon, Teich, Field, White, Jackson, Siegelville, Lakewood, Adams, and Griner, renovating future innovation schools, including Cabell, Rogers, and Marsh, launching new transformation schools, and expanding pre-kindergarten space at Burnett, Smith, Gusick, Wilmer Hutchins, Singer, Holland at Lisbon, and near Frank Junkins Bush, not to exceed $30 million in 2008 bond funds, $75 million in maintenance tax notes, $43 million in general funds. Consent items 7A20, pulled by trustees Elizabeth Jones and Miguel Solis. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by trustee Jones and seconded by trustee Bingham. Okay, before we begin the discussion, Superintendent Miles and Mr. Koprowski, if you will just once again explain to us in a brief form, if you can, the bridge plan so we know what we're dealing with.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the board, I'll be very brief. We know this plan is imperfect. We know that it's just a bridge to a more comprehensive plan that is desperately needed by all of our kids throughout the district. You've heard a lot of commentary tonight on these schools, but there's many other schools. We designed the bridge plan to attack the most severe schools with regard to FCI, Facilities Condition Index, and overcapacity. Yes, there were several other ways we could have done that. There's several methodologies. We chose a methodology we think makes the most sense for our district at this time. Mike, if you'll just be brief and give the general outlines of the bridge plan.
Sure. Well, good evening, trustees. Just spend a minute or two just giving you a refresher on the bridge plan. It's been a couple weeks since we've talked about it, and just give you a sense of what's in it and the administration's thinking. So as you'll recall, this is the third time that we'll be discussing the bridge plan at the board table. We first presented it at the February board briefing, incorporated your feedback, made changes accordingly, and then we re-presented it at the March board briefing. And each time we had a robust discussion about the plan. And so we're excited about this bridge plan because it addresses some of our most immediate needs today. And we could begin moving forward on these projects tomorrow if approved tonight. We have facilities that are overcrowded, seriously overcrowded. We have facilities that are in poor condition. We have exciting community-driven choice schools that we want to start getting off the ground by August 2015. And we have eligible pre-K youngsters out there that we don't have enough seats for in the areas in which they live. And you all know the research on pre-K. 85% of a child's brain development occurs by age 5. Every day that there's an eligible 4-year-old out there that doesn't have a seat, that's a lost day for that child, and that day's not coming back. Fortunately, the other reality is that we're in pretty good financial position as a district, the best we've been in a while. And so we have immediate needs. We have the financial opportunity to do something about those needs. And so I believe we would be remiss if we didn't do something about it. Are these campuses the only campuses in the district that have needs? Absolutely not. Our needs are great in the multi-billion-dollar range. But just because our short-term resources limit the number of campuses that we can touch, that's not a reason for doing nothing at all. And you all know that our goal is for the Future Facilities Task Force to come back with a much longer-term package later this summer to address all of those needs. And that work is being done. But here we are tonight. And this bridge plan stands alone as a good thing for kids. And if approved, our kids will be better off for it, regardless of what happens in the long term. So let me just quickly run down what's actually in the bridge plan. So first, you'll know that we address some of our most pressing general facility needs. Schools that are both seriously overcrowded and not in the best condition. We looked at data to tell us which campuses were the highest need. And so at these campuses, we're talking about additions to address overcrowding. We're talking about reducing the number of portables. And we're also talking about addressing the most critical systems at these schools, whether it's HVAC or plumbing or windows. Second, we addressed our biggest and most serious pre-K shortages. You know, population shifts are occurring rapidly throughout the district, and that often means our classroom space is misaligned to the neighborhoods in which our 4-year-olds actually reside. So by doing this bridge plan, we could potentially create space for as many as 800 pre-K students in places where there is the greatest need. And again, I stress the research on pre-K. These eligible youngsters don't have a seat. And we're going to talk a lot tonight about the financial costs. But I also want us to remember the social costs, that every day that goes by for one of those kids, it's hard to measure that. The third thing, exciting choice schools that are community-driven, some of which we want to open in August 2015. And then there's also future choice schools coming online through a competitive proposal process. And the bridge plan will ensure that we can continue the momentum on this exciting initiative. And I want to remind you of a survey that we did last year about choice. And we asked the community, if we were able to offer one of your top school choice preferences, either in your attendance zone or not in your attendance zone, would you send your kid? And the strong majority of people said definitely or probably. So we know that there's the demand out there for it. And then I want to end with our vacant buildings. You know, several years ago, some of our buildings were closed. And I think many of us can agree that when you close a school, in some ways you close a community. This bridge plan argues the opposite, that when you reopen a school, you can re-energize a community. And so several of you all have asked us to be a part of revitalization. And this bridge plan contains some innovative proposals for four vacant buildings. So first is Halsey. We're proposing for Halsey to be reopened as a choice school that showcases a STEAM model, science, technology, engineering, arts, and math, which is something that the community has strongly advocated for. Harlee, that community has really rallied around the idea of early childhood. And so we've proposed opening Harlee as an early childhood center, a place that specializes in just early childhood, the best practices for our 3- and 4-year-olds. Same idea with Arlington Park. Very energetic community that has argued equally forcefully for early childhood opportunities in their area. And so we propose to do another early childhood center at Arlington Park, right next to the medical district. Lots of synergy that can happen there. And last but not least, Fraser Elementary, in the heart of South Dallas Fair Park. It's been a topic of conversation for a while. There's many folks that have been working on this for a while. Some of them are here tonight. And so we're proposing a Fraser House partnership agreement between the district and a nonprofit backbone organization, an organization that has buy-in within that community. And so together we believe that we can reopen Fraser as a one-stop shop, adult services center, really designed to tackle the issues that are often associated with concentrated poverty. And that's what we've been hearing from the community, the need for things like adult education, GED classes, job skills training, health and wellness support, financial coaching. Because we know that a parent's ability to overcome the challenges of living in poverty are so linked to a student's success. And so this draft plan proposes $2.1 million as a catalytic investment to help get that partnership off the ground. There's lots of conversations that are required going forward, but this is going to get the ball rolling in a very serious way. And so as you can tell, we're excited. We are excited about the bridge plan. That's all I'll say. I'll turn it back over to the board, so thank you for your time.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Koprowski. Trustees, before we begin the discussion, prior to this meeting, we were presented with 3 amendments to the main motion. The first was presented by Trustee Mitchke, and I'm going to read that amendment. The amendment states to move that the interim bridge plan include an addition of at least 12,467 square feet at Casa View Elementary School for additional facility capacity and to address pre-K needs at an estimated cost of $5.3 million. And I believe Trustee Mitchke has rationale for that recommendation. Our second motion to amend is presented by Dr. Blackburn. His language asks that we change the opening of Harlee Elementary School as an early childhood center from January 2016 to August 2015. And in addition to that, instead of adding a pre-K wing onto Wilmer Hutchins Elementary School, secure property in Wilmer, Texas for an early childhood center, pre-K through 3rd grade, to open in August of 2015. The final motion to amend, hold on one second. The final motion to amend was presented by Trustee Bernadette Nuttall to include replacement of the roof at John B. Hood Middle School for an estimated cost of $3.6 million. So, trustees, what I suggest we do is we go through each of these motions to amend, because by amending these motions, if we amend these motions, they will affect the broader main motion. It is, in my opinion, easier to go through these motions and then to finish with the final motion as amended, if any are amended. If there are no objections, that's how we'll proceed. Before we proceed, I do believe that our attorneys, Mr. Greenberg, if you wouldn't mind, I know that there is some issue, particularly with the either date or specific numbers in these particular amendments. So will you explain that really quickly before we begin the discussion?
Sure. Okay. Good evening. So the bridge plan resolution as written right now speaks to the various items and puts a total dollar amount at the end. The attachment, which is a spreadsheet that was additional information, goes through estimated costs as well as notes. From what I understand, these are not hard numbers yet, as there is no architect yet retained, and there's no scope yet put together. So at the end of the day, or tonight, when the resolution comes, my recommendation would be for it to not specifically have a dollar amount per location, or a date specific when that location must be open.
Okay. Superintendent Miles? Okay.
Yeah, I got more information.
Okay, well, hold on. Before we start throwing out points of information, I just want to make sure that we're clear on our parliamentary procedure rules. So if you'd like a question, we'll open that up. But, so yeah, you'd like the floor for a second to ask the question?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. And then Trustee Jones, if you'd like to ask the question as well.
Just to clarify the dates, I think I can understand why we wouldn't commit to dates on projects that are construction-oriented, but the dates on, say, school reopenings are different in my mind. And so are you saying that all of those dates would be gone, or only the construction sort of timing dates, and then the school reopening dates would stay in place?
Right now, as it's written, there's no dates at all in the actual board doc and the resolution that could pass. So in order to get dates, you would have to amend the resolution to add dates specifically. I'm looking at the spreadsheet is just additional information with proposed dates in it.
So you don't, what you're saying is that the information on the spreadsheet is not binding?
That's my interpretation.
The way the resolution is worded?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Trustee Jones, did you have a question?
Yes, so I'm not sure I completely understood what you just said. So the maintenance tax notes, you can't there are certain projects that do not qualify for that funding, right?
Correct.
So you do need to know, with respect to the maintenance tax notes, which projects, and those need to be defined going into the vote tonight.
Okay.
I'm asking.
Yeah, I mean, my overall suggestion was, if some of these properties, I understand the district does not yet even own, therefore they have to be acquired, negotiate and acquire. Some of these are construction projects. There is no scope from what I understand. There's no architect yet from what I understand. So for those particular, I feel it would be difficult to put a set dollar amount on it tonight and a set time frame when that would be completed or open. For those that we do not own, and with those that are pure construction-based projects.
For existing buildings we do own, and where there is a modification or some other kind of addition or whatever, you're saying we can't put a dollar amount on it?
No.
Can we put a not to exceed on it?
Yeah, I don't have, I'd have to defer to the administration on the budget for each item, if that's known.
Well, there have been numbers that have been put forth, so I'm trying to understand.
Okay, Superintendent Miles?
Yes. You know, I think the resolution, and correct me if I'm wrong, is good as it stands. We have put targets. It's known that if we have a cost overrun or something like that, we have a contingency. Nothing in this resolution precludes us from adding an additional money if there's an architectural plan design that's a little bit more. We have to stay within the limits that's outlined here, the bond, the maintenance tax notes, and the general operating revenue. So I don't think we need to make it overly complex. The resolution as is written is legal and viable and will accomplish what we want it to get done. Is that not correct?
Correct.
Hold on one second.
I'm not done.
Right, you have the floor.
Thank you. I believe it's in the interest of taxpayers to have specificity on various projects and what they cost and be able to monitor that. So you're saying tonight that the way you see it on certain things, that since we don't have specific numbers, we shouldn't move forward?
No, I'm saying that I'm not aware of that the numbers have been set per project, especially I'm speaking mainly on the construction projects.
Okay.
There is no architect yet retained. There's no scope of that project. So it could very well change tomorrow morning if this should pass. The number could change from 1 million to 2 million, for example. So if you limit it to 1 million tonight, and then tomorrow you hire the architect and they draw up the plans for 2 million, then the board and the district have limited themselves by a very tightly written resolution.
But at the same time, the discipline of knowing that it's $1 million more than the district had estimated is important and material to the conversation. With respect to the maintenance tax notes, we got to know we're selling notes that are going to pay for things, so we got to know the one-to-one there, because you're only going to sell so much debt, and that's a quantifiable number that we have to set forth.
I think
it's understood that there may be adjustments in the cost. That's why there's contingency. We shouldn't deal in hypotheticals, sure. There may be that, but that's not a good estimate. We have put down the best estimate, and we use our people, our own folks who's used to building buildings on this. And so may there be an adjustment? Sure. But I think we should avoid hypothetical situations that are probably not likely to happen.
Okay. Trustee Nuttall?
Could you clarify, we have four parts, and 30 million is bond funds, 75 million is maintenance tax notes, and 43 million in general funds. So which part are you referring to with the 75 million for maintenance and tax notes that we need to clarify, because you can't use that for renovation?
I think on the maintenance tax notes, the intent is to look at putting modulars there, cash money, i.e. the general operating funds. There's not really a restriction on that. But
So the maintenance tax notes, the 75 million, is for which portion of this?
it's for renovation and modular buildings.
So that's for Rogers, and so this is the part the attorney's talking about that we must put, we can't put a dollar amount to, is the 75 million maintenance and tax note. Because the 30 million, we can, that we can kind of do, like when we did Griner, add the addition to Griner and Truett, we sent that to the bond and we made that decision. So that 30 million is not what he's talking about.
So I think in the materials that you all received, you do have the projects by funding stream. And I don't think that that's what Clayton was referring to. I think what Clayton was referring to was just to be careful on the resolution language itself, where there are things that you know you don't want to make absolutely binding, like a deadline, for instance, on a construction project. It was just, I think it was just, and Clayton, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it was just a general warning to be careful on the resolution language itself, not on the funding streams and the specific projects that are allocated toward that.
So is that the 75 million in maintenance and tax notes?
Maintenance tax notes.
So the 30 million, we can put a dollar amount to the 30 million.
Well, again, I think we need to be aware that part of one of the items here is that we assign architects to the projects to build the budget. And so that's one of the things that we're going to do, or hopefully the board will vote on.
I understand. I just want to clarify. Is the 75 million is the part that we can't, Clayton, you're the attorney.
75 million means that we
75 million.
can't expand the footprint of the building. We can put modulars up, we can renovate the building, but we can't build an addition with that.
Yeah, I understand, but what part is Clayton? I'm trying to get clarification because the attorney came up to tell us that we need to be careful, and I'm just trying to understand it. Because I know that 30 million we can do and do what we want with the 30 million from the 2008 bond. Right. So can Clayton answer, is it 75 million is what you're advising us not to put a dollar amount to?
Let me see if I can answer
I'm
this.
sorry.
I think
What,
we're talking
No.
about.
Can I interrupt?
Wait, he said he knows what I'm
Hold
talking
on for just 1 second,
What,
please.
Mr. Terry, Dr. Terry?
Point of information. Okay,
Can I?
there is a point of information. Trustee Nuttall, will you accept the point of information?
I would like to hear what Dr. Terry was
Go ahead,
finishing.
Trustee Nuttall.
I think certainly Mr. Greenberg can correct me, but I think he's talking about you don't want to lock yourself into a specific amount or date on the projects themselves. The financing will take care of itself. We will finance properly with either the maintenance tax notes, or we will finance properly with the cash, or we will properly finance with the bond dollars.
So is that the part now?
Trustee Moret?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. I thought he was referring to the whole thing. So I just wanted to get him up there on the microphone and answer your question.
Mr. Greenberg, you talking about
Yeah,
Mr.
yeah.
Greenberg?
If Mr. Greenberg can just confirm You were referring to the whole project, not any individual funding source.
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
Oh, so the whole project, you recommend not putting a dollar amount?
I concur with what Dr. Terry just laid out. I was not speaking to your funding sources in particular. I was speaking to the overall bridge plan. And so that you don't bind yourselves, or the district bind itself into a hole where it cannot get out of if it spends more or less per project.
Okay. Okay. Trustee, did you have, Trustee Mishke and Trustee Foreman? Trustee Foreman, would you like to go first?
Oh, I was going to go ahead and make the motion.
I need more clarification.
Okay. Trustee Foreman?
I still want to make sure that I understand what has just been said. Because Dr. Terry, could you come up maybe and help me out? And maybe Mike.
Good evening, Ms. Foreman.
How are you? Now, we've been working from documents that have date specifics in terms of when some of these projects will come online, correct?
I think it's the administration's best estimate as to when the projects will come online, and the administration's best estimate as to the total cost.
So that's a yes.
Yes.
Thank you. And we've also been working with specific estimates of the cost, which the administration has provided, understanding
Best
that this
estimate.
is not a hard number.
Correct.
So,
Yes.
I will not be willing to put forth projects without having a dollar amount associated. What I will be willing to do is to talk about an estimate in terms of what the dollar amount is. I think that should be a fair compromise with the administration, because I just will not be willing to put forth just projects with no estimate on
Yes,
them.
ma'am. And that's our intent too, and that's why the spreadsheet has very specific estimated amounts. I think, without revisiting the other issue, that is exactly our intent, is to have a direct conversation about specific dollar amounts, with the caveat, though, that they are projected cost estimates and are subject to change. But that is the intent.
Thank you.
We also don't want to bring forward anything without estimates. That's
Right.
the whole point.
Right.
So that we can hold ourselves accountable.
We didn't quite hear it that way.
Dr. Buckburn?
So what was the reason for him to come up and make a statement at all?
No reason.
No. Mr. Greenberg and Mr. Kaprowski want to make sure that we know when we make the final vote what the specific language is that we're finally voting on.
And I think we just wanted to be clear that these are projected cost estimates, and they are subject to change. If an architect comes on board and does, X, Y, and Z, they are subject to change, but these are the best projected cost estimates that we have at this moment. I just wanted to make sure that everybody understood that, and I think it didn't come across that way.
Yeah.
But the intent is that, just so everybody recognizes that these are projected estimates.
And we've been talking about a contingency. I mean, we probably confuse the issue instead of just being clear that there's a contingency, and we've talked about a cost overrun or things happen when you construct, or an architectural plan being slightly more money. So that's why there's a need for a contingency, and you see that in the plan.
Did he not talk about dates? I thought that was the first thing he started talking about, the dates. Okay, why bring that up? That's what I want to know.
Yeah.
Why bring in the idea of conversation about dates? Could you please explain that?
Again, on some of the construction projects, for instance, we have our best estimates as far as dates when we think the projects could get off the ground, but there's, acts of Mother Nature and all that sort of stuff. So those can potentially change as well. But these are we want to have a conversation based on this spreadsheet, which has our best projected cost estimates and our best projected launch dates and
But what's the
start dates.
concern about dates? I'm missing it. Why even bring up the conversation about dates? 2015 versus 2016 versus 2017. What's the concern? What's the legal concern? You're an attorney, right?
I am.
What's the legal concern?
The concern would be that if you put in, let's say, in the resolution, that X shall open on August 2015, and if we can't meet that goal, we could be out of compliance with the board's authority. Obviously, I think.
So that's when the administration comes back and say, well, we're not able to meet that date, so can we extend it? When we have the bond program, we have given estimated dates of opening. That's right.
And the dates are estimated in the spreadsheet, and that's what the administration's projected.
Do you have any proposed language change in the amendments? Because I'm thinking this only came up because of the amendments. Do you have any proposed language change in the amendments that have been presented?
I can look at it.
Okay. 15 minutes.
Good. Okay. Trustees, we will now start with the first amended motion, which was presented by Trustee Mitchkay. Trustee Mitchkay, that motion reads, and please correct me if I'm wrong, we'll move that the interim bridge plan include an addition of at least 12,467 square feet at Casa View Elementary School for additional facility capacity and to address pre-K needs at an estimated cost of $5.3 million. You've moved, and is there a second? Seconded by Trustee Jones. Trustee Mitchkay, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you. We talked about the methodology that was used to rank the list of priorities for the interim bridge plan. And, you know, no methodology is perfect, and they're all easy to criticize. I have criticized this method. But if we try to get a perfect method to do the ranking, we'll never get there. By the same token, no methodology is sacrosanct, untouchable. And when there's a glaring omission and a compelling reason for an exception, I think we need to make that exception. And Casa View Elementary School is a compelling case. Casa View is in the draft of the comprehensive plan for an addition, this very item, with the estimated costs of $5.3 million. But Casa View needs relief sooner, as much as any of the other schools on this list. And let me give you some reasons why. First, it has 26 portables. 26 portables, the most of any elementary school in DISD. There are 263 kids in the portables. There's one bathroom. The portables are located near the street. There are constant break-ins to the portables and vandalisms to the buildings. Finding drug paraphernalia, condoms, and other distasteful materials around these buildings where 7-, 8-, and 9-year-olds attend class is a common occurrence. Second, Casa View is tied for last place in the entire district on the safety question that we have on the staff climate survey. The question is, the campus I work in is clean, safe, and free of physical hazards. At Casa View and 3 other schools, only 38% gave a positive response. The district average to that question was 80% positive. Third, the neighboring elementary schools, and there are about 9 that are in the neighborhood, they're also full, with the small exception for Martha Turner Riley Elementary School, which has 70 available seats. And we know that won't last long. Riley was one of our 6th highest rated elementary schools by TEA, and the Lockwood Meadows neighborhood has a huge recruitment drive for pre-K and kids who are in private schools to come back to Riley. So all of the neighboring elementary schools are full. The capacity of the building, it's listed at 550 students, 31 classrooms, but in one of the classrooms there is a huge transformer that makes the in the middle of the room, in the very middle of the room, that makes the classroom unusable for anything other than storage. So We have 31 classrooms or 30 classrooms and 25 portables, with one of those portables being the restroom. And we have all of the common complaints that people have about portables. The roofs leak, the steps are slippery and dangerous. Some portables are without heat. On hot and sunny days, the AC units often do not work. More importantly, some portables are so far away from the main building that it's hard for students and teachers to hear the fire alarm when it sounds. Instructional time is lost due to the long distances to travel from the main building to the portables. And as with all portables, but especially in this school, with almost half of the classrooms being portables, portables are isolating. We need a new wing as soon as possible to alleviate the student safety and security issues and the overcrowding. We'll add that the demographics of Casa View, 93% low SES, 63% English language learners, 75% of the kids are at risk. Number of speakers who came up here for Casa View, 0. Number of emails that we've received for Casa View, 0. Number of phone calls that I've received for Casa View, 1. That happens to be a person who lives in the Truett neighborhood, Ellen Childress, who was a longtime advocate for relieving the horrible conditions that existed at Truett for many years. We also got a letter of support from the Casa View SBDM, which describes some of the conditions that I've previously referred to. So although this school does not fit within the strict confines of the methodology, I think there's a compelling reason, several of them, to make an exception. And that's what I'm asking my fellow board members to do. Point of information, Mr. Morath?
No, if you were done.
I'm finished.
Trustee Morath?
So let me start by saying I support the amendment. But I just wanted to clarify the language of the amendment a bit. Can you reread the amendment, the exact amendment language?
Do you have your language?
Yeah, I do. To include an addition of at least 12,467 feet at Casa View Elementary School for additional facility capacity and to address pre-K needs at an estimated cost of $5.3 million.
So I think given the lawyer's advice that we got earlier, we need to tweak that language a bit so that maybe what we do is we have a sort of a two-tiered structure to this amendment. One is this specific amendment to the motion, and then the second is to update the supporting documentation that we have with that detailed information. Does that logic make sense to you, Trustee Mitchkay?
Well, I don't know. What is your suggestion to amend?
So looking at the language of the main motion, what we would do is insert Casa View Elementary School in the to address critical needs at section, maybe right after Adams and before the and so that's the sort of core motion, and then with supporting language that the project estimates formally reflect that square footage number that you indicated and the dollar value that you indicated for the project target. Does that make sense both to you and to, I think, the administration in terms of what I'm trying to do?
Sir.
Yeah, yes, I'll accept that clarification.
Okay, now, Faye, I want to make sure that you capture that the exact way that it's being stated. What do you need to know? Can you turn your mic on?
I want to make sure that we're addressing it correctly. So on the third line of the main motion where it talks about address critical needs, and it starts with the different schools for Macon, and it goes through, and then you mentioned Adams.
I would just put it right after the Adams comma.
Adams Elementary School.
And prior to Griner.
Yeah, well, we could do it after Griner, but we need to move the and as well, and I figured I'd make it a little grammatically easy.
Between
Adams Elementary
and
School,
Griner.
comma, Casa View Elementary
Casa View
School,
ES, comma.
and Griner Middle School.
So
Got
that's
that portion?
The core of the motion, but with updating supporting documentation to indicate whatever square footage number he indicated and whatever dollar value he indicated as the project target.
I'm sorry, repeat that last part again.
And updating the supporting documentation to indicate for Casa View Elementary School, X square footage and a target dollar value of Y.
Okay. If Mike Kaprowski has the draft of the comprehensive plan, on page 41 of that draft, there is the similar language that could be cut and pasted into the main motion.
Does that make sense, Faye? So with the supporting documentation to be updated by the comprehensive plan line item for Casa View Elementary.
Would you like me to read that language, or?
I think I'm satisfied. I've read it
Okay.
before.
You satisfied, Trustee Mitchke?
Yeah, and I think that's right. Just to clarify, we're really fiddling with the details on how to put it in the document, but the estimated cost of the addition would be $5.3 million.
That's correct.
And it is listed on page 41 of the draft comprehensive plan.
Correct.
And I guess I would further clarify that if the effect of what we're doing, assuming that we ultimately pass the comprehensive plan, as opposed to the interim bridge plan that we're talking about now, is to move up the construction of the additional wing at Casa View. Well, I think it would. I don't think it can be done 15-16, but I think it can be done 16-17. But I will ask Wanda if you can confirm that.
I really believe what we need to do is, once everything is voted on, we'll get a realistic estimate from our architect. The sooner the better we get it, but we want to make sure that we set realistic expectations.
Okay, so with respect to the question of when these additional wings can be built and then occupied, it's the same question for all of them that we have here.
Yes.
So we don't know for sure if we're going to be able to hit August 2016.
All of the targets, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Hold on one second, Trustee Morath, you stop the
So
floor.
can I continue?
Continue.
So there's a sort of couple of conforming questions on this. After this, we're going to vote on the architects.
Yes.
Does the administration have a recommended amendment for that architectural motion for Casa View?
Yes.
Okay, so that was the first question. The second question is to Trustee Mitchke. We received advice from the administration with regard to contingency funds, and the $5.3 million value for this project fits well within their range of allowable contingency funds. Do you anticipate us further modifying this motion to increase any of the three top dollar values by $5 million, or is it your intent to just use that cushion that the administration communicated with regard to contingency funds?
My understanding on the contingency fund, and Mr. Kaprowski can confirm this, is that we currently have a contingency fund of something like $13.3 million.
Correct.
And that standard industry practice would call for a contingency fund, in our case, of $7 million.
Typically, the standard is somewhere around 5%
Okay.
of the total project.
And 5% would equate
that would
to
be well
$7
within that.
$7 million.
Yeah.
Okay, and that if we're starting with 13.3 million in the contingency fund, and we take 5.3 million out of the contingency fund to construct the addition at Casa View, we will still have $8 million in the contingency fund, which is $1 million over the $7 million amount, which is standard industry practice.
That's correct.
So the result of that line of questioning is you're comfortable leaving the current caps in the motion as it's written?
Yes, I am for now, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Trustee Nuttall?
So the other funding streams you can use for all of that, correct, Wanda?
Yes.
Right. So the other two funding streams can be used for adding square footage and also for renovation purposes.
Renovation and modular. The cap is 148, so that is the goal, that we can't go over 148. The 5.3 is coming out of the 13 for contingency. 148 is the cap. Yeah, the overall project is, the interim bridge plan is 134.70, the cap is 148, that explains the contingency. So the 5.3 that, for cost review would come out of the 13 million in contingency.
Yeah, I understand. I was just looking at the 17 million that we should spend for additional.
Well, the 75 is, again, maintenance tax notes, and we can't expand the footprint on that.
And also some.
So just as a point of information, if I understand Trustee Nuttall correctly, we've got two sort of types of projects. One is expansions,
Right.
for which we're only allowed to use the 73 million. And then we can say everything else, which we can use some of the 73 and some of the 75. So does somebody have the current dollar total for expansions right now?
So what we have is the funding streams broken down by projects, and what you would find is that some of the projects are split funding
That's
streams.
right.
So for instance, White High School, they're getting renovations and a hard addition. So the 18.4 million for the hard addition we're proposing would come out of bond,
Right.
which you can use for hard additions, and then the 3.3 million for renovations would come out of maintenance tax notes. So there's almost split funding for some projects.
But again, I think Trustee Nuttall's question is if we add $5 million of something that is pure expansion, even though we know we have 13 million in contingency, if the bulk of that 13 million in contingency is only renovation contingency,
Yes,
that doesn't really help us.
So what we have,
So I just want to clarify her question to make sure that there is at least $5 million of cushion in the truly flexible spending.
Yes,
area.
I see. So here's how the contingency breaks down by funding stream. This is the $13.3 million contingency. So 4.6 of the 13.3 is a contingency in maintenance tax notes. 600,000 is a contingency in the bond, and 8.1 million is the contingency in general funds. And
So
the
we
general
have
funds you can
basically
use.
8.7 million for anything that we want.
Right.
So of the 43 million, 8.1 million is in the bond. No, 30 million.
8.1 out of the $13.3 million contingency fund is a contingency of the general funds.
So it's general fund. So the 75 maintenance notes, we're using that for, what are we gonna use the 75 million?
Modulars and renovations.
Try to use that first.
And what can we use that for again? The
Modulars and renovations.
We can use this,
Okay.
not additions.
No.
Right. But the lion's share of the contingency fund is built into the general fund, which is the most fungible source.
Trustees, any other questions? Trustee Jones?
Thank you. Thank you. You know, I went back and did some research. We spent some time with our bond committee and our chair of our last two bond elections. And one of the things I discovered was a document from 2007 that looked at the entire district, and the methodology was pretty clear. You know, you not only look at the net square footage, but you look at the number of permanent classrooms, you look at the number of portables, you look at other variables beyond utilization, because you also have to look at projected enrollment, and you also have to look at enrollment over time to understand what's really going on. And then you have to look at it relative to the entire relationship of the feeder pattern. And I was pretty appalled to discover that Casa View in 2007 had 26 portables even back then. A lot of our campuses, unfortunately, portables have been an addition to support increasing growth. But in the case of Casa View, they have dealt with this issue for a long time. The feeder pattern is a growth feeder pattern.
Absolutely.
And it is one that will continue to grow. Several of the schools have been top rated in the district, including Hexter. Capacity is important, especially when it comes to quality schools in parts of our community that are underserved to begin with. And I think it's with that in mind that a school such as this is not forced to continue with 26 portables one day longer. Thank you.
Hey, trustees, any other comments? Okay, so before we go to take the vote, just want to make sure we are clear on the language that we are adding Casa View Elementary School directly after Adams Elementary School. Okay, the additional language that was in the original amended motion will then find itself in the actual documentation for the interim bridge plan. Okay?
I had a point of information.
Do you have a point
Not
of information?
to, oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, so you just want to keep the floor?
Well, no, I just wanted to circle back because I was just looking at the numbers. Based on adding this at 5.3, what you're saying is the 8.1 of general funds now gets reduced by 5.3. So your split would be 4.6 million on the maintenance tax note, 600K on the bond, and 2.8, if I did the math right, million on the general fund. Does that sound about right?
The source, what did you say? The source of funding didn't change, I guess.
So your 13.3 gets reduced by 5.3, but the new distribution as far as how you assign the specific balances would be distributed that way.
Yes, I believe so.
And our financial advisor thinks 600K is sufficient on the bond? Well, I'll save it for, sorry.
Okay. Okay, trustees, the discussion's ended. All those in favor of the motion as amended to add Casa View Elementary School directly after Adams Elementary School, please cast your votes.
The motion passes 9-0.
Okay, trustees, we are now on to the second motion to amend. And there are actually two particular amendments within that motion, so we'll address each separately. And that was proposed by Dr. Blackburn. The first amendment is to change the opening of Harley Elementary School as an early childhood center from January 2016 to August 2015. It's been moved by Dr. Blackburn. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, seconded by Trustee Nuttall. Okay, hold on one second. We'll allow Dr. Blackburn the opportunity to explain his rationale. Mr. Morath, if you want to take the floor after.
The major rationale is that a little over a year ago, this board said we were going to wait and give the administration time to plan. The plan was to be delivered in October of 2014, and we received it by October of 2014. The plan last year was for it to open in August of 2014. we waited a year, and last month, as Mike has said, this is our third time talking about it. Last month, the spreadsheet said that Harley would open in the 15-16 school year. This month, it was changed to the 16-17 school year. I simply asked that we put it back to the way it was last month. I simply asked that we put it back to the dates that we had last month. Now, our illustrious attorney is talking about the dates. Now, you have to understand, the only reason I put a date in my amendment is because you added a date in your second rendition of this, or the last rendition of this. So, in the administration's spreadsheet, the administration said January of 2016. I am simply saying go back to the way it was last month and have it to open up in August of 2015. And I am making that assumption that all of the other schools on this list, Burnett Elementary School, pre-K wing, it says the year 2015-16. Smith Elementary School, pre-K wing, 2015-16. Gusick Elementary School, pre-K wing. Sanger Elementary School, pre-K wing. Holland, pre-K wing. All of those are scheduled to be ready to go by the 15-16 school year.
No, sir. Those are start dates for construction.
That's not the way it was explained.
I thought we clarified that at one of the second meeting, I believe.
We did,
But I'm sure
because there's
it's-
no way we can build those buildings that quickly.
So when you say the 15-16, you mean that's when it's going to start construction?
Right, especially when you're
So-
talking about renovation and building new additions. Because as I said before, you know, we don't even have architects assigned at this point for those projects. Harley is a bit different in that the district spent about 15 million in renovations under the 2008 bond program. So starting Harley in 15-16 is definitely more realistic.
Okay, let me take your attention to, I think it's page 5 of the plan on table 3. Halsey is expected to open in well, let me ask you, when is Halsey expected to open?
When do you want it to?
August 2015.
Okay, it's the same indication on this page as it is on the other pages. On this page, it says 2015-16. Halsey is expected to open in August of 2015. I've heard the superintendent say that in a public meeting.
That's right. Halsey
Yes.
doesn't have to be built.
Right.
Harley does not have to be built or renovated.
You are absolutely correct,
Right.
Dr. Blackburn.
We have talked about this over a year ago. There's very little to do to the building itself. So the building is not the problem. The building is essentially ready to move in with
Well,
some minor
right.
improvements.
You're absolutely right.
And I believe last year you said we can get it done. I think this year you can still get it done. If there's a will,
There's always a will, Dr. Blackburn.
then there's a way.
Absolutely.
So,
I say make way for these pre-K kids, like the Morning News has said several times in their editorial, our pre-K kids cannot wait. Our own website that's authored by, I think, our Alan Cohen, our early childhood director, he even says our kids cannot wait. Our pre-K kids cannot wait. Our early childhood kids cannot wait. But yet, right now, you're still telling the Harley community, wait yet again.
so Mike, why don't you explain what can be done
Yeah, I think
in the time frame with regard to Harley?
absolutely. I think we would certainly support launching it in August 2015 as what you would call a demonstration site, which is a handful of classrooms that people could come and they could look at and they could learn best practices, and that phases into the fully robust early childhood center in August 2016. I think we just wanted to manage expectations around programmatically what could be done by August 2015, but we could certainly accomplish the demonstration site and get that building started by August 2015.
I think you can too. Now, Mike, you were not here last year, but the initial plan was to phase it in. We were going to do pre-K and kindergarten and add a grade every year. So you're back to the same plan we had over a year ago. I appreciate it, Mike.
Okay.
You're a smart man.
I don't know about that. Tell my wife that.
He's a smart man.
Trustee Moran.
I want to make sure Dr. Blackburn's done.
I'm done.
Okay.
Well,
so,
for now.
Again, in this instance, I just wanted to sort of offer a clarifying amendment.
Can we get Mr. Morass' microphone up a little, please?
Hello. I wanted to offer a clarifying amendment, basically to have this phrased so that it amends Table 14 in the attached document on the section for Harley, where there's a little line that says opening in January 2016. That would be explicitly amended to say opening in August 2015 in the supporting documentation.
You got that? Yes. Okay. Trustee Foreman.
Well, I don't know if Dr. Blackburn likes that suggestion.
Are you amenable to that, Dr. Blackburn?
Change the wording to August 15th.
Yeah, basically the motion becomes change that wording right there to August 2015.
Right.
Okay.
That's my intent.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay. Trustee Foreman.
The N.W. Harley family has waited far too long to have their school reopened, just like the Halsey community has waited far too long to have their school reopened. And I will be supporting the amendment by Dr. Blackburn.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Foreman. Trustee Jones.
I think it's a tremendous thing that we're moving forward with our pre-K initiative with also the ability to revitalize our communities. Harley has a lot of vitality around it. We have a lot of significant investments of this district that are located within very close proximity, and we have a very wonderful community that would like nothing more than to breathe new life back into an important place for the education of our children. I am fully supportive of this amendment.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other comments, trustees? Okay. All those in, well, I keep saying all those in favor. I gotta learn, we have a computer system. Trustees, if there are no other discussion, please cast your votes for the first amendment by Dr. Blackburn.
Motion passes 9-0.
Okay. So the second portion of Trustee Blackburn's language is, instead of adding a pre-K wing onto Wilmer Hutchins Elementary School, secure property in Wilmer, Texas for an early childhood center, pre-K through third grade, to open in August 2015. It's been moved by Trustee Blackburn. Do I have a second? Seconded by Trustee Morath. Dr. Blackburn, your explanation.
Right now, I believe Wilmer Hutchins Elementary School was built to hold about 700 students. Right now, there are over 900 students. When it opened, it was overcrowded. We added portables or modular type building to accommodate the overcrowdedness. The administration is asking that we add a wing onto Wilmer Hutchins Elementary School, making room for an additional 185, almost 200 students, increasing the student enrollment to about 1,100. Elementary school, 1,100. Trustees, I think we're going in the wrong direction by creating mega elementary schools. I think that's where our kids need to have a more family-oriented, a smaller setting versus a much larger setting. The city of Wilmer, as you know, is part of the old Wilmer Hutchins Elementary School. Wilmer had a separate school district from Hutchins until around 1928. They merged to bring Wilmer Hutchins Independent School District. The district closed in about 2006. The city of Wilmer was hoping to get a school in the 2008 bond. The city of Wilmer missed the cutoff by one slot. the threshold was right before Wilmer, leaving Wilmer on the table. When we brought the information up about the excess bond monies, again, you heard me advocate for building a school in the city of Wilmer. Again, Wilmer had to wait. At this time, we have talked with the city administrator in Wilmer. We have identified a school site where the former Wilmer Academy, a charter school, was operating. We've also identified another building that could be used to open up a small elementary school in the city of Wilmer. So I'm simply asking, rather than make Wilmer Hutchins Elementary School even larger, taking up even more green space, that we allocate that money to one of the two properties in Wilmer. One of the two properties in Wilmer. And I believe staff has had a chance to take a look at them. But I also think staff has some concern about the grade levels that would be there. That is not a real pressing, urgent need of mine for right now. I'm simply trying to get a school open, get our pre-K, get our kindergartners in there at the very least, and then we can grow from there. I'm trying to get our babies in Wilmer. I'm sounding like Ron Price now. I'm trying to get our babies, but we're talking about 4- and 5-year-olds. I'm trying to keep them off of the bus and let them go to a school in their city. Right now, there are about 350 or 375 students in the city of Wilmer that go to our school, our Wilmer Hutchins Elementary School. This will actually reduce the overcrowdedness at Wilmer Hutchins Elementary School by leaving the kids in the city of Wilmer. Thank you.
Okay. Trustee Foreman is next, but before we do that, really quickly, I just want to make sure that we're clear on this particular language. Okay, so right now, the motion as amended states at the bottom, and expanding pre-kindergarten space at Burnett, Smith, Gusick, Wilmer Hutchins, et cetera.
Right.
So what Dr. Blackburn is saying is that we want to take out Wilmer Hutchins Elementary School from the expanding pre-kindergarten space.
Correct, he would be striking that.
Striking that out, and then he would like to add and secure property in Wilmer, Texas for an early childhood center, pre-K through third grade, to open in August 2015.
Hold on,
Can you clarify for me a little?
Let me get some information because I got a phone call before the meeting. Either Paula or Wanda, can you tell me some of your concerns about the grade levels or the age levels of whatever it was?
I think the major concern is just the grade level configuration, that this is a fairly recent development, and we would want to do a little more exploration on how many kids could that site actually hold before we commit to a grade level configuration. But we would certainly support the general idea. We just don't want to commit ourselves to the grade level configuration because we don't quite know the capacity of that space yet.
So if we take the grade level configuration out for now, and you guys can figure out which grade levels and the number of students that can go in the
I think that would be right, yes.
That would be good with me.
And
Go ahead.
To operate in the same vein, though, as we've been following these past amendments, it may make sense, Dr. Blackburn, if you're amenable to this as well, to ensure that we say secure property in Wilmer, Texas for an early childhood center, and then the rest of that information then be placed in the Excel spreadsheet that we're all talking about, the interim bridge plan, wherever it says Wilmer Hutchins, expand pre-K, blah, 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 put that information that he has now said in that document.
Yes, and also if I could make one point of clarification, we might want to think about the term early childhood center, because I think that's a terminology that we're thinking about in like the Harley and the Arlington Park. If this has grade level configurations that expand beyond that, it might not be an early childhood center. So we might want to think about the verbiage.
Elementary school is fine for me.
Or an annex potentially.
And I believe, there was some talk about how soon we could get a TA number for that school. So in the meantime, it could be an annex of Wilmer Hutchins Elementary School.
Correct.
Okay. Faye, get your clarification really quickly.
I want to make sure that we do have that because initially we had talked about striking Wilmer Hutchins in the main text and then adding into the supporting material the information regarding the opening of August 2015. And what I needed clarification was the title, because people just started talking, so I wasn't clear as it will be an early childhood center,
Well,
or,
that's what we just tried to clarify.
that's what I,
Say it again, Mike, if you don't mind.
Yeah, I might,
That's not entirely correct either.
three different things.
Mike, go ahead and clarify, and then Mike.
I might suggest using the term annex, at least at this point, which I think gives us a little more flexibility as far as grade configurations and things of that nature.
So after Wilma Hutchins Elementary ES, we just put annex.
Right.
Would that suffice?
Yes, sir.
Okay? So just adding one word.
Right.
Thanks.
Okay.
And how much are we putting toward this?
Hold on one second. Trustee Foreman, you have the floor. And then we'll come to Trustee Nuttall.
I have a couple of questions. What dollar amount are we putting toward this? Is this the same dollar amount that would have gone to the annex?
That's my intention.
Yes, I think it would be prudent to do that.
Okay, then the question I would have is that for the purchase of the property, the land, or what would that dollar amount be for?
My understanding is that, or the way I see it, is that it would be possibly for the purchase, lease, renovation of whatever place we land in Wilmer.
4 million?
We would get a better idea once we pinpoint the actual location, but I think in an abundance of caution, it would be best to just leave that there. And if it doesn't work that way, we can sweep it and move it.
Let me add, if we're starting an annex, you will also have operational costs pretty immediately, right? Teachers, utilities, textbooks, furniture, so there'll be operational costs that
We get that, but my question was, we haven't talked about operational costs on any of the other projects, which I'll be bringing that up in just a few minutes. So we're talking basically on the buildings now.
Yes.
And my question was, are we talking about $4 million for a piece of property?
That is what we have right now at this time.
How much
And
is built?
similar to what we said before, those amounts can change once we get the architects on board and depending on what we have to do in terms of renovation on the particular site.
And
So
do we have an idea of the student population?
right now, I think, what was it,
I think
180?
if the grade level configuration was pre-K, we would be talking about probably 50 students. There's 50
Initially.
students. There's 50 pre-K students that are from Wilmer that attend Wilmer Hutchins Elementary. And so if that's the grade level configuration, then that's what we would be looking at. But it really comes down to how many kids can we fit safely in that space, and then what would be the modifications necessary at that particular facility, particularly to make it fit for early childhood.
And then we also have to be aware that if the Future Facilities Task Force comes back and supports the construction of a school in Wilmer, then that could be 3 years from now, or possibly 4. So, we need to be able to have that flexibility to adjust during that time period.
Okay. Trustee Nuttall?
I was just trying to figure out, so 4.9 million is for just the bottom land? How much is it to build the school?
I think I'm a bit confused on the question. For
'Cause I see
Wilmer
on page-
Hutchins?
Yeah, I see 31.6 million on page 42 of the original plan to build. Are we building a new school in Wilmer?
That's part of the long-term plan that we've now handed over to the Future Facilities Task Force to vet and whack away at it, make sure that it makes sense. The recommendation, the number that Trustee Foreman was bringing up was 4.7, which is what was in the short-term bridge plan. And those numbers were based on a pre-K wing addition to Wilmer Hutchins Elementary.
And then we have to go for a bond to build the school.
Yes.
Yes, right.
So this is starting the process of getting ready to build.
This is accommodating the current kids we have at Wilmer Hutchins. that the pre-K kids that we need space for.
Are you putting a school in Wilmer, or?
The long-range plan, if the Future Facilities Task Force comes back and recommends it, is to put a school, elementary school, in Wilmer. But we have overcrowding, as Dr. Blackburn alluded to earlier, currently at Wilmer Hutchins Elementary. So to relieve the overcrowding, to have this annex in Wilmer.
What's your motion, Dr. Blackburn?
Just as you're saying, have an annex in the city of Wilmer, pulling some kids from Wilmer Hutchins Elementary School, relieving the overcrowdedness, and allowing the students who live in the city of Wilmer to go to a school in Wilmer.
And so the building's already there?
There's a facility already there.
Okay.
Right.
It's a closed charter school.
Okay. Trustee Jones and then Trustee Morath.
Wilmer Hutchins Elementary School, based on the numbers, has 103,780 square feet gross area. That's a pretty big footprint. In fact, according to my document, that's probably the largest footprint elementary school we have in the ISD. So we were originally thinking of adding more onto what is already.
I think the original plan was to add an annex to relieve the overcrowding at Wilmer Hutchins Elementary School.
And the 4.3 that's currently been
4.7.
4.7, excuse me, that was already, that was the original thing put on the table, what we're about to try to amend. That was a modular, or what?
No, that was to build an annex there.
That would have been for a
Or
pre-K
additional
wing.
wing there.
Yeah.
But it's modular, it's not a fixed structure.
Yes, I think when in the short-term bridge plan, when we referred to pre-K wings, we were talking about modulars that were on a permanent foundation.
Right, because they're going to be paid by the maintenance tax notes and not fixed structure. Okay. Is Wilmer Hutchins Elementary School, Dr. Blackburn, is that in the city of Wilmer or Hutchins?
No,
It's
in
in
Dallas.
the city of Dallas, right?
But it's at the boundary line,
Like Anne Frank is at the boundary line of Addison.
just like you
Yeah.
go to the next lot and you're in Hutchins, actually.
Throw a rock. But the actual school, Wilmer Hutchins Elementary School, is not in Wilmer or Hutchins.
Right.
Okay. And I'm looking at our tax-related relationship. Wilmer and Hutchins combined, it's about a ISD taxable, depending on whether you use the old numbers or the estimated numbers given to us by the city of Wilmer based on economic growth. We're looking at a combined of nearly 700 million, I think, of taxable value. If you use Wilmer's new number of 414 on their taxable value. I mean, I know you may not have that number in front of you, but I just wanted to point out that they're major contributors to our, that their value matters to our bottom line. Okay, and then if I understand what we're proposing here correctly, so instead of putting the original modular on the elementary school, we're now saying there is a building in Wilmer. It was an abandoned, some other school property. That would be converted for the benefit of immediately taking kids. And that would be online within the next year?
That's the intent.
The intent.
Yeah.
And that building would accommodate sort of like as a temporary facility while the goal is to acquire land and build a school?
Right.
And then you solve the dual issue, both the pre-K and the overcrowding and the reassignment, because it's all staying within the same feeder pattern.
Right.
Okay.
That's
I just
correct.
wanted that clarification. Thank you.
Okay.
But wait, one last question. The 4.7, what will that be used to pay for?
The 4.7.
Under the amendment?
The 4.7, there are a couple of sites in Wilmer that we're looking at. And the 4.7 would go to renovate the site and also possibly for operating costs until the new elementary school is built.
So the 4.7 would be to take this existing property that we currently would have to go do what with? Would we have to acquire, or would we lease?
There are a couple of properties that we are looking at in the city of Wilmer. And so we would either have to renovate, well, we would have to renovate both. There's really, we have two choices, and as we look at the grade configuration that we're going to put in there, that will help us define the property that we will eventually settle on.
So I'm still not following. What is the 4.7 going to pay for?
The 4.7 will pay for acquiring the site and the renovation of the site and operating cost of the site.
And this is the temporary site, not necessarily
Yes.
a permanent?
Yes, because we're 3 to 4 years removed from actually possibly having a school in Wilmer.
Great. Thank you.
Trustee Morath.
I just want to get back to two issues on this. So if we have the possibility of identifying, we've got 2 sites that we've found, and Dr. Blackburn, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
You found these, right? I think, or at least brought them to their attention?
I brought it to their attention.
Okay. So it strikes me that it's entirely conceivable that one of these sites we would acquire and that we could renovate to become the long-term solution in Wilmer. Is that feasible? Am I misunderstanding?
No, I don't think it is feasible.
So neither one of these sites are good enough to do that?
They would just be no. They would just be a
so we are
temporary
talking
site.
strictly a temporary solution for either
Strictly
of
a
these two
temporary
sites.
solution.
Okay, I thought you would just save the taxpayers a ton of money on this deal. I was going to congratulate you.
And I'm still waiting. I'm still working to save the taxpayers a lot of money because in working with Mr. McDonald and the city mayor, Mr. Burgess, we are bringing developers together. And so far, the developers are saying that they would like to have a planned development of about 80 acres. And they are willing to allocate 30 to 40 acres just for a school.
So they could provide us the land gratis as part of their development if we build a school for them. Well, all right.
So we're working.
Thank you, Monty Hall.
We're working. So I'm hoping that Wilmer is going to become like one of the other suburbs where we have planned developments and the house rooftops go up, the school goes up. Now I can tell you down in the city of Wilmer, they're looking long term. They're looking for a pre-K through 12 school.
Yeah.
So, but right now we're working on an elementary school.
Thank you. So the second question, just to get back on this 4.7 million, I want to make sure that we have the right expectations on this. We're not using that for operating money. We will, of course, need operating money for this project and for all the others. Mm-hmm. If I understand it correctly, because of this switch, you really don't know what you're going to get into. So the 4.7 is basically essentially a placeholder, and we might end up spending $1.5 million on renovations and acquisition. We might end up spending $6 million on acquisition and renovations. We don't really know. It's just right now we got a 4.7 placeholder in this, much like we have targets for all these other projects.
That
it's
is
just
correct.
Since this one is so different than what was originally planned, we should expect that 4.7 number to be potentially radically changed once you guys get a little further in your planning processes. I just want to make sure
we could have that expectation.
Okay,
Yes.
I just want to make sure that we're
I actually
managing.
think it'll be less. But
Yeah, I agree. I think you found this a heck of a deal.
Okay,
Thank you. That's it.
Trustees, any other comments? Okay, hold on one second, just to make sure for the first round on this particular one. Any other? Okay, for the second round, Trustee Jones.
Thank you. How many kids are we targeting? What's the expected population?
I think it depends on the facility, first of all, but I think if we were looking at starting an annex for pre-K kids, just from the city of Wilmer, we'd be looking at somewhere in the ballpark of 50 kids to start off with. But if it makes sense to expand the configuration beyond that, if we have space for more kids, then certainly we would do that. But we're just not sure right now of the exact configuration. But I think the idea is to create space for what we can.
I understand that, and that's obviously we're trying to maximize, but when we did the 4.7 original estimation, what was that? Just remind me again what the actual number for the annex under the add-on to the building was supposed to target.
Right. We estimated a need for 185 pre-K students in that area, and so in the original bridge plan, that pre-K wing would have been sized for about 185 pre-K students, or close to that number.
Thank you.
Okay, trustees, any other comments? All right. Trustee Blackburn, if you wouldn't mind one more time, just making sure we're all clear on the language that you plan to amend.
Well, being consistent, if we go to the language that we have on the docket, the agenda, instead of saying, well, in addition to saying Wilma Hutchins Elementary School, we will also add the word annex behind it. So the school in Wilmer will be an annex of Wilma Hutchins Elementary School. And still being consistent with the backup documentation, we would have to have language that the school would be in the city of Wilmer. Under notes, secure a location in the city of Wilmer for the short term.
Okay.
Sounds good.
It's been moved by Dr. Blackburn. Remind me of the second, if you don't mind.
It was Burnett.
And Ms. Bernadette. Bernadette Nuttall.
Or was it Morat?
Oh, no.
Okay,
That was
Trustee
Mr.
Moran.
Moran.
Okay. Trustees, please cast your votes.
The motion passes 9-0.
Thank you, trustees.
Okay, trustees, we are now on to the final amendment that was presented to the entire board by Trustee Nuttall. And that amendment read to move that the interim bridge plan include replacement of the roof at John B. Hood Middle School for an estimated cost of $3.6 million. So that's moved by Trustee Nuttall. And do we have a second? Second. Okay, and seconded by Trustee Foreman.
On page
Go ahead.
42 of the original long-term, Hood is the worst FCI, 5% worst FCI score, and they really need a roof. A couple community members talked to me about the roofing at Hood Middle School, and this is not intended to happen to 1820, and they can't wait to 1820. And so I don't know if you have it somewhere, Wanda, that can get rectified without.
We still have warranty on that roof. It was put in on the 2002 bond program. And we still have, end of its life cycle is in 5 years. Okay. So we still have time on that roof.
To fix it, the parts that needs to be fixed.
Right.
The whole one. Right. So you have time on that?
Yes.
So we don't need to put it, because it's on, you can fix it now?
Yes.
Okay.
We still have warranty on it.
Okay. Well, if you can fix it now, we didn't talk about that today.
Okay.
Because then.
Okay.
I checked my minutes.
Before she does that.
Okay, but hold on, I just want to make sure I'm clear on this though. So do you,
If they still have warranty to fix the roof.
so you withdraw your motion?
You have warranty to fix it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'll withdraw.
Okay, your motion has been withdrawn. Okay.
Well, Eric had a point of information.
Well, hold on, do you accept his point of
Yes,
information?
I
Trustee Nuttall?
accept
Okay.
his point of information.
I'm just requesting that we get an update, either in a board packet or the next briefing on the warranty situation at this school.
Okay.
Is Griner still in there?
Great.
And a point of information.
Trustee Nuttall, would you accept the point of information?
Yeah, oh, yes.
Thank you. I just want to,
It was his.
Hood is got one of the highest FCI, period. I mean, the main building is in horrific shape. We're dealing with a roof. It looks like that should be something beyond a roof, obviously, given the horrific condition of this building. So I just wanted to make sure we didn't lose sight of, this is still one of our worst conditioned buildings in the district, or schools in the district. Thank you.
And I guess we would need to, that goes back to what Trustee Mishke talked about. I mean, we have a lot of needs in the district, and how do we come to this list? Because as we look at, Skyline has 28 portables, and it's one of the worst conditioned schools. So how do we make that administration, so can we move Hood up to look at it? Because it's in the top 5% of FCI.
I think in one of the tasks task of the Future Facilities Task Force is to look at those type situations and rank order them. So they're in the process of doing that already.
Because it's in the 1820, year 1820, and I don't think they can wait.
Part of our goal in the long-term draft was to identify for the Future Facilities Task Force which schools are the worst FCI condition so that they can take that into consideration when they come back to recommendations to the board later this summer.
Great. I have a point of information.
Trustee Nuttall, will you accept the point of information?
I thought we was, yes.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I was a little confused by this. I just want to make sure I understood. So Hood's in the long-term future facilities task force plan for 3.6 million in renovations, and it says primarily roofing. So of course there could be other stuff in there, but the roof is still under warranty. So
there,
we can have a contractor come out there and make a lot of the replacements or repairs to the roof.
Right. We did a deep dive into, the Parsons gives us a general overview of where the problems are, and then it's our responsibility to do a deep dive into the details.
Okay.
And so when you do the deep dive into the details, it tells us that the roof still has expires and still has 5 years life expectancy on it. It doesn't mean that it's perfect. It just means that it's wearing. And so we do the repairs. It still has warranty under it, so we try to exercise that warranty that we have with that. And at some point it will expire, and at some point we will have to replace it.
And so the warranty situation will cost the district a little bit, but not necessarily total cost of repairs, or
right.
Is it?
Yeah, it's a back feed or something.
Okay, so there will be a little bit of cost, but that'll just come out of the maintenance budget that you guys normally execute. So.
But I can provide you an update
Trustee
in more detail.
Cowan's sort of information request was an update on the maintenance situation at this building, but what I guess I would say is I want to make sure that the Future Facilities Task Force gets information on warranty possibilities, because to the extent that we can cut some of our renovation costs by using warranty services, we need to have them factor that into their prioritization for the major projects, then kick it back to your shop so that we can just get after that independent of the task force's work.
Okay.
Point of information.
Trustee Nuttall, do you accept that point of information?
So,
All of them, I think so.
this school has 15 portables, which is anything above 10 in our district seems to be a big issue, given the way capacity is used. But if the original plan, as I remember it, only had the roof, and that was stuck in the long term, and we just talked about the roof being there, but this is still a very high FCI, then where's the rest of it if it's not already identified?
The long-term were initial rough numbers to suggest to the Future Facilities Task Force, but the Future Facilities Task Force is going to dig into the FCI scores and do a vetting of these numbers. I mean, that's the purpose of the Future Facilities Task Force, was to dig into these numbers, see where they make sense, see where they don't make sense, where they need to be adjusted. So that's absolutely the case, and that's what the Future Facilities Task Force is going to look at.
So we'll make sure we raise it with them, very specifically.
Well, I think we all know what the highest FCIs are in this district. That's not unknown. What I was curious about is why it was nowhere to be found. And initially, the roof seemed to be the issue, but looking deeper, it's got a whole host of issues based on its FCI.
All right. So, hold on one second, if you don't mind. Well, you have the floor. So we're getting close to that 10 minutes, but go ahead.
Can we get a portable update on where we are with portables? We received one, but how are we getting rid of portables, and how are we going to address that? Or would that go to the Future Task Force initiative?
Yes, they would look at that too. Where we stand, I think we have 1,421 portables. We are demolishing the ones that are not usable or we have no need for, so we're still continuing with that plan.
But is there a clear plan of like dates and when we plan on? Because like at
we run
the old Billy Earl Day, there are some portables that need to go, and so are we coming up with a clear?
We're in the process of demolishing those, as a matter of fact.
Oh.
And so we do have a schedule. The rain put us back on that one. I think that's the next one up. So we're on target.
Okay, so you're on target.
Yes.
Okay.
But we will get.
We are going to leave a couple, I think, for a garden or something. Yes, we're going to leave a couple there for, for the city, but yeah, we have a plan for that.
Let's talk about that.
We shall. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, trustees, we are now back to the main motion as amended. Okay, so we've passed 3 amendments, now to the main motion. Are there any comments on the main motion before we take the vote on the motion as amended?
Yes.
Okay, trustee Foreman and then trustee Nuttall.
Mr. Terry, Jim Terry. And while you're coming, what I will say is that the way this process has worked has been somewhat disappointing to me while we started with the amendments and not look at the main motion because I have several questions and several concerns regarding the overall process of the bridge plan. It starts out with, and Mr. Terry, I'll be right with you, it starts out with the way this was rolled out to the trustees. Everything is an emergency with little information and a media campaign to force us into making a decision. That is not the best way to do business. The best way to do business is in a cooperative manner. And there are several concerns that I have, and I'll start with the overall debt that this district has. Mr. Terry, would you say, and I'm looking at a document from the debt summary, the district is in the fiscal year 2015, $4 billion in debt. Is that correct?
Approximately, yes, that's correct.
$4 billion in debt.
We include interest, yes.
Including interest. But I've been hearing for the last 6 months that we were $2 billion in
That's
debt.
principal. It's about 2.4 in principal, and there's another $2 billion in interest.
So the reality
principal
is
plus-
we're $4 billion in debt.
If you include the interest, correct.
Correct. And what from the fund balance is unassigned?
As of the end of the fiscal years, usually our measurement date, it was $158 million.
And the request is that through this bridge plan that we take 43 million from the fund, right?
Well, the financing that we're talking about would be $30 million from the bond fund, which is separate, it's not part of the M&O. Then there would be 75 million maintenance and tax notes, and we would pay it like a mortgage, so it would be probably not more than $2 million draw on the M&O fund. And then we're bringing you amendment tonight to move $43 million out of the fund balance to help pay for it. And that's total the 30, 43, and the 75 is $148 million to fund and finance the bridge plan.
Which would leave the unassigned fund balance at what number?
It would leave it at 115 million.
115 million.
Correct.
Is that healthy for a district of this size?
Well, it is certainly adequate in the terms that we still have available the other $143 million for cash flow purposes, so we would not have to borrow money for cash flow purposes, so it certainly is adequate.
Is it healthy for a district of this size?
Well, you're looking at an accountant that's very conservative
And a board member that's very conservative.
Right. But I think that maybe a way to look at it, do we think that it would impinge upon our bond rating by the bond rating agencies? And I think that answer to that question is no. I have sitting in the audience our financial advisor, U.S. Williams from Hinojosa and Estrada Hinojosa, and Mr. Bob Henderson from RBC, and certainly they could come up and.
I'd love to hear what they say.
Okay. Mr. Henderson, could you come and address that question?
Good evening, Trustee Foreman.
Good evening.
I'm very happy to be here in front of the board again this evening. To answer your question, we do not believe that drawing down the $43 million out of the fund balance would have a negative impact on the bond ratings. The school district has been very successful in the last 3 or 4 years raising those the bond ratings as a function of having raised general fund balances as well. This is part of an overall plan to raise the bond ratings even further. As I'm sure you know, you've got a AA plus rating from Standard & Poor's, which is actually the lowest bond rating the school district has among the three. So short answer is no, ma'am, we do not believe this will be any negative impact on our bond ratings at all.
So, Dr. Terry, for a district of our size, what is it estimated that we should have in terms of operating capital? Is it for
I think you
3 years?
correct me. It's would be 2 months, and
2
that
months.
would be just over $200 million.
2 months and $200 million.
Correct.
And we're talking about going down to 115 million.
Well, that's only in the unassigned.
Unassigned.
We have another 143 million in the assigned, which is the cash available to us. So that's $243 million.
Which is dedicated.
Yes, but it is available to us.
I just wanted to make that point because I think the public really needs to understand where we stand financially as we continue to do these new types of financing.
I agree.
QSCAB and now this particular.
QSCBs.
QSCBs, excuse me. QSCAB. I've heard a lot of talk about the needs in the district. I'm a former board member of the bond committee 2002 and 2008, and clearly understand needs. But we have to address, and I think probably Dr. Terry, I'm through with you right now. Mike will come back up.
Thank you.
And maybe Wanda. Thank you, guys. I clearly have an understanding of facility needs and how to go about a process of determining what we're going to do. One of the things that's disturbed me a great deal about this process is that it wasn't vetted by an independent body. This was a process that was brought to us by the administration. Independent vetting gives us an opportunity to know that a second set of eyes have been able to look at what you're bringing forth. Unfortunately, that did not happen this time. Makes me a little bit uncomfortable because I'm looking at from the financial standpoint and then looking at there are 223 campuses. 223 campuses within the district. But when I get the breakdown of the dollars as presented to us, 31% of those go to Trustee Jones's district. 15% goes to Mr. Morath's district. 3% goes to Mitch K's district. 22% to Bingham's district, 8% to Blackburn's district, 2% to Foreman's district, that's me, 2% to Cowan's district, 6% to Solis's district, and 4% to Nuttall's district. But when you look at the number of students in the district, Nuttall has 24,000, Solis has 13,000, Cowan has 24,000, Foreman has 16,000, Blackburn has 18,000, Bingham has 19,000, Mitch K has 17,000, Morath has 11,000, and Jones has 15,000. Where is the equity? Where is the equity? We say we're for all students, then we should act like that. We talk about portables. I have 23 portables at Barbara Jordan, an elementary school. 23 portables. Nowhere on this list. Was it vetted by an independent body? No. Excuse my anger, but we've got to be fair. One of the things that I'm also asking is, that was not presented to us, was an estimate of the recurring cost. Because you can't open these new campuses without a cost. Do we have that?
We can provide that.
Do we have it now?
We currently have in the budget that we're building for next year, the proposed, which we brought for the board for the operating costs. Now I can tell you that what we would call the fixed costs or the overhead costs, so that's does include the teachers, and remember the teachers are allocated on a number of students, so those teachers would move is just for a small campuses about $900,000.
So we don't have the estimated cost, basically.
That is the estimated cost.
900,000 overall for all of the new campuses that we're talking about opening?
No, per campus basis.
Per campus basis.
Per new campus basis, yes.
And how many new campuses are we talking about?
I think we're talking with the now the Wilmer Hutchinson, that's a new campus, it would be 3. Prior to that, I believe it was 2 new schools opening, which would have been something close to $2 million.
What about the pre-K wings? Are those new?
I think the ones that are brand new schools, yes, if they're centers, then it would not be that much. You have to understand that when we're talking about a school, we're talking about principal, maintenance, utilities.
I get that. That's why I'm trying to ask the question.
Right.
What about the choice schools?
Well, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I think there's a new choice high school, so that would be one school that we're got in the proposed operating budget. The 1 point. Okay, the operating was 1.5.
1.5.
Yes.
There was also a new choice single sex. Is that
I'm
correct?
sorry?
So that wouldn't be launching until August 2016. The single gender STEAM Academy would be in just a planning year in 15.
So we really don't have a good idea of what the cost would be.
Well, I think we have
What
a good
about
idea.
the estimated transportation cost? Since we're doing choice and we're moving kids from place to place, what about the estimated transportation cost?
You know, the transportation cost, again, is going to be estimated and budgeted for in the operating costs for next fiscal year for those schools that will be opening in different locations. If it's in the same locations, you know, it's going to be part of our contract with transportation.
So we don't have an estimated cost? Because with choice schools, my understanding is that there will be transportation provided.
It's 1.5 million on the transportation cost.
That's an estimate.
Yes, ma'am.
It's on top of.
It's part of the district action.
Hold on one second.
It's part of the district action plan that we're building for next year. I believe there's
I get that, Jim, but you know what's troubling to me? Is that you're asking me to make a decision tonight without the information that I need to make an informed decision.
Well, we're trying to.
That's my issue. Got it. On the pre-K centers, and I've had this discussion, Alan, so you don't have to come down. I've had this discussion with Alan about trying to figure out if we have students in some of the areas that would fill those pre-K centers. Because it's my understanding is that we have at least 1,300 available pre-K seats that are not filled with our current plan. And it's somewhat troubling to me that after asking a lot of questions, I'm still not assured that we'll have an opportunity to fill these new seats. So that is a problem for me. And with all of that said, I am not inclined to do a maintenance tax bond and take money from the reserve fund. So, I'm going to do this, give me 1 minute here. Got a lot of paper, so please bear with me. Trustee Nuttall can go ahead, and then if you can come back to me, because I don't want to.
We can wait.
You can wait? Okay, good. Just gotta find one piece of paper. I would, with that said, I'd like to make an amended motion. And my amended motion is as follows. I'd like to look at table 11, Frazier, 2.1 million, Macon, 4 million, Teich, 10 million, Tom Fields, 2 million, White, 21 million, Stonewall Jackson, 5 million, Lakewood, 6 million, Cassaview, 5 million, Nathan Adams, 6 million. Table 13, Halsey, 3 million, Cabell, 2.5 million, Rogers, 2.5 million, Marsh, 2.5 million. Wilmer Hutchins, which would now be Wilmer, 4.7 million, Holland at Lisbon, 1.5 million, Sanger, 700,000, Hardy, 4 million, Arlington Park, 4 million, Anne Frank, 3 million. Using 30 million from the 2008 bond and 70 million from the new bonds, the tax bonds.
Second.
I don't understand your motion. You're going to need to be a little more specific as to the actual language on the current motion as amended.
The language on the current motion as amended would be to strike all of the items that you have and add the items that I currently listed, along with on your follow-up sheet, the amounts that I listed. And that would also include the amended motions that we've adopted.
Did you get that?
I think so.
If you don't get it here, I got it.
Basically, what she's saying is she wants to strike that.
She wants to change the whole motion.
And really substitute it for Brady's.
So as you're working on that, essentially it's to take out every single school here and reinsert all new school, potentially
It's a
new slate of schools.
substitution, basically. She's substituting her motion for the motions that have been there and those that have already been amended at this particular
Well,
point.
that adds the amended motion.
This inserts them in there or strikes
Yes.
them? I understood.
Inserts the amended motions. Insert the amended motions. That's why I was concerned about us starting where we started, as opposed to starting with the main motion.
Let me have a point of information.
Trustee Nuttall Trustee Nuttall had a point of information. Did you accept that?
I wanted to get clarification on the whole personalized learning, because there's a lot of TB.
That's not germane to, that's not germane to that particular motion.
I think what I was hearing was dollar changes within the backup documentation.
Correct.
Okay, so it's not necessarily changing the
Most of the schools are in
amendments.
there, but some of them are not.
So I'm looking at, because she mentioned table 11, 12, so I think she was talking about making amendments to those pages.
No, I don't believe so, Dr. Blackburn. I think she wants to take out schools that are listed right now in this motion. She wants to insert some new schools and do what you're suggesting.
They're some of the same schools. They're not new schools.
Okay, well, go ahead and list off all the schools that she's suggesting be a part of the new motion and the schools that she's suggesting get taken out of the motion as it states right now.
So I'm going to read the list of from the table. We have table 11, which is Fraser at 2.1 million, Macon at 4, Teich at 10, Tomfield 2, White 21, Stonewall Jackson 5, Lakewood 6. Casa View is on the list, but it's also one of the items that we just amended, is for 5. Nathan Adams is on the list at 6, for a total of 61.1 million according to the table. Table 13, Hulsey, 3.3 million. Just reading the list, it says choice schools. Was that, did she say that?
That's where it's listed.
I just want to make sure. Choice school, need to know which school. Then Cobble, 2.5 million. Rogers, 2.5. Marsh, 2.5. Total, 10.5 million, for a grant of 71.6 million. Table 14 would include Wilmer Hutchins Elementary School for 4.7. Holland at Lipson, 1.5. Sanger, 0.70. Harley, 4. Arlington Park, 4. And Frank, 3. And the ones that we had addressed previously was Casa View, as I mentioned. Casa View and Wilmer Hutchins Annex, and there was one more. Harley, I'm sorry. No, that would be added. That would be something that, and that's not on this table right now.
Which one?
Harley.
Well, Harley is on there.
Hulsey, and not
No,
Harley.
you mentioned it.
Harley is under table 14.
Oh, I'm sorry, it is under Sanger Harley. Yes, it is on there. We dismissed it.
Okay, the motion has been presented by Trustee Foreman and it's been seconded by Trustee Nuttall. Okay. Trustee Bingham?
Yeah, I'm still not real sure what's going on here. I'm looking at the motion that's on my screen, and it's not here, but it's got a 10 by it. And are we looking at a completely different substitute motion in which we're taking out Macon Elementary, Teich Elementary, Field Elementary, White High School, Jackson, Sigaville, Lakewood, Adams, Griner. Are those 9 schools being pulled out of this initial motion?
Are you asking me the question?
No, I'm not asking you. I'm asking Faye, because she's got the motion.
I don't have it right now, but yes, I believe that is what I understood that to be, excluding the.
Justin, will you explain, please?
Trustee Foreman, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think her motion is basically that we would strike the language that has been proposed as the original motion, and that we would replace it with your list that we are getting each of you a copy of. And then she's also proposed dollar amounts for each of those schools that are, some of them are different than what the administration had proposed, excuse me. And so that would, those new dollar amounts, when added up, would come to the dollar value for maintenance tax notes and bond.
So here's, Nancy, what I'd like you to do, because this is going to be an exercise, is tell us the original dollar amounts, what the proposed new dollar amounts are. Because it seems to me, yeah, and the schools, because it seems to me there are some schools now that are going to be losing money and other schools that are going to be gaining money. So if you do that for us.
And I'm sorry, can I also clarify?
As a point of information to Trustee Bingham?
Yeah.
Do you accept that?
As a point of information, this thing has total dollar values associated with it, 30, 43, and 75. And so I have not heard the total summation dollar caps in that motion. So since we're talking about a total substitution, what's the new funding sources and the new funding dollar caps?
Trustee Foreman, we're making copies of the copy you gave us, so if you have it still, if you could read those 2 caps.
Table 11.
Excuse me. Trustee Moran, you're looking for just the total.
I'm talking about the total
sources.
funding caps and sources of the 3 funding
The total
sources.
funding is 30 million from the bond, and then 75 million, I had 70 million, but I was corrected, 75 million from maintenance tax credits.
And just eliminating the 43 from the general fund?
Eliminating the 43. I
Okay,
think
thank you.
I stated I wasn't interested in taking any money from the reserve.
Okay, Trustee Bingham, you still have the floor.
Yeah, I'm still, I'd really like to see some black and white figures, because this is a huge change to what we've been talking about for the past 2 months. And for somebody to just take 43 million out, who's going to be hit with 43 million? Which projects are we taking out? This is a huge last-minute adjustment. So how soon will we have documentation? And on that documentation, is it going to, for instance, if I'm looking at W.T. White High School, is it going to show how much was originally proposed for W.T. White and what now Trustee Foreman has come up for a proposal for W.T. White? Is it going to show both figures?
Well, if you're asking for that information, Trustee Bingham, and it's not prepared just yet, we'll take the time to do that.
I have.
Yeah, because I'm looking at this doesn't make sense to me, because you don't have the comparison of the before and the after. I'd like to see both. We've got a trustee coming up with a last-minute thing, and we haven't had time to digest it. We've been talking about this plan for the past 2.5 months, and to bring this in at the 11th and a half hour just does not seem very feasible.
I had a question.
Okay, I've got 2, is this a point of information for Trustee Nodal, Trustee Bingham?
I just have a question. I need to.
Okay, so it's her, she has the floor at the moment, so do you have a point of information to her?
So,
Okay, Trustee Morath, did you have a point of information? Okay, Trustee Bingham, you have the floor.
Are we going to do discussion?
so are we just going to sit here and wait until we have the befores and the afters?
Is that what you like?
I'm not willing to make a decision based on just something that that has just been put before my eyes. And the thing about it, if we just say let's delay this entire motion to another night. Please.
Ladies and gentlemen.
If we did that, this would set the time schedule so far behind on these projects because they really need to start probably yesterday with the architects designing these buildings. Otherwise, they're not going to be opening in time for the 2016-17 school year. So, I yield the floor at this point, if somebody else has questions.
Okay. Hold on one second, Trustee Nuttall. So, Trustee Nuttall, then Trustee Morath, then Trustee Cowan, then Trustee Jones.
I think when you look at the chart of the resources of the bridge plan budget by trustee districts, I think that is concerning. But when I look at the QSCBS, and I look at some of the schools that receive money, Ms. Paul, from the QSCBS, what did we fix with that money, that bond money that we pay $143 million for?
The qualified school construction bonds addresses hydronic conversions, in other words, get rid of our steam boilers, as well as renovation of middle school science labs. That is the specific projects for the.
Did we take that into account when we came up with the methodology to figure out how we're gonna take care of our children? Looking at, because some schools on here receive $3 million that we're discussing now in this short-term bridge plan. So we've already fixed some stuff with them.
The bridge plan mainly addresses utilization or capacity, overcapacity area campuses, as well as the FCI, or Facility Condition Index.
So this 143, this is something totally different?
Yes.
Totally different for the schools?
Yes, ma'am.
Then when you look at, I think one of the schools that Trustee Foreman has taken out is Seegerville High School. In 2008 bond program, we added addition 26,000 square footage to Seegerville. Is that correct?
Seegerville High School, that was for fine arts classes, as well as an auditorium.
But we added 26 or 28,000.
Yes.
It was some additional classrooms as well.
Well, it was fine arts classrooms specifically for
So
fine
we didn't
arts.
fix the overcrowdingness then in 2008?
No, ma'am.
So, because it was a 2-point, and so now we're adding another 13.7 million in Seegerville?
That is the request.
So I think that's one, because it was in the 2008 bond.
Right.
And then the other is Griner High School, Griner Middle School, correct?
Miguel?
We're currently building an annex at Griner, and then
We
I
gave
believe
them
it was $3 million for the roof on the main school, the main campus.
Is that roof under warranty?
No, it's expired, I believe.
It's expired?
Yes, ma'am.
Because I didn't see it on the FCI as one of the bad roofs versus some other schools.
I can look into that, but I believe it's in need of replacement.
Because
That's
we
why put it
allocated
on
and
the list.
voted with the extra bond money by, when we consolidated the schools with that, to give Griner 16.6 million.
And again, we're in construction on the annex at Griner at this time.
The ad.
I have a
to
point of
Griner.
clarification.
So I'm just, I didn't, I have the floor.
It's a point of information. Do you accept the point of information?
I'm finishing right. What's your point of clarification?
Okay, please.
Yeah, the point of clarification on, the point was made that there was an addition made to Seegerville High School. It was not an addition. It was a replacement because of a building. The entire building was condemned, and it had to be completely replaced. So there's no additional footprint at Seegerville High School that was added to alleviate any type of overcrowding. It was simply a replacement to a condemned building.
Yes, 27,500 square feet to replace the previous building.
Right. So the fine arts building, because you said the
Auditorium,
it
and
added
then
some
there were some fine arts classrooms in
that
there.
you added to, but it was in the last
It was
bond.
part of the plan.
But they weren't additional.
Right, it wasn't an
was
additional
in the-
footprint on it.
Okay.
All right. Trustee Morath.
So I'm going to start my comments by saying that For a trustee who's complained consistently about getting inadequate information or last-minute information to offer a last-minute substitution without any heads-up to anyone strikes me as the sort of the height of hypocrisy. But let me get to the essence of this. The reason for the change is because of concern over the use of general funds. Mr. Terry, the recommendations from TEA, the recommendations from the government
GFOA,
government finance accounting experts that are out there is to ensure that our fund balance has 2 months worth of cash flow requirements in it.
correct, that's the recommendation.
And so their recommendation speaks to unassigned fund balance, which Trustee Foreman spoke about tremendously. And we have a bit of a disparity between our unassigned and our assigned fund balance, or I should say our fund balance including assignments, because the fund balance including assignments is something like $343 million.
Correct.
And the unassigned fund balance is in the hundreds, 150 range or something like that.
Yeah, 158.
So the question that I have is that a massive chunk of that assignment of fund balance is an accounting gimmick that we have to go through for the old QSCB requirement, an accounting requirement.
I wouldn't call it gimmick either. So.
An accounting requirement that we have to go
Yes,
through because we use the QSCB.
It's a liability.
Right. So my question is that if I were to call the GFAO and ask them when evaluating their cash flow recommendations, which normally include only unassigned fund balance, and explain our
available
assignment.
funds. I think they would refer to as available funds, and that's why I say is the 143 million, though as a liability is put into a assignment, the total available funds to us is
343. And
Yes.
if that's reduced by 43 million, we're at 300 million, which is 3 months of cash flow,
Correct.
not 2. Okay, so let's get back to this GFAO recommendation. So the GFAO recommendation was quoted in the paper today as including only unassigned fund balances. And your contention is that's actually not correct. What they look for is available cash.
I would have to double check on it, but it's my understanding is the cash available, not necessarily unassigned.
Okay, so if we are trying to evaluate the merits of removing the $43 million fund balance request, which was, I think, explored because of comments from Trustee Cowan, the concept of looking only at unassigned fund balance and ignoring the rest of cash on hand, from your perspective, is fairly arbitrary and doesn't actually meet the conservative standards of GFAO.
I'm not completely sure that I understand your questions, but again, as CFO, I'm not concerned from a cash flow perspective that we have a problem here, and as our financial advisors have pointed out, they're not concerned, nor am I concerned, that we would lose our bond rating by reducing that fund balance.
So the people that lend the district money, that put a lot of their own money at risk when they do so, they're going to look at that situation for what it is, which is that we're sitting on $343 million in cash in our general fund surplus.
Accounted for, yes.
Yeah. So the need to narrowly focus on the $150 million in unassigned fund balance doesn't exist according to our bond advisors in terms of the concern that grabbing $43 million out of that would somehow lower our rating.
Right. They don't seem to be concerned, and
I just confirm. That you're just shaking your head. So you have zero concern about the distinction between the unassigned and assigned in this particular case because of what has been used for the assignment? I'm sorry, did you want to hear that, Trustee Jones?
If you're going to put it on the record, put it on the record. And I'm not even sure why this is germane to the motion, but okay.
It's germane in the motion because the whole point of the motion is to eliminate the $43 million in general funds. And so I'm establishing that the reason for that is actually fictional.
Well, I think...
And so, sir, if you could just repeat what you said while you're sitting in the chair.
From the rating agency's perspective, the school district has $343 million in fund balances, and that I do not believe that drawing that fund balance down to $300 million is going to create an issue with the rating agencies.
So from your perspective, the $43 million is coming out of 343. It's not necessarily coming out of 153.
That's correct.
158.
That's going to be the perspective of the rating agencies.
Okay, that's going to be the perspective of the rating agencies, and that's certainly sounds like the perspective of our chief financial officer.
Yes.
Okay.
And I expect the fund balance to actually not be $300 million by the end of this fiscal year.
And so let's talk for just a second about why that assigned fund balance is there. That is an accounting set aside for the bond, so the outstanding debt that we've incurred that's subject to that federal subsidy. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. So if we do maintenance tax notes that we don't get the federal subsidy for, do we have to make allocations of our fund balance for those things?
Well, if we did not get the subsidy for the interest on those notes, then we would have to carry and pay back the bondholders that interest, but they still would not be due until
we've got a major deal
2033.
Because the federal government is subsidizing our debt on that. What I'm just curious is, if the federal government were not subsidizing that debt, would that money be allocated, accounted for in our fund balance? Would we have made a specific assignment of the fund balance for $143 million if it was just maintenance and tax notes?
I think if I understand your question, if they withdrew it, we would still account for it as a liability of $143 million, which is due in the year 2033.
Well, yes, but we've got $2.5 billion in liabilities.
That's right.
But those are not accounted for with a specific assignment of the fund balance.
That's right, because they're in the INS and they're being paid off by an INS tax rate.
Okay, so the $75 million maintenance tax notes that we're considering approving now with the substitute motion or with the original motion, would subsequent to that, would we need to make a $75 million assignment of fund balance?
No, because they'll be handled in the liability and be paid off on an amortization schedule.
Okay, so the only reason that we have a $143 million reduction in our unassigned fund balance to the assigned fund balance is because the federal government is subsidizing those notes. Because if they did not subsidize those notes, if those were traditional maintenance and tax notes, we would not have made that assignment in our fund balance. They would just be general liabilities we're carrying on our balance sheet.
If it had been structured as an amortization, that's correct. But because it's what we refer to in the finance, it's a bullet. That means that we have to be aware that it's going to have to be paid off in that amount of money in 20 years.
Okay, so the reason I asked this question, trustees, is because the purpose of Trustee Foreman's motion is to try to mitigate her perception of financial risk by drawing down the fund balance to, from her view, a precariously low amount. And that is a function of interpreting our fund balance incorrectly. And so as a result of that, I'm going to oppose this particular motion just on that grounds. I'm also going to oppose the motion on the fact that we have this last-minute substitution, so it's sort of no longer the administration's interim bridge plan. Now it just becomes the Foreman plan, and I don't think that's the way we should do business.
Mr. President, if I may also, I want to reiterate that as well. Whether you like the methodology or not that the administration used, it was thoughtful and it took a while to build, and it's gone through 2.5 months of discussion with trustees and stakeholders. And to throw this in at the last minute, I'm not sure it was as thoughtful and really needs a lot of work. And so either it gets killed tonight or we have to spend a lot of time thinking about it. For example, I don't know why Lakewood would be reduced to $6 million. The need, the minimum need for that wing is $12 million, and that's minimal.
Two wings.
Point of information.
Is minimal.
Point of information.
Hold on.
Nathan Adams, down to 6, we took a lot of time to see what the need is. And so if you only give 6 to Lakewood, for example, you wouldn't be able to build the wing that is needed to serve the needs of those kids. So I would recommend that the board quickly defeat the amendment and let's get on with the business at hand.
I see Trustee Mitchke is gone, but I'd like to call the question on this.
You have 3 other people who've already asked to speak.
Okay, hold on 1 second. Trustee Morat, if we'll allow these two to speak, we're still in the first round on this particular amendment.
And they want to talk about
Okay.
us.
Trustee Cowan and then Trustee Jones.
Let me go about it a different way. Mara, can you hear that? So Trustee Foreman is saying she doesn't want to take any money out of our fund balance. If we put that 43 million, if we keep the projects, is there a different way to finance it? Can we put that 43 million in maintenance tax notes? As an example.
Well, in this case, it's problematic is because, remember, the maintenance tax notes does not allow us to expand the footprint or to build new facilities. It only does renovations. And so we need to use the cash. Now, is there another way? Well, you know, the way that we had talked about before was to do the public finance corporation and do lease revenue bonds. And it seems that this was a much more acceptable way and much easier to understand that we operated out of cash. Now, the things that I would add would be is that though we're going to bring you an amendment that's going to draw down the fund balance by the $43 million, our forecast for the fund balance by the end of the year really will probably be in the neighborhood of $320 to $330 million. So it won't totally draw that down.
So because of the nature of the projects assigned to this 43 million,
well,
we can't use maintenance tax notes. You either go
right.
PFC, cash,
yes,
or nothing at all.
No
other alternative?
Yeah, PFC, which would...
Well, yeah, right,
yeah.
PFC, which we talked about,
right.
cash.
Yeah.
Or do nothing, or put it off on a bond.
Or put it off on a bond, right.
Okay. No other alternatives?
You know, off the top of my head, I don't see another alternative.
Thank you. Trustee Jones?
Thank you. I'm going to assume good intentions, so I'm not going to be as horrific as some of my colleagues have been in criticizing a trustee who I thought at the core was just saying, we've got to look at this from the standpoint of how much we're spending and are we allocating it to the highest need projects, and can we look at this again from that perspective? If you put $43 million cash back in your fund balance, it gives you more wiggle room because you may or may not have, according to the Parsons report, identified some of your critical need areas, and you're foreclosing any of those options right now by tying up pretty much 100% of all available free cash as well as debt capacity on the M&O side, which is what we're talking about here. And then everything else is going to hang in abeyance until we get a bond passed. Now, I'm going to go back to the Parsons report, and I'm going to remind everybody that this report is now nearly a year and a half old. And if you do the schedule that said, here's what's happening in terms of the decline in the actual condition of all of our properties, a year and a half, nearly 2 years later, we were going to hit a more than $2 billion moment of truth. And so the estimates of what we thought our problems were 2 years ago are actually a lot worse because of time and additional degradation. So, you know, I want to put that back on the table and say that we really do have to be mindful of this interim money and how we're spending it, where we're spending it, and what it's buying us. So to that question, she's adjusted a couple of campuses, and since they were just mentioned by the superintendent, I would like to visit them. My understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that when I looked at the elementary schools, and that's, in this case, the three major construction projects are Jackson, Lakewood, and Nathan Adams that are coming out of the fund balance. Macon, Teichfield, and Cabell are only coming out of the maintenance tax notes, which means those projects, those four, are getting modulars or some other type of renovation. They're not getting a fixed structure. But Jackson, Lakewood, and Adams are all getting actual physical upgrades. Now, Adams is a very high FCI. It has been for a long time, and we also want to add pre-K seats there. But then I look at Jackson, and again, they have been at overcapacity. Their numbers are such that they're adding 13,563 square feet, and that makes perfect sense for what they're trying to do, and that also is in line. But then I look at Lakewood, and I don't understand it. They want to add 43,630 square feet to the tune of $12 million, and even when I dug into the $12 million, $2 million of it is for I believe it was a cafeteria, and $1 million, or not quite $1 million, is for a library. Now, Adams, when I heard that young man speak here, they talked about the cafeteria situation. They talked about how it is a problem there in terms of when they eat their meals. So I'm going to ask you, is Adams getting a cafeteria?
You want me to answer that?
Yes.
No, but they're losing $2 million in this plan.
Well, I understand that, but I'm just trying to reconcile some numbers here.
And every school is specific and has its own specific needs. You cannot compare every school without looking at the whole picture and say, this school is getting cafeteria, so this one should.
Well,
it really depends on the need of that particular school.
Well, again, I think we heard that Adams has no less a need to deal with their cafeteria issue, but according to this, they're only getting 15,000 square feet added. Stonewall's getting 13,000, Macon is getting 12,000, and Teich is getting a modular, which isn't even something that's permanent, as I believe the same is true at Macon. But Lakewood is getting 43,000 square feet to the tune of $12 million.
I think you would have to agree with me that it's not a per pupil thing.
Well, apparently not, because they're only fixing 200 and something
right.
children, and every other school is well within that. In fact, Teich is dealing with 385 overage capacity, and they're not even getting a permanent structure.
So
I just want to know why $12 million? I mean, I see that Ms. Foreman Trustee Foreman has reduced that from 12.6 to 6 million, and you criticized her, Superintendent. You said specifically that the square footage was justified, and I'm just trying to understand that. 43,000 square feet to adjust to 250 to 75 kids in overage, which is actually a drop in the bucket in overage on a bunch of modulars that were built. The primary problem is 2 modulars that were built back in the 70s, for which I can show 10 other schools with those exact same decrepit, 100% depreciated modulars, and they're getting nothing. So I'm just trying to understand, why is one school getting everything and a bunch of people are getting nothing, and we're tying up $12 million?
So let me explain, and please let me explain. Once again, you have to look at the individual needs of each school. You have to look at the conditions of the whole school and the overcapacity. You have to look at the facility conditions index, and they're all different. One of the things we cannot do is serve every single need of every school in the district at this time. So the question is, how do you prioritize? We prioritize with the methodology that makes sense for our kids. And so you cannot, well, one way of doing business is split up the $143 million into 9 separate pies and do it that way. That to me is not a good way of doing business when you're talking about serving the needs of our kids.
Superintendent Miles,
And
excuse me.
I'm sorry, I still
You've
have
asked
the
him to
floor.
explain.
You're not answering
Please
my
let me
question.
explain. And so what we did was we used a methodology that serves our neediest kids that, with regard to utilization and FCI. It will never come out equal because no school has the same amount of kids, the same degree of overcapacity and FCI score. So there will be differences for each school. And that's what has to be taken into account. And so you can't just look at an elementary school and say they all should get the same amount of money.
I agree with
That's the answer.
Well, except for the part where the FCI on the main building, which is about 43,000 square feet at Lakewood, is actually in fair condition. It's the, and this is according to Parsons, okay? This is fact and this is data. Yeah, this has been talked about for several weeks.
Please, Trustee Jones, hold on a second. Ladies and gentlemen in the crowd, please, if you'll allow us to conduct the business without interruption, we'd appreciate that. Thank you. Trustee Jones.
Thank you so much. The concern is, I mean, and I can appreciate, although I'm not sure I agree with this list as it's adjusted, I can appreciate what Trustee Foreman was trying to do. We didn't get a lot of data along the way in terms of understanding the relationship of what the money was going to go for and why. And as I go back through Parsons, and as I go back through utilizations, and as I go back through trends over time, the Woodrow feeder pattern is one of our smallest total feeder patterns. It has capacity in its buildings, in its current structure. We have feeder patterns like W.T. White, which are almost twice the size of the Woodrow feeder pattern, and don't have any capacity anywhere to allocate kids under any conditions. And if you look at Parsons, the W.T. White feeder happens to be some of the most decrepit and poorest condition buildings in the entire district. So I'm not sitting here dividing it by 9. I am looking at the fact base that we have before us. And what I don't understand is on 43,000 square feet, or the main building of Lakewood, it's in, according to Parsons, fair condition, and I've got at least 40 out of 233 campuses that were done back when we did this analysis that were overpopulated, which was 26 out of 152 of the elementary schools, 7 out of 41 middle schools, and 7 out of 40 high schools. And then when you get into the actual condition, where we actually had poor condition, there were 16 schools that were operating at the time at serious overcapacity, whose main facilities were all in poor condition, and they were actually distributed across various trustee districts, and we laid that out. This was done a year ago, April 5th, 2014. It was presented as part of an ad hoc committee that did a very significant amount of diligence working with the likes of a Parsons and others, including the Boundary Committee and several other related resources, including the Bond Committee, to figure out priorities. And at the time, it was pretty well spelled out that as you looked at things, you had to look at them on the square footages, you had to look at it in terms of the classrooms, you had to look at it in terms of the entire feeder pattern and its growth and its ability to support growth. You had to look at it in terms of where we had the worst conditioned schools, and believe me, we have them all over the district. And worse than that, if you're starting to get into the subset, which is to say these modulars that were built in 1975 or thereabouts, because we've got at least 10 to 12 of those across the districts. Now I care about the safety of children. And I care about that. If that is an absolute crisis for us, that is, these are at 100% depreciation. In other words, they are kaput. Their FCI says you got to scrap them. We've not touched the rest of them. And right now, that's what concerns me. And that's where I want to focus. But you want to tell me that it's okay to spend as much as $12 million on one school so they can have a new cafeteria, they can have a new library, they can have a lot of amenities that nobody else is getting in this emergency plan that we've laid out, and we're basically losing the opportunity cost, or we're losing the money, and the ability is then the opportunity cost to do any other project as it arises with the available cash to get it done. And that's what concerns me greatly. So yes, I am asking the question based on the fact base of justification, and I think that's what I thought, or at least as I looked at Trustee Foreman's list, I assumed good intentions, and she was trying to say, how do we conserve money and how do we reallocate it? Now, I'm not sure I agree with the whole list. I'm not even sure I agree with most of the list, but I can tell you as I pick out specific examples, there's merit. So it's worthy of this board's discussion.
If I may, Lakewood is a bit unique in that they have modulars. So we have about 12 classrooms at Lakewood that are in modular buildings, in addition to the portables. And what's unique about Lakewood is that in order to create capacity at that campus, we have to reconfigure parts of the main building. For example, the cafeteria would have to be converted to classrooms, and the library would have to be converted to a cafeteria. So that, you know, Lakewood in itself is unique because of that, and that's where that cost is. And then we're confined in terms of the configuration of the site.
And if I could add, and Wanda, if I get this wrong, kick me under the table. Lakewood is the only one of the top 9 campuses that has a modular building, which is, we'll draw a distinction between modular and portable. And our practice is that modulars are counted in the core capacity numbers. But at Lakewood, according to the Parsons report, the modulars are in quite bad shape. And so the solution is larger at Lakewood because it's intended to address both the portables and the modulars and eliminate them. And then I think Wanda already made the cafeteria point. So those are just some unique elements of the Lakewood piece.
And you do realize there's about 8 other campuses across the ISD who have the exact same modulars, and we're doing nothing for them. They're also at 100%. They're also putting the same campus at the same risk, and some of their main buildings are in worse condition on a relative STI basis than Lakewood. And many of them have the same overcrowding problem.
No, they don't have the same level of overcrowdedness.
It's 275 children, Dr. Or,
they
excuse
don't
me.
have the same level of overcrowdedness combined with the FCI report. That was the methodology. And you're right about one thing. There's a lot of schools that have way more needs, needs across the system that we're not addressing right now. Not more needs, but needs across the system. And a lot of them happen to be in your trustee district. That's why most of the money in this plan is going to your trustee district. And in the comprehensive plan, it's going to the trustee district, not because of the trustee, but because the buildings in those areas that you have identified. So I look forward to you passing this bridge plan and then passing the comprehensive plan to serve all the kids.
I'm sorry, but from an equity perspective.
Elizabeth, can I?
Yeah, is there a point of information?
Can I?
Will you accept the point of
I'll
information?
accept the point of information.
Oh, can I? I worked on the Parson Committee and worked with the whole Parson, with you, Ms. Paul, for a year, meeting with Elizabeth and going over this. And all of this never.
You mean the ad hoc?
The ad hoc committee.
Right, yes,
the ad hoc committee. But what I'm very concerned about is how this city cannot disagree, and how when we disagree, we attack one another.
No, just to make sure that.
No, I'm on that because.
No, I understand that you're on that.
You allowed Mike Moraff. No, trustee.
Okay.
So you allowed Mike Moraff to sit here and talk the way he talked and spoke to another trustee. And not one trustee, our children are watching us. And you can disagree with Trustee Foreman, disagree with Dan Mishke, but to sit and say the things that you said, I think it's uncalled for.
So I understand that.
So that was my sidebar on that.
Your point of order, sir.
I think the point of order is you asked for a point of information.
Yes.
Sounds like you're about to take the floor, so I want to be respectful to Trustee Jones to make sure she is done with her comments.
So I just want to go back through. From the Physical Assets Ad Hoc Committee, Parsons identified 57 schools out of 214 campuses that they evaluated with a poor condition rating designation. That is where the FCI was greater than 30. This group of schools represented a gross area of 6.46 million square feet, and they were distributed as follows. 35 of them out of 146 elementary schools, which is about 24% of the total, 12 out of the 36 middle schools, which was 33% of the total, and 10 out of 32 high schools. The only thing that the administrative committee did, which it didn't really do very mindfully, is it said, okay, I'm going to use the overcapacity numbers, which I assume is a utilization rate greater than 110%. By the way, we went through the same exercise back in 2014. And then look at those crossovers where the FCI was greater than 30 for the main campus facility. Well, here's where it broke the rule. The main campus facility at Lakewood is not greater than 30. It is under 30. And actually, I can appreciate that it has a specific issue with respect to the building, but it still doesn't justify a $12 million opportunity for them relative to, I can point out there's a bunch of modulars, and these are the modulars that are out there. They were built in the 70s and 80s, and there's a list. And if you go back through the Parsons report, we also talked about that, and they're all at 100%. There's a few that are at the 70 to 60 to 50%, but pretty much anything greater than 30% is unsafe and should have been replaced by now. And none of those schools have even been given the time of day.
Well,
So
the problem we have at Lakewood is that we have no place to put additional portables, which nobody wants, but we have no place to put them. So we have to address the overcapacity at Lakewood.
well, except that they only have 8 portables and they have 275 kids on the overage. And we've got schools, I mean, Barbara Jordan's got 23 portables and we're doing nothing there. So I'm just saying if we're going to try to make a logical argument out of this, we should at least be fair and consistent about how we're looking at need and how we're addressing that need in terms of the dollars that are both scarce and hard at this point to start allocating in ways that don't allow us to give the schools that have the greatest need the opportunity to also have their problems addressed. I appreciate that we have a lot going on the long-term side, but the immediate need is not to do a major $12 million construction. The immediate need is to deal with the part of the problem that is related to strictly fixing the building, and as we're doing it for 2 other schools, we're sticking modulars there as the solution, and that's okay for them, but for some reason that doesn't work here.
We have no space to put portables or modulars at Lakewood. That is the conundrum that we're dealing with. We have no space.
Well, unfortunately, you've only got 275, or not even 275, as of this morning, it was like 240 kids on the overage, which is actually a low number relative to some other of our schools that have more than 300 to 400 kids in overage and have facilities that are in worse condition.
Okay, Trustee Jones, I think you've made your point. Okay, Dr. Blackburn.
Just have a question of Superintendent Miles. On page 6, we have 4 schools that have not been identified, and I know it's a total of about $8.4 million. Do we have any idea what those choice schools will be and where they will be?
We do have for one for sure, and let me let Mike Kaprowski, who's our Chief of Innovation and Transformation in charge of choice, answer that specifically.
Yes, so in the bridge plan, we have 4 choice schools that are listed as TBD. I believe that those are the ones you're referring to. I think it was, this week has gone by. I think it was on Monday, we announced the new cohort of choice schools. And one of those choice schools will be launching in August 2016. And the proposal is for a K-8 Young Women's STEAM Academy, which has, there's a lot of excitement around that. And so that will likely fall into one of these TBD buckets. We don't have a location for that yet, but it is likely that it will require some renovations to make it fit the STEAM model. The other 3 are future choice schools that will be coming through the competitive proposal process. And we laid out back in October that these choice schools would manifest through a competitive proposal process, which has a lot of merit. And the merit is that it's a ground-up process. The proposal is in the hands of the community, and I believe that that's a large part of how innovation happens, when you put it in the hands of the community. And so the downside, though, is that when you run a competitive proposal process, you can't always identify who the winners are going to be ahead of time. And so I think that that's just something to keep in mind. And that's why we put these TBD choice schools in there, is to ensure that we can continue the momentum of the public school choice strategy that the survey reveals that the community wants. And so I think it would be a mistake to not do this, because then we would be rolling out competitive proposals. We would be saying we're going to launch more choice schools, but we haven't adequately prepared for the potential facility renovations that go along with choice schools. So that's why the TBD choice schools are in there. We know that they're coming. We just can't identify the specific proposals yet because we have a competitive process.
And when do you hope to complete that process?
We are rolling out the next competitive proposal process in late April or May of this year. So we'll get that process rolling again.
So these are for the next round?
Yes, the idea is that these would be launching from the next round. We just don't know who they are yet.
I understand that. And I think my next question is going to be to Dr. Terry. My guess and my hope is that the priority of spending the monies will be the remaining amounts from the 2008 bonds and then the tax anticipation notes. Am I correct in thinking that we will use our general funds last, or do you have certain projects identified for the general operating?
Yeah, if all things are perfect, it would be to use the bond money first, the 30 million that we have out there, and then it would be to use actually use the cash, and then it would be the maintenance tax note, because as soon as I put out the maintenance tax notes, I incur a debt. However, the order of expenditure in part will essentially be determined by the construction and whether they're building renovations or they're in fact building new facilities. Because remember, the new facilities will take as either going to be the bond cash or it's going to be cash out of the general fund, and it's only the renovations that can come out of the maintenance tax note. And Chief Paul and her group is working on now a schedule, and that will probably not be done until the architects come in and lay it all out, and then we will know.
I guess I was trying to find a happy median, because I think Trustee Foreman her main concern is the amount of money that we're taking out of the fund balance.
Yes.
And I was trying to find a way that we can use less of that, and and I was leading towards, and I think Mike saw me leading towards, if we delay action on the TBD, that takes $8.4 million off of the table. And there was another school, it's a non-traditional choice school for $1 million, so that could be $9.4 million that could possibly not dip into our fund balance.
And I definitely have got that in mind, and I definitely be working with Chief Paul's group to see if in fact that we can time it so that would be number one. And number two is to relieve some fears about the fund balance, is that I truly
understand the fund balance.
I truly do believe that though we're asking for amendment to reduce it $40 million, I do believe that we will add another $20 million by the end of,
Yeah, I think we'll add $20 million without even trying. And I guess I'm trying to find a happy medium, and I'm still trying to decide if I'm going to offer an amendment to the amendment.
And Dr. Blackburn, if I could just add one point so we're all clear. The non-traditional space for the choice school, this is the one that's slated for 15-16. This is the new personalized learning high school that we previously announced, and our intention is to launch that by August 2015. And we're currently exploring options right now. We're finalizing a couple options, and we'll be coming to you pretty soon with that non-traditional space.
So you've already identified where
yes.
that might go?
No, we haven't identified a location, but we do have the proposal. This is something that we've identified through a competitive process, and we're planning on launching it in August 2015.
Okay, so I'm going to try this anyway. Trustee Foreman, I'm going to ask if we can substitute your amendment and replace it with deleting the 4 items that are listed as TBD for a total of $8.4 million. In other words, we would cut it by $8.4 million, and we leave these for a later decision.
Trustee Blackburn, I still have some other concerns.
Oh, okay.
I still have some other concerns, but if you just step out for a minute, maybe we can work something out. And Trustee Leddow wants to speak.
Well, hold on, that's not how this works. So
I
it's,
just need to talk to Trustee.
I completely understand you want to talk to trustee, but he's making an amendment to your
Yeah,
amendment.
but she wants to get more information. She just wants to get more.
Can you ask you information at the mic? Okay, we'll stop. Trustee Nuttall.
Superintendent Miles, on addressing, we received the memo on May 6th. When are we going to address and how are we, because when I look at the comprehensive plan, I see the top 10 schools on the Parson report as the worst facilities. Nathan Hawthorne, E.D. Walker, Thomas Edison, Pinkston, Edna Rowe, William B. Miller, John Ireland, San Jacinto, John B. Hood, and James Hogg. But I don't see them on the long-term plan. So do you know when we will address the top 10 worst facilities?
I'm not sure what you're talking about. So on the long-term plan?
Yeah, since we're talking about our facilities and doing what's best for children, we received an email from Ms. Paul stating the top 10 worst facilities in the district.
I'm
And
sorry.
I just want to know when are we looking into addressing them? Because it would be great if we freed up some money
Right,
to
so
address the top 10 worst facilities.
I don't have that list in front of me, but I can tell you that they're either addressed in the comprehensive plan or in two other areas. We put $75 million of preventive maintenance and then $15 million of deferred maintenance. So if there are critical facility needs, we'll be addressing them. So Wanda, do you want to
Yeah, and I think
talk
Wanda,
about
if you want to
that?
hop in, but I mean, I think that
'Cause I think-
that's largely the work of the Future Facilities Task Force.
Because I think it's only fair if Lakewood, we reduce it in line with Stonewall and Nathan Adams, who are getting $5 million to $6 million apiece. That would kind of free up $7 million that we can start identifying and working with our worst facilities on behalf of our children in other areas.
Again, that's the work in terms of the trustee request for the top 10 worst facilities according to the Parsons report. That's the work of the Future Facilities Task Force. I think it would be remiss to delay Lakewood waiting for that to come out because we have immediate needs at Lakewood.
I didn't say delay. I said we said Trustee Foreman had recommended taking it down because when you look at our list, I don't see any of the schools on the top 10. And when you look at the portable list, John Ireland is with 11 portables. Edna Rowe, we all have the portables.
5 or 6 million at Lakewood won't get it done. It will not relieve the overcrowding there. We need to build an
So
annex.
is Stonewall, the $6 million that we're giving to Stonewall, is it going to relieve the overcrowdingness there? Because, you know, I guess the other thing that the elephant's in the room, and we've talked about this, we've never looked at attendance boundaries for, you know, other areas have to deal with attendance boundaries, but we've never looked at attendance boundaries. And we have Robert E. Lee that is 77% occupied. We had Malta that can do a dual that we changed to relieve the overcrowdedness at Lakewood. But we're trying to spread the wealth to all of our schools that are in need. And so we're just trying to come to a happy medium so we can help more schools with the money that is given us. So I was just coming with get in line, you know, we can get in line with Stonewall and Nathan Adams, and then you're able to help Castleview Elementary School as well. We've already approved that because Skyline is 28 portables. We can go on the portable list for days.
If I could, to address the attendance boundary question, I think that that's, you know, I think that that's something that we would have to look at, and it's unclear where all of the Lakewood students would actually go if you did that. If you look at the immediate area, Stonewall's overcrowded, Rogers overcrowded, Hotchkiss overcrowded, Hexter overcrowded, Sanger is pretty close to overcrowded. Mata is growing in popularity rather rapidly because of its transition to a Montessori program, and it is in the midst of a major school-wide programmatic overhaul. In Lee, we talked with demographics today, and Lee has the space for about 100 kids, but they are going IB, which will, I believe, make them more popular throughout the area in its own right.
You're talking about Robert E. Lee? Because I looked at it, it's about 77% occupied.
Correct. That's right. And I think that the raw space is about 100 kids.
Because I know what, from a parent opinion, I know my daughter went to Hexter, and when the middle class and the parents came back to Hexter, we made Hexter a blue ribbon school. So it's like if you go to Robert E. Lee, you can make it a great school, because the community in Hexter Elementary said they want to make it a great school. So we had diversity in socioeconomic, diversity in race. It was a lot of diversity there, and blue ribbon school. So that's what I was saying. Robert E. Lee is 77%. Some of them consider we can eliminate some, but I understand you like your school, but we never looked at it. All our options.
Yeah, I'm with you on the socioeconomic diversity. I think that the challenge with just an attendance boundary solution for Lakewood is that it does have a domino effect on many others. That it's hard to make it a one-time solution because it does have secondary and tertiary effects on all of the campuses nearby. And I think when we looked at the map, the space availability just flat out isn't there for that solution. So that's part of the challenge.
But I guess I want the public to understand that we have a lot of kids that are in danger. We have a lot of portables, and we're dealing with this. So we was just trying to spread the wealth so we can help more of our children until we go for a bond.
Thank you, Trustee Nuttall. Dr. Blackburn?
I'm going to see if I can muddy it up to make it clearer. So my original substitute motion was to delete the 4 choice schools on page 6. That's for a total of $8.4 million. And reduce the total amount for each of the other schools on the list by 5%. That should bring us somewhere close to about 120 to 125 $1 million. So basically cutting $10 million off the total project.
Okay, so that's the motion as amended.
That's a substitute.
That's
Would that be a substitute?
It's a substitute motion that he's trying to make.
Substitute motion.
So we'll keep the original motion.
So here's what's happening right now, is that what we've gone through is we went through 3 amendments originally, okay? The main motion was amended to include Casa View. It was amended to start Harley in 2015-2016, and it was amended to create the annex at Wilmer Hutchins, okay? That's part of the original motion now. Trustee Foreman made a motion to reconfigure, from a financial standpoint, particular schools as was presented here. But what Dr. Blackburn is suggesting is that we don't follow that. What we do is we take out the choice schools.
That's on page 6.
On page 6. And reduce each item by 5%. So that means we would reduce Fraser by 5%, we would reduce Macon by 5%, we would reduce Teich by 5%, all the way through this plan. Okay, that's the motion. And you accepted that motion, correct? That amendment, Trustee Foreman, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that's the motion that we're talking about now. So really this sheet that you all should be looking at is, we're not focused on that anymore. We're focused on a 5% cut from every single cost, and those choice schools that are listed on page 6 of the interim bridge plan would no longer exist. I captured that correct? 5% of the original list.
Point of clarification.
Yes.
Of Ms. Foreman's original list in which she...
No. So Ms. Foreman's list, think about it this way, it doesn't exist anymore. Now
So
we're back
to the
we're back to the
original
original
list.
list, okay? After we made the three amendments, the amendment.
Sigerville High School's in there, Griner's
Sigerville High
in
School
there.
now is back in there.
I'm
Griner is
just
back in
saying
there.
we just reduce each amount by 5%
For every single project
across the board.
across the board, and to not include these choice schools that have money allocated to them right now.
And Lakewood would only be reduced by 5%.
Lakewood would be
5%.
reduced every single school on here.
And let me tell you, part of the reason I'm leaning that way is because with the last two bond programs, we've always come in under budget. I'm thinking we can still come in under budget. So I have a feeling it won't hurt.
If
Yes,
I
ma'am.
may, I think it would be premature to do something like that because we haven't budgeted completely these projects. We have to get the budget for the project. So to cut 10% off the bat puts us in a precarious position, especially with a school like Lakewood. You know, 12.2 may not get it done. It could be
Yeah,
14 million.
I know
So,
I'm not wearing my top hat today, but
okay.
pretend I'm wearing my top hat.
Well, I see a top hat.
Okay, thank you. I'm trying to be a diplomat.
Go ahead.
The other thing is, we still, while we're trying to maintain our schools, keep in mind, we put $15 million in deferred maintenance last year, $15 million this year, and we just passed, the board did, $75 million for preventive maintenance. So we are concerned about the maintenance and the safety and the condition of all of our schools. That's the way to do business, and every once in a while, obviously, you have to have a tremendous help through a bond or TRE. At the same time, while we do have all these needs, we also have academic needs. And if we're going to be a first-rate district and give all the kids the education they need, we also have to think about our programs. And we have to be able to do both. We can't stop everything we're doing, no additional programs, instructional coaches, and fix all the buildings first, and then do those things. We have to do both. The choice plan, first of all, has been signaled by the board to be a very important goal of this district. Also supported and reinforced by our community that wants more choice. We spend a lot of time and effort trying to build and design the right program, doing it in a methodical way. We've set a goal for 35 new choice schools by the year 2020. We're just asking for a small portion of the overall bridge plan to keep the momentum going in the choice plan. And I'm not sure we really need to cut back on this money that we're going to be going to the general fund, since we have the money sitting here. And the administration has spent the last 3 years really growing that fund balance. It was $180 million 3 years ago. It's going to be 320 or 330 at the end of this school year, even with the $40 million borrowed from the fund balance. So I wouldn't want to stop our programs just because we want a little bit extra money sitting over here when it is actually sitting over here.
Okay, so there is really quickly, I just want to make sure that we focus on exactly how we're going to operate on this. So, Trustee Foreman, what I need you to do from a parliamentary procedure standpoint is to withdraw your motion and to formally accept Dr. Blackburn's substitute. Okay, so her motion is withdrawn. So amendment number 5, as is listed on the screen, is Dr. Blackburn's amendment. That is now official, okay? So we've gone through and we've talked about this. The only person that we haven't heard from outside of myself is Trustee Mitchkay. Trustee Mitchkay, do you have any comments you'd like to make?
Yeah, the motion on the floor is to eliminate from the bridge plan the 4 to-be-decided choice schools and to cut the amount that would be allocated to every other project by 5%. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. I want to make sure I get Dr. Blackburn's attention before I go on.
Dr. Blackburn?
Okay, so I wanted to discuss your motion. I don't see how we can arbitrarily decide that we're going to pay 5% less for something that we think is going to cost a certain price. And I'd hate to have a bunch of buildings or wings that are 95% complete. I am agreeable to eliminating from the bridge plan the 4 to-be-determined choice schools. I don't see an urgent need for something that is to be determined. Now, when schools are selected in the choice plan, we can fund them. But to make the case that we urgently need to fund something that is going to be decided later tonight, I don't see it. I can see if you make the choices and you bring it to us with a budget amendment. So if Dr. Blackburn is amenable to eliminating the 5% cutback, I would support an amendment, support the amendment in that form.
I agree with that.
I have a question.
Hold on one second, I just want to make sure I'm clear on this. So you, Dr. Blackburn, you're amenable to that particular motion, so just like I just did with Trustee Foreman, I'm going to need you to formally withdraw your amendment and to restate your amendment.
Let me restate the substitute motion.
Okay.
Is to delete the 4 choice schools that have not been decided, and it is a total of $8.4 million.
Okay. So that is what the motion is on the floor.
From the supporting documentation, because the main language remains unchanged.
Okay. So that, just want to clarify too, the 5%, you're saying, Trustee Mitchkay, that this notion of cutting 5% on each particular project is not to exist anymore.
Right.
It's simply to just say we're going to take the choice schools that have allocated money per the interim bridge plan and remove that.
The ones that are listed as to be determined.
On page 6.
On page 6.
So there's just 4 of those, correct?
Just
We're
4.
just talking about 4, okay.
I count 5. I count
Yes.
5 to be
So-
determined. Is it 4 or 5?
It should be 4, and those are all in the 16-17 bucket. The choice school that is a non-traditional space that's listed on the previous page for 15-16 is a real school that we have identified. We identified them in January. There is a leadership team in place that's planning right now to launch this school, and they're going to launch in August 2015.
So this TBD on here is wrong. It says might potentially, it's a TBD, non-traditional space.
The space is TBD, not the team, not the school. We just don't have a location yet. So the location is the TBD portion of it. But we plan to be coming to the board very soon with that space. But the program, the school, the people, that's not TBD. We know who they are. We know what their plan is. We've approved them through a competitive process. That school is happening in August 2015.
I had a point of information for Trustee Mitchkay.
Will you accept the point of information?
Yes.
I just wanted to sort of clarify the argument. You're not saying that you're opposed to the district's choice plan. What you're saying is that what you would prefer is that the district bring those projects to you as they're fleshed out, rather than approve it as an emergency sort of interim bridge.
Yes, that's exactly right. This is an emergency plan. Emergency to be determined just doesn't seem to make logical sense. Okay. So I guess we have a motion and a second on it, right?
We have a motion. The motion is still presented by Dr. Blackburn. I'm not sure. Did we ever get a second?
Well, then I'm seconding it.
And we've got a second by.
Hold on, Faye.
We want to make sure that we're clear as to how this is amending the main motion.
Okay.
And so we believe what you're saying is that you will be, on the language there where it says launching new transformation schools, that will be launching a new transformation school, which is a non-traditional.
No, I think they're leaving the front language completely unchanged and just removing 4 from the supporting
document.
And if I could add one thing, of the TBD, one of them we do know. It's the K-8 Single Gender STEAM Academy, which is launching in August 2016. The problem is we just announced them, and so we didn't alter the document in any way. So there is one school that is launching in August 2016. We know the leadership team. We know the model. They've made it through the competitive process. We've announced it. We don't want to cut the legs out from under that. So
Is there 4 or 5 on this list? I just wanted to clarify.
there are 4 TBD
And so
choice
you're
schools
saying
on this
one
list.
of
I'm saying one
those-
of them really isn't TBD. We know who it is now.
Okay.
We just didn't change the documentation in time.
You're talking about on page 6.
These 4 TBD.
The one that is not really TBD is the third one, which says would serve as home for new transformation school open in 16-17 location TBD. That is true. The location is TBD, but we know the school, we know the leadership team, we know the model, and they've made it through the competitive process.
But the one on table 13 is TBD. There's 5.
Yes. I am telling, so I'm saying to keep the one that says personalized learning transformation school. If you go in the recommended solution column on page 5, it says personalized learning transformation school. And then in the notes, it says could serve as the new personalized learning transformation school, might potentially lease. I'm saying that one's launching in August 2016. That high school is launching in 2016. We know the model, we know the leadership team. We've already announced it.
So the 4 on
2015, sorry.
the 4 on the subsequent page, the 16-17, that's what you're okay with removing?
No, there's one on the 16, so of the 4 16-17 TBD, I'm saying one of them is actually not TBD.
Oh, so
It's the girls' STEAM Academy.
Both the high school on the first page keep, and one of the 4 on the second page keep?
Yeah, correct. And specifically, it is the $3.2 million one.
Do we have an updated one? Did we get an updated? Because this.
I can provide you with that. I mean, I didn't want to change it at the last minute because I think that would raise a lot of questions. But we did announce it on Monday. The board received the memo of the announcement, press release. I mean, it's happening. So I just want to make clear that $3.2 million line is not really TBD.
It might be easier if you pull up the funding streams by bridge plan, which is the third attachment, which is out on SIRE. That's your summary page, and you have all your projects laid out with the actual cost. So you can see it a lot clearer which choice we're talking about in the line item as far as the amounts. And I think what you're saying is the first one for 15-16 at $1 million is already spoken for.
Yes.
The non-traditional, the 16, there's 3 that are listed in 16-17 TBD.
There are 4 listed.
Well, I'm seeing 3 that are grouped, and then there's a 4th one that was the downtown that's specified.
Right.
So which of those 4, you
The
said?
$3.2 million one.
The 3.2, but then the other 3, the million, the 2.1 and the 2.1, or you're saying those are unspecified?
Those are not spoken for,
Okay.
correct.
Trustee Mishka, you still have the floor.
Okay, this is still Dr. Blackburn's motion, and it's been amended to, at this point, it's been amended to strike the 4 TBDs that are under the choice school plan. And now what you've clarified to us is that there are only 3 that have not been selected at this
Correct.
point.
Correct.
Okay.
So that
It's
puts
the 2.1 million, the other 2.1 million, and then the 1 million that says downtown.
So that's a total of $5.2 million, $4.2 million.
No,
5.2. So a total of 5.2 is not
5.2.
spoken for.
Then
My-
I restated.
Yes.
Yes, go ahead.
Then
I'm sorry.
I'm gonna,
The original motion was to delete the 4 choice schools on page 6. After further discussion, it was to delete the 3 choice schools, but keeping the new transformation school for 3.20.
correct.
Correct. And the way that the language reads on the screen, when we go to vote, you're not going to see a change on
Right.
that language. This change is going to be happening
On
with
the
the actual
supporting
documentation.
documents.
Correct.
Okay.
Point of information. So
Trustee Cowan. Point of information?
Well, we're still discussing this motion.
Yeah, we're still on this motion. You don't have Go ahead.
Number one, has this become an amendment and not a substitute motion?
Yeah.
This-
So what happens?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. There's small discrepancy, but important. On the colorful attachment,
This one right here.
the one that says non-traditional space, possibly downtown, says estimated cost of 1 million, but on the funding streams, it says 3.2, so which is correct?
Okay.
So which one is right?
The one on the colorful page is correct. The one on the colorful page is correct.
So the possible downtown location is only 1 million?
Yes, because
Not
that would likely,
3.2.
that would likely be just lease money
Thank you.
and potential
It's
renovation.
1 million, not the 3.2. Is it the 1 million?
It's the 1 million. Yeah.
Thank you.
The 3.2, yes, the 3.2 is the one that I would argue needs to stay.
So as a point of information, just for our parliamentarian, can we make sure that that gets clarified on SIRE? Follow that?
Yep. We'll definitely follow up.
The third document that Trustee Jones just alluded to lists the downtown school as 3.2 and the non-traditional as 1. Those are actually reversed.
Reversed.
Correct.
Okay. Trustees, any other comments? Okay, please, Cash.
Well, I'm sorry, we still were discussing it? I didn't get a chance to ask a couple questions, I'm sorry. So, when you said it was flipped, I'm sorry, the downtown choice school, on this, it says it's 3.2 million?
That should be 1.
That should be 1 million, and then,
The numbers should be the opposite.
so basically, the total amount doesn't change. So if we pass
Right.
this, then basically what we're doing, if I'm keeping tabs right, is we take the now general fund reserve, which is at 2.8 million, and we're putting back in 5.2. So we're back up to 8 million on the general fund reserve, at least for the moment, until we figure out what these projects are and how we want to assign it.
Ready? Okay.
Call the question?
Trustee Foreman. Trustee Foreman, and then the question's called.
Can you repeat the motion?
Okay, well, let's let Trustee Foreman speak real quick and then call the question. Trustee Foreman.
Who's calling the question?
No one's calling the question.
Oh,
Trustee Foreman.
All right, thank you. I've sat patiently and watched this play out. And my concern remains the same. I believe that we are, as a board, are making a decision without all of the facts, because there are going to be additional dollars associated to the programs that we're going to put in these schools. And we don't have money just lying around. And I actually heard one trustee talk about how much money we have in the fund balance. Well, if I'm not incorrect, this is probably going to max us out on being able to do any more maintenance bonds. Is that correct, Jim?
No, I think we probably would have more capacity.
About how much?
Well, it depends on the structure. I mean, I suppose in a certain sense, if you wanted to take out of the maintenance and operating, $4 million a year and do it on a variable note, we could, probably go as much as 150. So.
Like $4 million a year. Is that what you said?
$4 million a year. Right now, I'm going to try to keep the drawdown on the maintenance and operation budget to $2 million, which means we'll do variable rate bonds for 5 years and then they'll reprice.
Thank you. In an organization like this, $4 million is a drop in the bucket and wouldn't help very many of our needs. I'm still concerned about the equity involved in this process. I am extremely happy that people advocate for their children. I'm happy about that. But a lot of the children in my district, I have to advocate for. And I hope the parents understand that. And when I think about the fact that I have schools with 15 portables, modulars, 23 portables, overcrowded. So when are they going to get fixed? When will these children get the same kinds of quality that you're asking for your children? Don't be angry with us, and specifically me, because I'm an advocate for children, all children. The district, in this interim bridge plan, in my opinion, didn't do the best job in identifying the immediate needs. There are some of them that I've known about for years, serving on the bond committee. Some of them I'm just hearing about. But I just want this board to understand this decision that you're making for spending this money tonight, there will be additional dollars attached because you got to have operational cost. And so the decision is the board's, but I'm an advocate for all children, and specifically for children in District 6 who are in conditions that are just as poor as some of the conditions that the parents have talked about tonight. So I hope to see you back down here making that same advocacy for all of these children.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Foreman. So, thank you. I have the floor at the moment, and Trustee Jones has a point of information, so I'll accept that point of information.
Thank you. I think, just want to make sure we're matching money with sources, and I think we might have just done something which I want to clarify. So if that 5.2 million comes out, essentially, if I'm understanding it, that was originally going to be funded from the maintenance tax notes, not cash. So I think I misspoke before. Yes. So we're taking the maintenance tax note down from 75 million, reducing it so that we have a smaller debt amount, but that does nothing on the cash. So actually the balance doesn't go up by that amount. In fact, it doesn't change the general fund balance at all. And the maintenance tax note potential amount that's being set aside may be offset by a little bit, I assume, but not a lot, because we have 4.6 million set aside for the maintenance tax notes on the reserve. We have 600,000 against the bond funds, which is the 30 million. And then we had originally the 8.1 million on the general fund, but we took that down by 5.3 because that has to come out of general funds for what we're doing for cost of view. So we're still at the 2.8, but the adjustment is on the maintenance tax note, 75 million less 5.2, and then whatever other offset might be on the reserve. Is that, just I want to be clear on this.
Yes, that's correct. Because all those choice schools were renovations, we put it in the maintenance tax notes.
Right, but just trying to keep our economics right.
Yeah, so if we took out 5.2 million from those TBD choice schools, that would be a reduction in the amount of maintenance tax notes.
Okay.
So that doesn't free up cash.
All right, and then Dr. Blackburn has a point of information that I'll accept as well.
Well, and while they're huddling up, I'm going to join the huddle. And my thinking is that we could move $5.2 million that's on this third document. So instead of it being fund balance, it could be moved to the tax note. For instance, Harlington Park at $5 million instead of being funded by fund balance, it could be funded by tax note.
I was just
Is
gonna
that
say,
what you were
yep,
talking about?
Exactly.
See, I heard you.
That's what.
We were thinking along the same
And
lines.
that's where we can save the cash money is by.
So you just make that, so that also
You
should be
reduce the
part of
maintenance tax
amendment.
notes by 5.2, you move Arlington to the maintenance tax notes, and then you have 38, well, no, you'd have about 29 million in cash instead of 34.
When I can start thinking like Jim Terry, that's scary.
It is scary. I start acting like
We've
I'm
had a
wondering
lot of
now.
practice tonight to get to that point. All right, so trustees, the question has been called on this particular amendment. I was the only one that hasn't spoken, but I will forego that, and we'll call for the vote. Please stay, hold on.
To delete the 3 choice schools and keep the new transformation school for 3.20.
That is correct. Okay, please cast your votes, trustees.
Mr. Gowan and Ms. Foreman.
Oh.
You're not voting? Okay, the motion passes 9-0.
Hold on.
We have
Okay.
another vote.
Not done.
Hold on. So, okay, trustees, we are now back to the main motion as amended. Okay. So what we're going to do is let's state what that motion is after all of these changes so that we know what the final vote will be. So go ahead and state that for us, if you don't mind,
Okay.
Faye.
The main motion, and I'm going to go through these, so it's amended. And I'll just state what the motions are, and then we'll go through it. The first amendment that passed was the main motion is amended by inserting Casa View after Adams Elementary School and prior to Griner Middle School in the section addressing critical needs. We also agreed to, it was voted on to open Harley Elementary School in August 2015, and the backup materials would be reflected to state that. The other one. Yes, sir, I'm sorry, yes. And then the main motion was amended to insert the word annex after Wilmer Hutchins Elementary School and before Singer Elementary School. So, and to modify the supporting documentation, and that will be throughout the document. And then last, we voted to delete the 3 choice schools on page 6 and keep the new transformation school for 3.20.
Okay, that is the motion that we're voting on.
Point of information.
Please state your point of information.
Just so we're clear, because you've got separate buckets of money, without getting in, so the 75 million has now picked up the 5 million on Arlington Park and has dropped the 3 projects that totaled 5.2 million. And on the cash balance, well, on the bond money, there were only ever 2 projects. It's the same 2 projects, which are W.T. White and Seagoville High School. And then on the fund balance, we now have, if I'm understanding it right, Nathan Adams, Lakewood, Stonewall, the pre-K center north of 635, and Casa View.
Did you hear this?
Ed. We clear?
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. So I'm just trying to remember, there's 3 different pots of money, and they're distinctive for very important reasons. On the 75 million, or the original amount of money that was going to be on the maintenance tax notes, wasn't quite 75 million, but for argument's sake, let's just use that. Arlington Park is added, but 5.2 million of projects has been dropped. So we've done a swap there. On the 30 million for bond, originally we only had 2 projects coming from the bond fund, and they were our 2 high schools, W.T. White and Seagoville. And then on the fund balance, which was the 43 million originally that was put up, which was comprised of what was originally 30 million plus 13 million, we now have Nathan Adams, Lakewood, Stonewall, Anne Frank, and Casa View is in that group.
That's correct. Might it be helpful to give the overall totals to see if we're tracking? So what I have right now is in cash, 35.1 million.
Can you go project, I mean, because that's a...
So I have Frank Junkins Bush, 6.8, Stonewall, 4.6, Casa View, 5 point, I'm sorry, what was it, 5.3?
Mm-hmm.
5.2, let me change that.
5.3.
5.3, Lakewood, 12, Adams, 6.5. Am I missing one? Yeah, so that gives me a grand total of 35.2 in cash, 35.2 million in cash.
And we originally said the 48, so the differential is still the 13.
Well, and so what, in the cash though, you have to remember we're just including the hard additions at that campus. So Lakewood's not 12.6 in cash.
No, I
it's
understand
12.
that.
Okay.
I know what the total is per project because you've got it split between 2 I'm just trying to understand the different sources of funds and where we are with them as far as where we started.
I think once we get our architects on board, get the estimates, then we'll be able to adjust as needed.
Well, I'm just looking at what were allocations at this moment. I keep hearing that, you know, these could go up, but right now, I think coming back to Trustee Foreman's point, we've got to be prudent with respect to what we're committing to and where it's coming from and how it's going to be used. So I'm just trying to be clear with the changes we made. 75 million is still close to that. The original 30 million out of bond is still the same 2 projects, and we've just substituted on the cash portion balance for the construction projects. We just did a swap, and then we eliminated, or for the moment, we set aside the choice projects. So that's just
So what I have is now a grand total of 134.8. 35.2 million out of cash, 29.4 million out of bond, and 70.2 million out of maintenance tax notes. Is it? Right? That
can't be 70.2.
You get contingency in there?
Right.
Right.
Okay. Trustees, please cast your votes.
On what?
The main motion
As
as amended.
I'm not done.
You still have questions?
Well, I don't have questions. We're now back to the main motion. We are allowed to have a discussion on the main motion.
Right. So do you have any other?
Yes, I do, actually.
Please continue.
I was trying to first clarify where the money was coming from and making sure we all had that sorted out before. That was the point of information. So, and it looks like they're still trying to figure it out.
Done? Okay, Trustee Jones?
Parsons' report, if you go to page 34 on the original report, finding 7, facility condition needs by deficiency priority. There was a very large bill that came due starting in year 2 to 5 after the date of this report. So that's coming due this January, essentially, and it starts at $1.7 billion. That is a lot of our deferred maintenance catching up with us. So the FCIs, as they were related to back in 2013, are actually not what they were then, they're worse. That's part of what you do when you do this kind of analysis, is it's not a static analysis, it's a dynamic analysis. We have very limited funds to take care of immediate needs, and we're basically banking on the fact that we're going to be able to pass some kind of major bond or related action. And when I first took a look at the projects that were presented to this board and the amounts that were asked for, I would say the vast majority, as well as the choice and the situation with pre-K, were all very much in keeping with trying to balance various things that we're trying to accomplish simultaneously while not slowing things down. But this deferred maintenance bill troubles me greatly, as I have received numerous emails from the families of Lakewood and Stonewall and W.T. White and schools where we have the active parents, but as Dan so eloquently said, we have a lot of schools where we have no one doing the advocacy for the children. And that keeps me up at night because I see red. And when I see red, that red is all of what's in the original Parsons report as far as the poor conditions that exist throughout our district at various campuses in various forms. And they're a heck of a lot worse in actual condition. And I have toured close to 2/3 of our campuses, starting with the time frame, not only in my own district, but also when we worked on the ad hoc committee, to really take a look at things and to also look at the possibilities. And that goes back to the schools we closed and that we're now going to try to revitalize and move forward with, and I'm proud of that. But what still concerns me is all the red. Because all that red is children whose lives are being put at risk, whose families, even though they can't say anything, are getting no better in education, in fact, a worse education than the people that stand before us today and are complaining about a fair condition when I've got 3 times as many schools in poor condition. And that includes modulars in some instances that are standalone at other campuses that are equally as deficient as what I'm hearing at Lakewood. Now, we talk about equity. We talk about a process that's supposed to do prioritization. We talk about caring for our children. And we have 160,000 children. I do not see my district or anybody else's district as being better than anyone else's. All children are created equal. All children in this district deserve the finest education that this school board and this school district can provide. We have limited money. That is our ultimate crisis. And we have deferred maintenance that's coming up right now of close to $1.75 billion. And at best, even if we pass a bond election, we may get $1.5 to $2 billion, maybe. Maybe. And that's still some time away. And we've got, as we've talked about, only $140 million to take care of immediate need while we defer the rest. And by the way, the deferred maintenance doesn't begin to cover the 21st century schools that we hope to have. The world-class schools that within our strategic plan we're supposed to be building. But the challenge is, in order to get there from here, we've only got so much capital and we've got to be so careful right now to invest it exactly where it can do the greatest impact. I'm concerned because we're taking 2 schools that we prioritize, Macon and Teiche, and we're putting modulars there. And if you go through the plan a little deeper, you'll notice that they're asking for new schools in less than 3 years. Now that may be interesting and important to consider when you realize that you're doing a temporary fix to basically scrap it and build an entirely new building 3 years from now. So you're solving a temporary problem, but you're going to also invest in the long term, and that's 1 school basically getting served, or 2 schools in this case, and there's a lot of other schools that never even got a temporary solution. And then I look at 1 school that has an overage of only 200 plus kids that I understand is in poor condition, but the main building is not. And then I hear all this stuff about architecture and related need and this and the rest of it, and I look at the fact that they're doing 43,000 square feet when everybody else who's in elementary school isn't doing more than 12 to 15 at most. And I want to know why. And then we talk about equity, and some people get a lot of things, and basically the red in here tells me I got a whole lot of kids who right now, who have immediate need, who are in conditions of schools that are not meeting their needs. I'm leaving them behind. So I've got to be a little bit critical, and you'll forgive me, the Lakewood community. I have to be a little bit critical of every dollar that it's going to the highest best use on the bridge plan. We can talk about all the other amenities and all the other needs when we talk about a long-term plan, but right now we're supposed to be fixing the emergencies, not investing in total solutions at this juncture. And then we talk about equity. I was at this board table when the community came forward and said, we'll raise money. And that was music to my ears. This board even voted an MOU. I think it was a unanimous vote, if I'm remembering it right. And the time came and went, and we heard that a very small amount of money was raised relative to the original goal, which the district, by the way, was willing to match. And now we're hearing that that money is not even going into the project, at least not in terms of the physical building and the improvements. It may be going to other services or related costs. Whatever it is, I just say this. One of your community members came forward and talked about the pain of being accused of being inequitable. Now, I don't know on the complaint. That's up to the federal government to figure out whether this district is in compliance. And we'll leave it to them to figure out whether our title monies and everything else are being used appropriately. But here's my problem, and you'll forgive me. I grew up in New York City. I am an inner city kid. And I grew up during the 1960s and 70s when integration and desegregation was the order of the day. And I went to schools where kids came from every background, and were of every color, and were of every experience, essentially, that represented the purest form of public education, which is a diverse community. And I do not take kindly to the idea of a school in a district that's 90% poverty that is only 13. And I don't take kindly to a school that in a district that's 4 to 5% Anglo, depending on how you want to measure it, on our comprehensive schools, is over 80-some-odd%. How is that possible? Our goal should be diversity. Our goal should be increasing the opportunity for our schools to be rich with a whole wonderful community of experience. We have that at Kramer. We have that at other schools throughout the district, including Hexter and even at Withers. Withers last year raised $100,000 to buy a new library. Wasn't a Rolls Royce, but it's a beautiful library. And that community did it together. And that school's poverty rate is high. So I'm uncomfortable, as a matter of equity, with $12 million going to one project out of only 30 that were really out, or 35 we're allocating from cash, to support 46,000 square feet or 43,000 square feet when everybody else is getting 15 or less. And others are getting modulars in the hopes of some future replacement. And I've still got about 2/3 of this book that's red that isn't even being addressed. So you'll forgive me if I ask tough questions and if I call a little attention to this, because I don't believe there's equity in it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jones, thank you. Okay, trustees, Trustee Cowan.
it's late and we're tired, but I think we're about to make a historic vote, and I think we should all have the opportunity to speak, so you'll forgive me if I just take a few minutes. I share in the frustration and the disappointment of not getting something, or at least more, for each of our individual districts. I feel like I should be fighting a little bit more than I am tonight, but I recognize that, and when I point this out to my neighbors, that District 7 has been taken care of for quite a while. Griner is getting a new addition, and they're getting a new roof now. Thank you very much. Adamson got a new high school. A lot of our schools are in good shape in District 7. But that doesn't mean that I have needs too. It's just the needs in District 7 cannot be fixed in our interim bridge plan. We've got Jones Elementary, top 5% of the worst on the FCI list. It can be fixed with interim funds. We need a new school, $32 million. Stevens Park, top 5%, worst FCI list. Not going to be fixed in an interim bridge plan. $34 million for a new school. Stockard Middle School, before redistricting, was in Trustee Ranger's, now Trustee Foreman's district. Now it's in mine. That doesn't really matter. It's our schools. Needs $8 million worth of work. Two of my high schools are overcrowded. Sunset 130%, Molina 123%. Sunset in particular is locked down. There is no place to expand unless we go start tearing down historic houses, and I think we all know how that goes. The only way to relieve Sunset and Molina is to build a new high school in West Oak Cliff, or maybe further in West Dallas. $139 million. To echo what has been said, there are needs all over the district that aren't being met tonight. But I recognize that we've got to start somewhere. This is only phase one. We are going to be coming to you, voters. We are going to be coming to you, Lakewood parents. We are going to be coming to you, W.T. White families. Here's all I ask. If this passes tonight, when we come to you again for a bond program or a TRE program, the number is going to be staggering. But when I take my girls to Hypnotic Donuts, I want to see a sign in every single one of your yards saying DISD supported Lakewood. DISD supported Lakewood, and Lakewood supports DISD. I want to see the same signs in Seagoville, Trustee Bingham. I want to see the same signs in W.T. White when I take my girls to Marsh to play soccer. This is not a quid pro quo deal. It's just the reality. We are taking care of some urgent needs now, but we have urgent needs to come, and we are going to need your support. Honorable Angela Hunt, I need your help in the future. Don't look away in the future to needs in District 6, in District 9, Wilmer Hutchins. We have needs all over this district that aren't being addressed tonight. I want to thank Trustee Blackburn for including Harley. It's a stone's throw away from District 7 families, and I expect a little help getting people across Interstate 35. Okay? So I'm not asking for any amendments tonight for District 7, but I am going to give you my wish list. We're talking about specialized schools, programs. L. O'Donnell is 71% occupied. Perfect, possibly perfect opportunity to go K through 8 dual language academy. We also have Hogg, which is also on one of the worst FCI lists, in very poor condition. We have a need for either a Montessori or a STEAM program. We've got families in North Oak Cliff that don't live in Rosemont feeder pattern, and the popularity there is outgrowing its capacity. They can't get into Harry Stone for whatever reason, or Dealey. We have the demand for either a Montessori program or a STEAM program in North Oak Cliff. I want a comprehensive feeder pattern, an attendance boundary study done, very detailed, on every school in District 7, so that we can look at our needs, because we have some schools that are slightly over capacity, surrounded by schools that are slightly under. I want a very comprehensive feeder analysis for Sunset, Adamson, and Molina. I'm going to ask President Solis and Trustee Blackburn to join me in asking the same for West Dallas. Now, Sidney Lanier is in my district. I think Sidney Lanier is a perfect candidate to go K through 8 and create the first arts academy for K through 8. I want a comprehensive feeder demographic study for the entire West Dallas community. We've got Gay P. Allen at 121%. Next to it, we've got Martinez at 72%. We've got Earhart at 73%. We've got Carver at 69%. We've got Carver at 69%. We've got Carr at 99%. We've got De Zavala at 92%, ending up with Lanier on the far west or far east at 74%. Then we got a nice little school called Dessa at 58.3%. It is 8. Thank you. I'll say that in the mic. We have a
Dessa is a hidden jewel. We need more families to apply to that campus.
So we have capacity issues in West Dallas, but the quality of schools ranges from improvement required to meets expectations with distinctions. Gay P. Allen is met standard. Martinez met standard with 6 distinctions. Earhart met standards with 1 distinction. Carver and Carr, improvement required. De Zavala met standards. Lanier met standards with 2 distinctions. And Dessa met standard with 7 distinctions. So we've got an educational quality gap here in West Dallas. And I think we have an opportunity in West Dallas. I want to look at going full K through 8 in West Dallas. I at least want to look at the possibility of going K through 8 in West Dallas. Because what you're doing is you're taking these schools that are met standards, some with met standards and distinctions, and you're sending them to a middle school that has been traditionally challenged. Edison. We know the story about Edison. Constantly ebb and flow between barely meeting expectations, meeting standards, and improvement required. But the problem with Edison, it's at 42.5%. So you're taking kids out of their neighborhood elementary schools that are under capacity, sending them to a middle school that was built for 1,539 students that only has 550 in it. We have an opportunity for West Dallas. We have West Dallas represented by 3 trustees. It's time to start focusing on West Dallas. Then you get to Pinkston. Again, scheduled, if the bond package passes, if it's included, for a brand new Pinkston. And I think the Pinkston students deserve just as nice as high school as Adamson is. But that's going to need the help from the voters. So I'm going to come knocking on your door, Lakewood. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Khan. Any other comments for the vote? No? No? Go ahead, Trustee Nuttall.
I agree with everything that Trustee Calvin stated, but I want us to take a resolution for Lakewood. We're going to need your help because, as he stated, we have a lot of needs in District 9. Skyline with 28 portables, John Ireland, San Jacinto, a lot of needs. So whereas the Dallas Independent School District has intensive needs and plans for new and repurposed assets to implement and improve current and new curriculum to elevate the educational environment and opportunities for all students. The magnitude of DISD needs make it virtually impossible to prioritize and allocate funds for only a select number of new and existing facilities and programs in a fair, equitable, and transparent manner. A comprehensive and cost-effective plan must be developed to ensure all students have equal and adequate facilities to achieve academic achievement. So I'm asking that this administration, that the future Facilities Task Force to be charged with the task of definitely reviewing, analyzing, and please recommending a comprehensive plan for all our new schools and repurpose in the support of DISD. That we have the past 2008 Bond Advisory Committee be given the task to determine the possible additional funds for reallocation of any more money. So I'm asking for your support, and that's this Board of Trustees and Administration, that we definitely work with the future task so we can solve the problems for all our students. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments?
Ready to vote?
I'd like to make a comment. I think we're ready to vote. Trustee Jones. I think we've said everything that we need to say. So here are my comments. Very briefly, Superintendent Miles, to the administration, thank you for taking the time to think through this. It's been an iterative process, and we as a board are appreciative. I'd like to echo the comments of Trustee Cowan. I believe that we will be coming to you with a much larger package. We're calling on you, Lakewood, Stonewall, and every other campus that receives benefit from the interim bridge plan to help us, because I've been to Lakewood a couple weeks ago. I've seen the modulars. I've seen the closet that serves as a 22-kid computer lab with a window that gets real hot during the summer. I've been to Arlington Park as well, where that community's fought day in and day out to try to get something to revitalize that community. This is an equitable plan. I understand what equity means. This is an equitable plan, and it's a much larger equitable plan that we're going to be coming to you asking for your support. So let's work as a community as you all have promised. Let's work as a community, Stonewall, as you all have promised, to move this district forward, because we have a lot of work to do and we have a lot of needs. Trustees, please cast your votes.
We've already called for the question.
No, I was entitled.
I'd like to call the question. Question's been called. Is there a second?
Call for the question.
Okay, second. All those in favor of calling the question, please raise your hand. Okay, and all those opposed? Motion passes, 6 voting yes, 2 voting no, and 1 abstaining. Trustees, we're to the main motion as amended. Please cast your votes.
The motion passes 9-0.
Trustees, you've just adopted the motion, thereby approving the interim bridge plan, including reopening or repurposing Hulsey, Harley, Fraser. If I can get just a little bit. Hulsey, Harley, Fraser, Arlington Park, and renovating and/or making additions to address critical needs at Macon, Teich, Field, White, Jackson, Siegelville, Lakewood, Adams, Casa View, and Griner. Renovating future innovation schools, including Cabell.
Thank you, Reverend Parker.
Cabell, Rogers, and Marsh, launching new transformation schools and expanding pre-kindergarten space at Burnett, Smith, Gusick, Wilmer Hutchins Annex, Sanger, Holland at Lisbon, and near Frank Junkins Bush. Not to exceed $30 million in 2008 bond funds, $75 million in maintenance tax notes, and $43 million in general funds. Okay, trustees, we're on to item 8A11, to approve an order authorizing the issuance of Dallas Independent School District Multimodal Limited Maintenance Tax Notes, Series 2015, making provisions for the payment thereof by the annual levy of the district maintenance and operations ad valorem tax, providing for the award of the sale thereof in accordance with specified parameters, authorizing the execution and delivery of a bond purchase agreement, a paying agent registrar agreement, a remarketing agreement, and a tender agent agreement, appointing co-bond counsel and authorizing the execution and delivery of retention agreements, approving the preparation of an official statement, and enacting other provisions relating thereto. Consent item 7A21, pulled by trustees Elizabeth Jones and Miguel Solis. Do I have a motion?
Move to approve.
Moved by trustee Bingham and a second by trustee Jones.
Thank you, Stonewall Jackson. Thank you, Lakewood. Thank you, Wilmer.
Thank you, White.
Thank you, W.T. White. Horns up.
Okay. All right, trustees, any discussion on item 8A11?
Just so we're clear, what's the
Trustee
total?
Jones?
What's the total? Because we made the changes.
It's 75 million.
So it's still being targeted at that?
Yes.
Okay. And then since things didn't change too radically, you still want the 4.6 on the balance on the reserve?
On the budget amendment, I will ask for an amendment to amend down the transfer to the capital projects fund from 43 million to 38 million.
And then how do you treat initially you had asked for the 4.6 million against the maintenance tax notes as reserve. How do you reflect that?
I'm not quite understanding your question.
Originally, when we talked about the reserve itself, the 13 million,
Right.
it was apportioned to various
Yep.
pieces.
It originally was going to come out of the cash.
Right.
It still should come out of the cash.
Right. So the question is, against the maintenance tax notes, what's the reserve that you think is relevant? Is it still the 4.6? Because that
Yes.
was the original 75
Yes.
million.
Yes.
Just double checking, that's
Yes.
all. Thank you.
Trustees, any other questions? Trustees, please cast your votes.
The motion passes 6 voting yes.
Trustees, you've just adopted the motion, thereby approving and just adopted the motion. Trustees, next item is 8A12, to approve underwriters to provide underwriting, marketing, and distribution of Dallas Independent School District Multimodal Limited Maintenance Tax Notes, Series 2015, and other matters related thereto. Consent item 7A22, pulled by trustees Elizabeth Jones and Miguel Solis. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by trustee Bingham, and a second?
Second.
By Dr. Blackburn. Trustees, is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, please cast your votes.
The motion passes 7 voting yes.
You just adopted the motion, trustees. We are now on to item 8A1. Beginning with 8A1, to authorize, negotiate, and enter into agreements with architectural firms previously approved for the 2008 bond program for additional projects. Consent item 7A1, pulled by administration. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by trustee Morath and seconded by trustee Bingham. Trustees, is there any discussion?
I have a discussion.
Trustee Morath?
Ms. Paul, can you give us the names of or I should say the name for cost of use so that we can make the amendment for that?
Okay, yes, we need to make some adjustments based on the previous activity. For instance, Wilmer Hutchins needs to be designated as Wilmer Hutchins Annex on the detailed sheet.
Okay.
Casa View needs to be added.
And do you have an architect for Casa View?
Yes, yes.
What,
But we,
what's the architect for Casa View?
Stantec.
Okay, so I'd like to amend the motion.
And then also, we need to remove the 3
Choice projects.
choice projects,
Okay.
as well as designate the choice to be determined school as a transformation school, which
Okay.
is one in the plan. And that's pretty much it. That's the $3.2 million one.
So I'd like to make an amendment to this, to wit, Wilmer Hutchins is substituted for Wilmer Hutchins.
We can't hardly hear you.
Yeah, please turn his mic up if you don't mind.
Wilmer, there we go.
Thanks, Chris.
Wilmer Hutchins is substituted as Wilmer Hutchins Annex. 3 choice projects are removed, and the remaining choice project is labeled as a transformation school.
And that's the 3.2.
That's the 3.2.
Right.
Well, I don't think you have dollar values on the.
No, I don't,
yeah,
but
okay.
I just wanted to.
That CASA view is added specific to
Stantec.
Stantec. Is that everything?
Yes, Stantec.
And I think I need a second for that amendment.
Second. Seconded by Dr. Blackburn. Trustees, is there any discussion? Trustee Nuttall?
The firms that are minorities.
KAI is one of them.
KAI? Is that one? Okay, so. We can, yeah, we know of one, we can check the other ones, but we know that there
So how
is
do
at
we
least one.
What process we go through to determine who got what?
That's right. The process.
All the architects listed here were involved with work under a 2008 bond, and we looked at the work that they did and looked at the work that was proposed and picked the architects that most appropriately met the proposed work. So we hopefully got the right architects for the right projects.
So we're not going out for a bid?
Not for a bridge plan. It wouldn't be a bid, it would be our RFQ. They all have the same qualifications that they had when we did the RFQ in 2008. When we have a comprehensive plan, we'll go out for another RFQ at that point.
So you're saying this 134 million we just approved, we're going to select just the construction people, we're going to select the people to do?
Well, they went through the bid process through the 2008 bond, so these are some of those same.
Right.
So you don't have to go back out for a bid again?
In 2008, we did an RFQ, and then we recommended assignments for different projects based on all the respondents to the RFQ, and then the board approved those. And this group of architects is from that same RFQ response.
So you don't have to go out for another RFQ?
No, that's correct.
It's staying, because that's 5 years ago. So you don't, how long is the RFQ for?
The RFQ lasts as long as we choose. We think that it would be appropriate to do a new RFQ when we go for a new comprehensive plan. We'll get far more architecture firms interested in a large program.
So can you tell me which, I would like to see the minority firms.
Sure.
Trustees, any other questions? Please cast your votes. For,
It was on the
oh, yeah,
amendment.
for the amendment. Just want to make sure for the
Yes,
amendment.
it's for the amendment.
Yes, it's this is an amendment. Trustee
Substitute
Morath is just,
Hutchin with the annex,
yes.
3 choice schools being removed, and Casa View, assigned Stantec.
Stantec,
And the remaining choice schools labeled transformation school.
right.
Yes, and the remaining school
Okay.
will remain, 3.2.
Please cast your votes.
The motion passes 8 voting yes and 1 voting no.
Okay, now we're back to the main motion as amended. Trustees, any other questions?
Abstaining.
Any other questions? Please cast your votes.
The motion passes 8 voting yes and 1 abstaining.
Okay, Trustees, you just adopted motion 8A1. Now we're on to item 8A1. Now we're on to 8A2 to amend board policy BBG local board members' compensation and expenses. Second read sponsored by Dino.
President
Oh,
Solis.
that's right. Yep.
Yeah.
7/8/23.
Yes.
Consider and take possible action to approve the budget amendments for March 26, 2015. Trustees, you'll remember this is what we pulled from the consent onto the separate vote agenda. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Bingham and a second. Seconded by Trustee Morat. Trustees, any questions? Please cast your votes.
Okay. The motion passes 8 voting yes and 1 abstaining.
We're now on to item 8A2 to amend board policy BBG local board members' compensation and expenses. Second read sponsored by Dino Harris, Executive Director, Administrative Services. Consent item 7A2, pulled by trustees Lou Blackburn and Joyce Foreman. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by trustee Bingham, and a second?
Second.
Second by Dr. Blackburn. Trustees, any discussion? Please cast your...
Let me ask a question on page, I guess it's page 2 of 5.
Okay.
We're on BBG, is that correct?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, the heading for that on the first page, board members are allowed perks as trustees as follows. But then you go past number 13, it says, except as stated above, individual trustees shall not authorize any other expenditures, including the use of district personnel. Could you guys explain what you mean by that? And then give an example. Otherwise, I'll make a motion that we strike that paragraph.
Second.
Okay. Before we do that, before we make a motion, is there no one that can answer this question? Can you restate the question, Dr. Blackburn?
I'm good with the motion.
Okay. Well, we have a motion to amend. In the motion to amend, please state your motion to amend. One more time.
On page 2 of 5, strike the second paragraph where it says, except as stated above, individual trustees shall not authorize any other expenditures, including the use of district personnel. I don't think the trustee can authorize any kind of expenditure, so it's not necessary.
Okay, and it's been seconded by trustee Nuttall. Trustees, any questions on the amendment to the main motion? Okay, one more time for the administrators. Nobody answered the question. Okay. All right, trustees, please cast your votes.
Trustee Foreman? Okay, the motion passes. 8 voting yes and 1 voting no.
And now we're back to the main motion as amended. Trustees, any discussion on the main motion as amended? Okay, please cast your votes.
Okay. 1 second. This is item...
At 1, or 2, I'm sorry.
Item 2, okay. And it was...
Throwing you off.
I got off with just a second. And Blackburn. Okay. Oh, they can vote. Mr. Cowan, Ms. Bingham. And Ms. Foreman. You're not voting?
Is this on BBI?
No, this is still on BBG.
Main motion is amended.
Big boys and girls.
Motion passes 9-0.
Trustees, you just adopted item 8A2. Our next item is 8A3, to amend board policy BBI local, board members, technology resources, and electronic communications. Second read, sponsored by Dino Harris, Executive Director, Administrative Services. Consent item 7A3, pulled by trustees Joyce Foreman and Lou Blackburn. Do I have a motion? By trustee Bingham, and a second?
Second.
By Dr. Blackburn. Trustees, any discussion?
No.
Yes.
Trustee Foreman.
And this is BBI, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I'm just wondering why we even have this policy.
You want me to address it?
Please.
This is a recommendation from TASB, Texas Association of School Boards, where they had recommended this particular policy in relation to trustees having a user agreement with the district for equipment and things like that. They had recommendations coming from other school districts to create such a policy. So when the update came through, we brought that through and brought it for the board for their consideration.
So it's...
And it would also align that BBG. The title changed from the BBI to the BBG, so it would now make our legal policy align with our local policy if we adopted BBI.
just because we have a legal policy, do we have to have a local policy?
Not necessarily. So, yeah, the
No,
answer is not
answer is no.
necessarily.
Okay. I move that we not adopt this policy.
So you'll just vote no?
Yes. Yes. So I don't want to just vote no.
So you want to strike the entire language?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a second? Okay, hearing no second, we're still at the main motion. Trustees, any other discussion? Hearing no discussion, trustees, please cast your votes.
Is that the amendment?
Main motion.
Did we strike out?
Ms. Neto. The motion passes 8 voting yes and 1 voting no.
Trustees, you just adopted item 8A3. Now on to 8A4, to amend board policy FDB local admissions, intra-district transfers, and classroom assignments. Second read, sponsored by Mike Kaprowski, Chief Transformation and Innovation. Consent item 7A4, pulled by administration. Do I have a motion? By Trustee Bingham and a second? Second. Dr. Blackburn, is there any discussion?
I have a question.
Okay. Trustee Nuttall and then Trustee Foreman.
The transportation, I see in the legal policy, they address transportation in FDB legal. So what are we doing about transportation for innovation and transformation schools?
Yes, ma'am. The plan is, of course, to provide transportation. We initially, I think, had the language in here back in the first read, and I think that we all agreed to take out the transportation language. So the plan is that next month, we're coming with some changes to CNA, the transportation policy, and these innovation and transformation schools will be included in CNA.
So is it going to be in regulation? Because in the legal policy, they address transportation. So we're providing transportation for innovative schools and transformation schools to and from?
It would be in local policy next month.
It'll be in local, not
Which-
legal. It's not, it won't be in legal.
I know it
it'll
won't be in
local.
legal, but legal addresses it. So I was looking for it in local, or how we're going to address transportation.
It'll be in CNA. We'll bring it in the April set of policies.
So is that, because, I guess, because legal, FDB legal addresses transportation. So our FDB local is not addressing it. So I'm trying to figure out, well, how will a parent know, because it has transportation FDB legal. The district is not required to provide transportation to a student who transfers to another campus under this provision, and talks about transportation, Education Code 25. So how is a parent going to know?
Because in CNA local, it has all of the different ways that a parent can have transportation. It lays out every single way a parent is eligible for transportation. So it's all of that. And so from our perspective, it's better to put it there because the parent can see every type of school for which they're eligible for transportation, including these choice in schools.
So in CNA.
CNA.
Legal addresses transportation as well.
And local, right. Legal's always the legal authority, and then local's our own policy.
Yeah, I understand that,
Yeah.
but I know your legal is supposed to kind of guide your local. So I was trying to figure out where in transportation, if a parent wants to go to an innovation school, that they understand, are you going to provide transportation to the school? Like if I transfer in and transfer out? Like if Lincoln is an innovative.
I'm sorry.
Like if I want to go to Lincoln and I live in North Dallas, you'll provide transportation to Lincoln?
We will have some rules in regulation as to the exact specifics of who and how many, which routes and that sort of thing. Not routes, but the details of what kind of transportation will be in the regulation. I know you know this. There's a legal policy, there's a local policy. In local policy, we're just going to say if you're going to a transformation or an innovation school, you're eligible for transportation. Then in regulation, we'll describe who exactly.
Kind of like magnet schools, because at magnet schools, we 3 or more students at a particular
all
home
of that.
school.
That's all in regulation.
So you're going to put all of that for transformation and innovation schools?
Yes, ma'am.
And then, so through the budget process, Superintendent Miles, are we going to have a budget
For
with
transportation.
that, for transportation for
Yes.
innovation schools?
Yes.
So we'll discuss that on Monday.
Well, it'll be in the budget, the larger
Are we
budget.
having a budget workshop Monday?
Yes.
Because I really would like to see the budget for
That's
transportation
not
of,
the presentation of the budget.
Right.
It's a budget workshop.
it's a budget workshop. We won't get the budget?
You'll get the broad budget assumptions.
Is there a budget workshop Monday, or am I?
Yes.
So will we get that, would the board get that budget before the workshop? Because I would like to see where the whole school, the transformation, innovation, that budget.
Yes, we're preparing the documentation for you all. We're going to try to get it out Friday. The deadline for putting in each department's budget was actually tomorrow. So we probably won't have the line item budget ready for this workshop that's coming up Monday, but we will be prepared the next workshop, which is, I believe, April 12th, if I'm not mistaken.
So should we be having a budget workshop if we're not going to have the budget to discuss?
That's a good question. Should we, Mr. Terry?
Well, I
Do you have this
would
information?
certainly think that the board would be interested in, the district action plans, and also interested in, where we're moving from and where we're going, and also the budget assumptions. And we would like to have it just so that we have your input and guidance as to the directions that we're headed.
I agree.
Just on the topic of whether or not we're going to do this thing on Monday. So on Monday, you're going to lay out budget assumptions to us? I'm sorry.
You can ask.
Yes.
On Monday, you're going to lay out budget assumptions to us, and we're going to sort of debate those, but we're going to debate that absent detailed financial information associated with the assumptions?
Do we need the budget workshop?
I mean, I'd rather wait.
When are you guys going to have that?
I actually
Why don't we do this? Okay, I'll reconvene with you directly after the meeting tomorrow to have a conversation. I'd like to get our eyes on the budget so we can get a better understanding.
Oh, yeah, it is way off topic.
Right.
So FDB will not address transportation in the regulation.
That's correct. CNA local will.
Are you going to address innovation in schools in the regulation? Because it's not addressed now.
Yes. Yes.
You're going to address it?
Yes.
You're going to have a new regulation?
That's correct.
Okay.
Trustee Foreman, you finished, Trustee Nuttall?
Yes.
Trustee Foreman?
I'm just curious as to why we're adopting FDB when it talks about the transformation in innovative schools. The superintendent of schools or designee will develop procedures, guidelines, and timelines for innovative schools and transformation schools. So basically, we are adopting a shell. Is that?
So this would enable us to run the application process, lottery processes, enrollment processes, and basically everything that would allow you to
Well, the
enroll.
problem that I have with that is we don't know what that is. And while I understand it's the superintendent's privy to do those things, as a board member, I'd like to know what we're doing. So when I look at this gives me nothing. Superintendent?
Well, it's like many other policies and legislation, the regulations and the specific details comes after the policy and legislation is passed.
And that's what gets us in trouble. We don't know.
Okay, trustees, anyone else have a question? Because I'm going to make a slight motion to amend it. I'd like to insert the word regulation between develop and procedures. So the paragraph will read, the superintendent of schools or designees shall develop regulations, procedures, guidelines, and timelines, and so forth and so on.
Second.
It's been moved by trustee Blackburn and seconded by trustee Nuttall. Trustees, do you have any questions about that amendment? Trustee Cowan.
Just want to get the intent. So your intent is to define it as a regulation, and if we need to, as a board, implement a policy directing that regulation, we can still do that. Is that your intent?
Well, the intent is that we have regulations that will appear in our policy manual. And then we'll be able to see, and parents will be able to see online. They don't always see procedures and guidelines. Many times people go to our policy manual and they interpret regulations as policy, but they go to one source. That's the intent.
Okay.
So much of your procedures and guidelines will probably be in your regulations.
Any other questions? Can you repeat the motion, please?
Just add, insert the word regulation between the word develop and procedures. So that paragraph would read, the superintendent of schools or designee shall develop regulations, comma, procedures, and so forth and so on.
Okay. Trustees, no other comments? Please cast your vote on the amended motion. Amendment.
The motion passes 7 voting yes and 2 voting no.
Okay, we're now back to the main motion as amended. Any other questions? Okay, please cast your votes.
The motion passes 7 voting yes and 2 voting no.
Okay, you just adopted item 8A4. Now we're on to 8A5 to ratify the amount of bills, claims, and accounts for January 1st, 2015 to January 31st, 2015. Consent item 7A5, pulled by trustees Joyce Foreman and Bernadette Nuttall. To have a motion? Moved by trustee Bingham, and a second. I'll second it. Is there any discussion? Please cast your votes.
Motion passes 9-0.
You just adopted item 8A5, and now we're on to 8A6 to approve the monthly financial reports and the monthly tax report for the period ending January 31st, 2015. Consent item 7A6, pulled by trustee Joyce Foreman and Bernadette Nuttall. Do I have a motion? By trustee Bingham, and a second.
Second.
Dr. Blackburn. Any discussion?
Yes.
Trustee Foreman?
Jim, on the second page, there is a $26 million shortfall. It had been 25.
I thought we were on,
We're on the monthly financial report.
the ratify amount of bills, claims, and amounts
No,
for.
No, we just went through that.
It's the next one.
On 8A6.
Oh, okay, apologize. Okay. Go ahead.
You're on the second page?
Correct.
Okay, at the very bottom.
Okay. What's the question?
The question is that it shows that we're in a negative of $26 million. Am I reading that correct?
Okay. Yep. Page 1, it's showing that the revised January, and do remember that this is January, and what we brought as a budget amendment was in February, where that has been reduced down to, I believe, just under $4 million. The problem is that we try to close our books 15 days after the end of the month. But in terms of timing and getting it to the board for the briefing, we don't make the policy that the board adopted in terms of timeliness. So what that does is it brings you these financial statements 6 weeks after the close of the month. So here it is March, and these are just the end of February. The budget amendment is a much more timely process. We do provide, we try to provide you a copy in your packet of the financial statements earlier, so you should have the February close pretty quick.
But what I'm in front of me, do I see 26
Yes, you
million?
do.
Okay, that was my question.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Trustees, any other questions? Please cast your votes.
The motion passes 7-0.
Okay.
He wasn't
With
here
one
to vote.
abstention.
He's not there, not present to vote.
Okay.
So no.
Yes, okay. All right, where you've just adopted item 8A6, we're now on item 8A7 to authorize, negotiate, and enter into a contract with No, we already did that one, sorry.
I'm sorry.
There's a no.
Ms. Foreman, Trustee Foreman voted no, so the motion is 7 voting yes and 1
One
voting
voting
no.
no. And one off the dais, yeah.
He's not present to vote.
Okay. Next item is 8A8, to authorize, negotiate, and enter into a contract with Insight Public Sector Incorporated for district-wide network security not to exceed $4 million over 5 years, 3 years with 2 one-year renewal options. General operating, special revenue, and bond funds, consent item 7A12, pulled by Trustees Elizabeth Jones and Lou Blackburn. Do I have a motion? By Trustee Bingham, in a second.
Second.
By Dr. Blackburn. Is there any discussion? Trustee Nettle.
Put your mic on. Your mic.
Company with the auditors that we got dinged on with the video and everything.
Yes, they were involved in the video.
So why are we doing business with them? Because we got marked on our audit and in an investigation.
Well, that issue was closed out, and it was closed out favorably.
Favorably? So we're doing business with them, why? And did we not do a video with them? And we got marked by our audit with that. That was one of the concerns. So I see there's other firms on the agenda, so.
Right. Well, they would probably disagree on what was mentioned in the audit, and there was no negativity applied to them, and they pursued the bid, and they were the winning bid.
So how much is the first contract that we had with them?
Well, we've had several contracts with them. They've done a lot of business with the district. Their first bid was in 2000. Their first contract was in 2006, doing the network electronics and wireless, and that formed a basis for a lot of the E-rate applications from 06 through, I believe, about 08. Then they won the district wireless contract, the new wireless contract, in 2012 to build our current wireless network. Then they lost when we went to the network electronics bid in 11-12. It was won by Compicom, but due to an error in purchasing, that had to be rebid, and when it was rebid, they won that in 12. And so they are now currently doing our network build-out.
What was the auditor's recommendation about this?
About them? I guess I'd have to call the auditors up. I don't have the report in front of me.
You don't remember what the auditor's recommendation?
No, not specifically
They
regarding
recommended-
Insight.
That's fine.
They just recommended we don't do videos for people.
Videos, is that the only thing they recommend?
I think when it was all over and done with,
I would think Chief would know that.
when it was all over and done with, there was no violation of any laws. There was no violation of any FCC regulations or E-rate rules. It really just did boil down to an inadvertent violation of a local board policy, I think it was GBK, about advertising.
Okay.
Trustees, any other? Okay, Trustee Foreman and then Trustee Jones.
These are pretty quick, but I, along the same lines that Trustee Nuttall was talking about, when I look at the scorecard, there were other companies, one scored just a little bit higher, and then one was just 2 points higher. And so I am just wondering, well, actually there was one at 76 on the second page, which was 2 points higher. So unfortunately, there are no, probably no procurement people here who can discuss this. But I am somewhat concerned that we have a company that we've had some issues with. Whether you perceive them as getting a ding or not, it's a ding for me, particularly with the situation. And I'm just curious as to know, how did we get from this scorecard to them when there are other people who scored as high or higher? And I know you can't answer that, so what I'll be asking that of is the procurement people, because I'd like to see the individual scorecards in regards to this whole process.
Okay, Trustee Jones.
Thank you. Were you on the committee, Mr. Saladay, for selecting this vendor?
No, ma'am.
Who was the committee?
Let me call it Mr. Malik, our network director. He can tell you who's on the committee, I believe.
Actually, I wasn't on that committee. Some of them were some of my staff members, my network architect, one of my network engineers, and some of the people from our sysadmin group.
How big a committee was it?
I believe it was 4 people.
And have they all done work with this vendor before?
Yes and no. My networking people did, the sysadmin people had not.
And with respect to this contract, Mr. Saladay, you and Mr. Schuman had prior been the subject of an investigation?
Yes, ma'am. There's been a couple investigations regarding that somehow touched Insight.
Well, so as I recall, there was a negative E-rate finding. Did we not have to notify the vendor in that case about such a finding?
We did. They were they are
Just for
totally
1 second,
aware of
is
it.
that we're not posted to talk about any investigations or findings of investigations. We're here to vote on a contract for Insight. So if we could say germane to the particular contract to Insight.
Well, I'd prefer to have the lawyers address that, because in this case, Insight was the subject of an investigation, or was party to an investigation. That investigation put our E-rate contract at risk. It had to be reported to the FCC, and forgive me if I'm saying something out of school here, or correct me. And based on that, as I understand the E-rate compliance-related matter, they had to be notified throughout all of it, and all of that had to be fully disclosed. And there was also an internal investigation which was concluded and also had a finding.
Correct.
Thank you, and that's not germane to this particular contract, so please answer questions for the particular contract.
It is germane to this particular vendor, and as far as I'm concerned, contracts and vendors are of the same, because that is the vendor being recommended.
Appreciate it, and I've ruled it's not germane, so.
I'd like a legal ruling on that, please.
I'm the presiding officer, and I've
Yeah,
ruled
but
it's not
this is a
germane.
legal question. And this has to do with a specific vendor, and this has to do with specific disclosure, and this also has to do with specific accountability as well as related matters of where this district had funds put at risk based on a relationship that was not appropriate.
I've ruled it's not germane. So, any other questions on the contract?
Well, I think that it is a matter of great public interest that there is disclosure, if nothing else, with respect to this vendor and a particular recent situation for which policy was broken, was it not?
Policy was broken, but it was also determined there was no relationship.
And who determined that, please?
It was an internal audit.
I appreciate you. This is not germane to the particular item that we're voting on for this particular contract.
Is our lawyer here?
Are there any other questions?
Is our board attorney here?
Trustee Jones, I've ruled it's not germane.
This is not a question that the chair has discretion over. This is actually a different question having to do with the relationship of the vendor and specific disclosure.
So, point of order, we're governed by policy here and Robert's Rules of Order.
We are following Robert's Rules of Order. It is not germane. Do you have a question on this particular contract?
When was this contract, when was this bid, or when was this evaluated and decided or recommended?
This bid was actually, we started the process in late October through the month of November and December.
And when was the selection made?
I believe it was done sometime right before Christmas or early January.
I will note that of the 9 factors that are taken into account in the selection, the evaluation team only does 1. All the others are done by the purchasing department. So the only thing that the technology team does is evaluate the product.
But they still make a recommendation.
Based on, yeah, which is worth 50%.
The timing of this is particularly problematic.
All right. Trustees, are there any other questions? Please cast your votes.
The motion passes 6 voting yes and 3 voting no.
You've just adopted item 8A8. We're now into our final item, 8A9, to approve the form of contract for general construction projects procured through the competitive seal proposal method with authority to make minor modifications as needed. No financial impact. Consent item 7815, pulled by Trustees Joyce Foreman and Bernadette Nuttall. Do I have a motion? Moved by Trustee Bingham, and a second.
Second.
By Dr. Blackburn. Any discussion? Please cast your votes.
Motion passes 9-0.
This concludes our agenda for this evening. Well, the motion just passed. That concludes our agenda for this evening. I want to thank everyone for coming. Time now is 1:44 a.m. Yes. Yeah, we did. Yeah. Time now is 1:44 a.m. and this meeting is adjourned.